Boys, good morning. We're finally back on live, and I can show my screen again. Like, hold on, watch. Finger, spacebar, and I jump. Holy shit. It has actually happened. Now, we're not where I want us to be yet. Your hat looks very sus. Wait until you see the caster hats. The worst thing about this hat is that, like, they cut the holes in the wrong spot and it sits too low on my character's head because I think I have a smaller head. So unless you're, like, very underneath my character, you can't actually see a goddamn thing. You literally can see nothing. I can see your cheeks. Yes. Yeah, this provides literally no perspective whatsoever that's meaningful in fighting. Yo, Fixer, what up? Dude, Alpha 2's up? Yes, it is. Sierra, what up? What should say my preference of not wearing a clan hat? Okay, at least ours isn't as bad as the caster set. The caster set is really bad. Oh god, my guild's not currently at war. Brother. Oh my god, we're down horrendous. Z, good morning. I hope you're having a beautiful day. What you getting up to so far? And is anybody actually on Alpha 2? That is the question. Like, is anything even happening today? Because I don't know that there will be a lot of PvP going off today. Global chat doesn't look like it's moving too hard. So we shall see. Mayhaps we catch some individuals running caravans and then beat the shit out of their caravans. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Old bugs and no FSR. Yo, but on my end, no more client stutter. Yo, video game, what up, dude? Finally some alphas, so you don't have to show a replay of gameplay. No, dude, I swear to God. I swear to God. And keep in mind, it's not even like I'm showing, you know, various VODs. It's not like I'm making my way through a lot of them. I am showing that one day on the PTR where we were able to show anything. The little guy, Carla? Are you okay? Right. No, that's fine. No, that's what you meant. That's what you meant. No, that's definitely... Anyways, we'll move on. Out of the show and play PTR. Dude, no, I feel that. Like, okay, no, we're going down the rabbit hole. Thank you. That's what the vanish command is for. It's for those intrusive thoughts. Yo, Took, thank you for the 20-day, dude. Much love. I appreciate that. Fritz, I gotta do what I gotta do, dog. I hope you're having a beautiful day out there. Problems with login at the moment? Wait, really? Bro, I swear to God, I logged right in. I streamer cliented my way right in. What do you mean there are problems with login? I just sat down and logged in. I thought everything was fine. Wait, what happened? Yo, CapFap, thank you for the 35. Good morning, my friend. Guys, we gotta make something happen over here on live. We gotta get something going. It gets stuck at loading. Oh, really? Like when you're actually trying to, like, load into your character? Well, I'd say that's less than ideal. Do they have a time frame for when it's getting resolved? Yo, Mr. Metacrow. My goodness gracious. Holy cannoli, two more and it's a full year. Dude, thank you for the 10 months at T3. Months been flying? I know. Dude, I'm getting old as shit. Is Epic Side's not really a time frame at the moment? That's kind of crazy. So, wait. What's hosted on Epic? But I was gonna say, it's kind of crazy that Epic still can't get their shit together. But, you know, our little indie dev over here, Intrepid Studios, is, you know, just outperforming the giants. It's okay, it is what it is. EOS login issues, Epic Games Store, Fortnite, Rocket League, Fall Guys, developer portal. So is it the developer portal preventing people from getting in, or like what's the thing there? Also, RIP Fall Guys, that fucking sucks, dog. Lego Fortnite is still operational, so that's good. Rocket League login has a major outage. Rocket League sideswipe login, Fall Guys login. Okay. So Epic account services authentication and game services authentication are out. And then developer portal is also out. ArtStation is partially out. Fab is partially out. Quixel, and Sketchfab are partially out. That sounds like something got nuked. That's a lot. I have no idea what any of the correlation of that to what Intrepid uses is, but that does sound like many things all at once. Oh, Fupo. Into the void. Kind of karmic. You know, just in a certain sense. Dos, buongiorno. How are you, my boy? What fun stuff do they have for this event today on Alpha 2? Are there gonna be free mounts or level boosts or something? So they've said that the big end of world event is going to be on the 1st. So basically live is up from today until the 1st. The 1st is the big like death of SHOL basically. And like the death of Lotharia happened as soon as they made Lotharia. Let's be completely fucking honest there. Let's call a spade a spade. So this will really be the death of SHOL, as that's the only one that actually had some form of life left on it in the first place. So that'll be on the 1st. I don't know. That's why I'm running over to Winstead right now, actually. I don't know if they have boost NPCs up anywhere. I would really hope that they have boost NPCs up throughout... Oh my god, I'm dying. Throughout the 5-day period. So that way people can get all scored away. People can maybe come over to live, level a character, you know, get some gear, fuck around. I think that would be nice. Now... whether they have boost NPCs down right now or not, I don't know. Is citizenship and mayors up for vote at the moment? Let me peep. I am not a citizen. I believe I have been evicted, Foop. So you give me one sec. I'm gonna check my mail as soon as I get over to the mailbox, and then I'll let you know. I'll let you know, because I can probably just re-up in Winstead, not like it fucking matters. Fixer! I know that guy! Holy cow, and it's so crazy for you to actually be able to see my screen now. Like, what a wild world we're living in. Yes. Yes, indeed. Sorry, but your citizenship has been revoked. You're not fucking sorry. Take the sorry butt out of this and honestly replace it with comma peasant. And then just call them poor. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I think that might be the play. Lost citizenship too. So... did citizenship just keep ticking in the background? They kicked you out? Too much dust? Fubo, people like me give people like the street sweepers jobs. And I know you may say, Dusty, why are you going around getting everything so dusty? Why all the dust on the pads? Why the dust beside the pads? The dirt wasn't even dirt before you got here. I am giving people jobs. I am making Vera a better place for everybody that wants to come chase the Veran dream. This is my blood, sweat, and tears right here, Fupo. This in the middle, that's all me. You wouldn't have shit without me. And you know it. Oh, trapping Chad and Clanker Killer. You playing Cleric again? No change this wipe. Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping we don't lose all our clerics. I'm assuming our mage core is going to take a substantial hit, if I had to guess. Like, our mage core is going to get rocked unless we have TTK changes coming in. I want to go look for somebody's caravan. Bobbert! I know that guy. Holy cannoli. A wild Bob appears. Me not abusing block scaling tech, by the way. Absolutely fucking crazy. Yo, Brew. Are they totally wiping everyone for the December 11th release? Yes, by the way. December 11th, and good morning. December 11th is going to be a brand new server. Well, technically 2. No. Wait, what do we have going on over here? Gregory? Good day. All right, wait. What's going on this way? Oh. It would appear Nope has run into a bad spot. Oh my god, wait, we got a van out here in this bitch? Bro, my gear's so bad over here. I'm peasant gear. I was depending on my goddamn blood runner. Can we get boost NPCs? Wait. Fubo, can you ask Roshan if we can have boost NPCs today? So we can get people gear? Cause I could get a lot of people on probably. Especially like new players, if they could just come on. Easy anti-cheat. Wait, is EAC down? Because of the epic outage? Can I hack right now? Loki, is that correct? Chat, who knows how to hack? Cause I have an objective. Have you seen the new pic of you? Is it the picture that I'm thinking of? Because if it's a picture that I'm thinking of, then I may know what it is. Don't worry, rangers aren't quitters like mages. I mean, Snake, hear me out. Ranger has one job and one job only. Also, Bob, good morning, dude. How are you? Ranger has one job and one job only. Root. We know that. Everything else that you do is a bonus, if I'm being completely real. Like, if I have a root bot that just roots, I'm happy. I'm so happy. Anything else, like if you can root and also cast Scattershot, oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, no, that's huge. That's absolutely beautiful. That is like, that's far above what many Ranger players are already capable of doing because so many of them don't even use root. I see no vines. I see no root. I see no initiates. What up? What, for smacking? Yeah, fuck it, my gear's still poop over here. Bro, I don't even abuse block scaling over here. My gear over here is so unbelievably mid. It's like, it's slightly better than mid, but it's still pretty mid. Yo, Muppet, what up? Hope you're having a good day. To die to the death touch? Oh, God. The death touch. Bro, there is no dying. Like, there is no dying. Steven tried to nuke me on PTR and, like, legitimately tried to kill me, right? Just take my character out from the heavens above. I was too tanky, and the person next to me died. There was collateral damage. I survived. He had to come out and smite me. There is no death. There is no death touch. There is no die. I swear to God, anything could happen. You could drop an intercontinental ballistic missile on my character, and we're fine. Dusty got thrown back into the peasant life sim. Oh, dude. My gear is so bad. It's more of a bypass than a hack. Yo, Immortal, what up, dog? I hope you're having a good day. Pushes anime classes up is crazy. The side eye. Yo, Steen, thank you for the 35-day, man. Much love, much love. I hope you're having a beautiful one. Pretty sure Ranger can AoE silence, but I never see anyone talk about it, so it might be crazy. I know Lightning Arrow can silence Dusty. What else? Or Thundering Shot, whatever the fuck it is. The one that goes pew and then silences. Is that AoE? It's only the primary target. Right. That's what I thought. Do I have my 1v1 build on? Hold the phone. 0.2 seconds. Okay, cool. That's all. Bro, RIP Warden or Fire Abuse. Although, let's see how it holds up over here. We must Warden or Fire it. Do not judge this without trying it. Peanut butter, blackberry jelly, and anchovies sandwich. Fubo, you ain't gotta put fish on everything, dog. Some things can just not be fresh fish. Alright, we up. It's time. The time to kill when tanks can actually die, although he's got the block scaling on me. So that might be a slight issue for me, but I'll see if I can play around it. I need to, like, make him uncomfortable, I think. Because, like, he has sword and board on me. So if I can just make him very uncomfortable, and then around my trip lockouts, just do big damage, then we're so up. I'm just going to keep the pressure up right here. And then get a trip out, and then try to spike off of this a little bit. But I don't want to, like, over heavily invest right now. I really want to keep status effects going out. And I really want to keep my shaking out. And then be able to play around, like, my trip lockouts that I need to put on him. And then just keep him on his back foot. That's the biggest thing. I want to make him uncomfortable. I love just fucking with people's grabs there. Just disorienting is the biggest thing. No, judge me. Fubo, I'm not judging. But, like, what is the difference that anchovies bring in? So, sell me on this. Because peanut butter blackberry jelly, absolute banger. Although I will say I'm much more of a jam or preserves man myself, comparatively to jelly. Jam has, you know, the little bitsies of fruit, and then preserves has whole chunks of fruit and seeds. So, like, I really fuck with the, especially with, like, raspberries, blackberries, stuff like that. I really like a jam or a preserve up in there. Excuse you. Please don't. That's so rude of you. GG, good fight. Tank still invulnerable. I am the aggressor. My gear's not that bad. Wait, what do you have on you out here? Did you bring stuff out? Maybe the mana sustain's not that bad with just interfire. Hey, oi! Oh wait, who dis? Oh, that's a level 16. Oh. Yep, nope, he's chilling. No, medium feels bad. I mean, heavy should feel better against tank. I'm also in Rosarium Guard, though. My gear over here is... It's not bad. The thing that I have on you over here is that I have a 3-piece Blood Runner. That's about it, though. I have Blood Runner, boots, legs, and then hood. Now, if I show you my storage... Hold on. Let me show you... Oh, you stay the fuck away from me. All right, well, I have to wait 1.5 years so I can actually unflag. Hold on. Hold on. We'll be there soon. All right, I'm gonna make a break for it. 3, 2, 1, and we're fine. All right, cool. I did not get absolutely Thanos snapped. Emu, good morning. Shall we troll for some PvP today? Gotta be fresher anchovies in water, not the oil ones. Fresh as in like living anchovies? Like, because you eat anchovies whole, right? So this might be a dumb question. As someone who does not enjoy anchovies very much, can you just put like an anchovy like on something and then just blop? Cooked? Okay, like fresh cooked anchovy. Do people eat anchovies raw? Is that like the normal thing? You eat it all. Where's the poop go? Fupo, are you eating anchovy poop? Fupo got a poop butter sandwich, that's for sure. That's gross. That's gross. Actually just eating shit and dying. No, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know, I just... Not much of a poo eater myself. It doesn't set the best with me, you know what I mean? So, in my storage, you'll notice that I have many carcasses and skins saved up. The reason for this is because I was going to craft an ungodly amount of medium gear. I was going to get an entire item level 29 medium set going. I was going to have it made. I was going to have 5 pieces of heroic plus item level 29 medium crafted immediately upon the patch deployment if servers didn't get reset. I was going to have my 5-piece medium bonus in heroic. I was going to have my 5-piece blood runner, my 3-piece Tauren scout, Zaw's fortify. Like, I was so fucking ready. I was so ready. Now, there also was the near inevitability that I was going to have to convert to sword and board, which would have been a large inconvenience considering how I'm currently built, but my defense on live is pretty bad. Oh god. I mean, yeah, I don't want to talk about this build. I don't want to talk about this, bro. The fact that I was PvPing on this after PvPing on like what's on PTR, the numbers are disgusting on PTR. Hunter, good morning. Thank you for the hydrate, dude. I hope you're having a good day. So it's like, over here, if I pop my grit, I'm sitting 58.4% fizz defense, 34.7% magic defense, and I'm not using a sword and board. Like, I'm not abusing that at this point in time. I don't have a Thistleborn neck. I don't have Spall rings. So, like, I'm not even abusing block mid over here. I'm just straight up, like, I'm just straight up 2 hands. So, here from Kratz with Kratz for an activity. What do you mean? They were clearing out some tickets last night in the Discord because of people that weren't responding or anything. So if your ticket got moved, then just let somebody know. They've been clearing out like literally hundreds of tickets trying to organize it. So naturally somewhere along the line, something will probably get fucked up. But if anything seems weird, then just yell at one of the officers. Especially on the casual guild side of things. They're just trying to do like pre-December 11th cleaning. So I wouldn't be shocked if that was the case. All right, what are these lads doing? 259 power and I'm full heavy. Oh god. Gross. Gross. I'm 281 power. I don't have food buffs up though. If I go food buffies, what am I looking at here? Because a nice sandwich will bring me up what? 6? Yeah, 287. And then I can put some milkies up. And then I do have scrolls as well. I don't think I have strength scrolls though. I could get some, considering I have nothing to do with all of my money. But oh god, Keef's fully lost. Keef came in with the exclamation gamble all instead of the yo-yo. How's it going? He's hooked. Just isn't giving it another guild anymore. Oh, I think they might have dissolved the guild for cats with crafts to push everybody up into cats because population shrunk. Yeah, I think at one point they got rid of cats with crafts and then just like invited everybody up to cats and then we're just like kicking everybody and cycling everybody up and then leveling cats and putting like the crafting buffs on cats for the remainder of this phase. Because, like, population just shrunk so much. Even main, we had, like, fucking 5 people on at any time. Shout out, Sierra. We're up. We're up. This is the entire server right now. So we got Rogue fighting Bard here. Short bow Rogue. Oh, it's so toxic. The poison build, the sustain, the Bardington. I kind of want to fight a Bard on this TTK. And then show every Bard that doesn't have the greatest of hands that I can just 100 to 0 them. And then explain to people that the new TTK really isn't like, you know, a step in the wrong direction. It's just a little overtuned right now in one way. And they can get that, if I'm being honest. Vote for rogue buffs. Wait, no rogue buffs. Why would I ever want rogue buffs to come in? Rogue buffs would be fucking disgusting. I don't want any rogue buffs. Rogues feel fine. They actually put pressure on people with the new TTK. So like that's gonna be great. But I don't know. I don't think I'd ever advocate for rogue buffs. Keith, you want to craft me a bow? Oh god. Eva, what are you trying to craft? Give rogue another CC and CC break. I will allow that on the trade-off that rogues are capped at 20 FPS at all times. No rogue can ever play above 20 FPS, and as a trade-off, they get another CC and another CC break. I'll let that happen. They're buffing rogues, so when rogue trips a tank, they get stuck in their back for 1 second longer. With a sword and board, we can't get ourselves up quite as well, so our trips last longer as a sword and board debuff. God fucking damn it, don't give them ideas, they're always listening. If they put that in the game now, I'm gonna know who to come for. I swear to God. I swear to I screenshot chat messages and I hang them up on my fridge so I know who's fucking yapping about what. Rogue hands have to get cut off if they die 3 times. Why start it at 3 times? Why not just immediately upon creating rogue? Why not just have it be a matter of like, oh, you create a rogue, chop chop, no hands, you play with your stumps now. It's the most viable class all around solo group versus PVX. Bard. 1000%. If you're looking to have a class that just does a little bit of everything, Bard can do good damage. Bard can be a great support for a group. Bard can sustain every resource and increase damage done. Bard in PvP is awesome as a support class. Like, Bard essentially does everything in the game and is always in demand for groups. If you're looking to come in and just have something where you're immediately like, I am useful all the time, no matter what, looking for a group for this, invited within a minute, then that's gonna be Bard. DPS are kind of like a, not necessarily the super highest what the fuckington? Ow. Goddamn. Rude ass. Those shits hurt. Goddamn. Oh my goodness gracious. My goodness gracious. All right, Father Butthead. Is it time? I shall participate in the fisticuffs against Mr. Cleric Man. Hello, Mr. Cleric Man. Listen, you want to run one and keep Rammy out of this for Rammy's honor? I'm so squishy, you might actually kill me. You like my left tap? Why'd it hurt so much? Bro, I'm so used to having my other HP. That shit, like, I looked down and I was like, what the fuck do you mean my health is missing? What do you mean I'm not 100%? It was a whole new world, dog. That shit hurt. Yeah, I actually gotta play my life. 7k HP so low. Well, wait till you also hear that I'm not using a sword and board. My mitigation is ass because I'm still using a Rosarium guard stuff because I was going to craft my my 5 pieces of heroic medium gear once the tables went down. Tables didn't go down. Oh shit, I don't have any strength scrolls. All right, con scroll in your ass. We're up tremendous. Dude, I was so prepped. Look, I have double slag earrings already too. Like, I was set to make such a good transition. Hey, let's duel. Soon. Soon. We shall be so up tremendous. Duels are a nice quality of life thing, man. I actually like them a lot. Big downgrade? I mean, like, big downgrade in the sense of, we go melee, fuck it. All right, hold on. Hold on. Let me take the fucking dumb snare bleed build off that I was running. All right, there we go. I was running snare and bleed because it was funny to put more status effects out on people. I was running a build against some lads for a little bit with the intent to put as many status effects out as I possibly could. It was not that many. It was not that many. Just over 2 weeks. What do we predict shows up in those next 2 weeks? That is my curiosity. Because it could be a focus on anything from new player experience to endgame to mid-game to balancing to anything in between. Like, oh, good wings there. I think. I don't know if those wings actually got you out or not, but I saw the play. I saw the vision, dog. I absolutely fucking did. All right, trip that. And then I'm gonna get myself some slams, triple slam to go home with. Another trip in the back. And then, oh wait, you didn't get tripped. We'll have a stun then. All right, this will give me a little bit of time. And then once that flare comes out, I'm going to have to 1000% pull him out of this. And then I can get a push in into a trip. Only one slam, tomahawk in the back for more damage. I just gotta keep some wounds up on him. Get back here! Old dodge is so stupid. It's so strong. Oh, great damage, great damage. I step out of that and then go back in. It's like the little hokey pokey dance. You just gotta like put it in and then put it out and then shake it all about. That's what my uncle always used to tell me anyways. All right, so we're gonna get a big combo in off of this. Some big damage, tomahawk in the back for the second trip. We're gonna get another slam out, walk him down. And then we'll wait for the flare to come out. And then once flare comes out, no. Oh, he metagamed it. He metagamed it. He's on his X Games shit right now, chat. He knew what was coming. I gotta turn him into the flare so that way he rolls too far. Oh shit, Father Greg is on his ascended shit, man. Oh, what the, how do I pull him out of that? What the fuck is my play on that one? Okay, that one fucked with my head a little bit, Greg. You gotta keep your abilities on the ground, please. That is my big request here. If you can keep those bad boys just, you know, down for me, that'd be phenomenal. It's just kind of tough with all of your abilities in the goddamn sky. It's okay though. We'll figure it out. We'll get it going. All right. Poor Greg. RIP there. And now we pump. Honestly, might have to switch to refreshing follow through. So that way I can get a little bit more mana sustain off of this. Goodbye. All right, that one's good. I gotta pull out there. I should not have rushed that. I should have waited until that first slam to rush, but I fumbled a little bit. I can get the burst set up and his mana's dropping. So as long as his mana's dropping, I'm good to keep pumping and keep these trades going aggro because his mana bar is his true health bar. And once his mana goes down, then the true pressure happens. Ah, fuck that. I didn't get it out in time. Fortunately, he was wound capped for it, so not the end of the world, and his trip lockout's done. So I'm gonna slam, trip, pull, second, big ground pound, Tommy in the back. I'm gonna wall that off just so he can't go that way. I don't have a pull for that, so he's gonna tank that one. That's just something I gotta go through. I don't have a pull for every one of his flares. It's like 1.5 pulls per or 1.5 flares per pull. So I basically just have to play around him always being able to get some flares off. GG, good fight. Oh, the aggro. The aggro is so necessary. I just have to keep the wound up. Good old you too, Doc. I need to keep you out of as many flares as I can. You fucking rolled into one of those flares. That was so sick. Absolutely fucked on my shit there. I thought I had you out of that, and then I see you roll into it, and I'm just like, oh, god damn it. All right, cool. So the melee works. Beta. Beta in the next 2 weeks, second stat passes. Yeah, I mean, second stat passes will be fucking huge. No, I saw the sideways flare. I was like, how do I pull someone out of a sideways flare? Like, where do I bring you off of the sideways flare? How do I deal with this? But yeah, second stat pass would be nice. I don't believe we're getting archetype updates. Because, like, Maggie mentioned at one point that archetype updates were on the horizon. She said that we would see them last week. And then I think Steven clarified that archetype updates would not be coming out until next milestone update. So I'm not quite sure what to expect in that realm of things. But I would love it if the PTR came up and that fucking stutter was gone. Bro, that is my #1 Christmas list necessity that I need to get my hands on, is that gosh dang stutter, dude. It's so rough. Give my archetype, it's the only thing I want to touch. What archetype? Are you trying to go summoner, or what you trying to do? Because you can touch the archetypes. Or are you talking about your secondaries? Cause like, I'm gonna be real, I don't even care that much about secondaries. I know secondaries, yeah, I know I should be like more excited about secondaries, but I'm actually more excited to have ability ranks than I am to actually have secondaries coming into play. That's kind of my take on it. I think I must touch all 80 plus. Isn't it 64? I'm not good at math, but I'm pretty sure 8x8 is 64. Maybe with expansions, because then it'd be 9x9, which would be 81. What do you know, meta? What do you know? What's the next archetype coming out? I need to know. Brother's got those fucking leaks. Got those phantom leaks. High as fuck. Your math is high as fuck. I can confirm that. I mean, shit, yeah, 64 options. 64. Now, during testing, you'll be able to respec your secondaries for free. Like, let me try 258 power here. Okay, I got you. Whenever you're ready, sir. All right, he's got to get the Bard precast in. Brother be trying to create that goddamn space. Are you going to chilling into a mez, or what is your play here, Mr. Bardman, sir? Okay. Why am I lagging so much? There's his mez. I hate fighting bards. It just feels like I'm playing in a bowl of fucking jello. Ay, 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 caramba. And all of those words and adjectives. All right, fuck your chilling layman at least. Oh, dude, I can't do anything. It's so slow. I hate bards. I hate bards so much. I got his marionette. I got your toes. All right, we're gonna let him play, like run around for 3, 2, 1, and then pull him in into a trip, into a big spike of damage, and then we're going to gap close this, tomahawk in the back, another slam into my pulve, and then I'm gonna wall in front of him so he runs into that. Ah, got him! And then we're gonna CC break that mez dance, and then we're gonna keep the pressure up here. I'm gonna hit a charge into another trip in 3, 2, 1. Tomahawk in the back. All right, cool, we got him. All right, GG's, good fight. It was a pleasure. The movement goes crazy. The movement goes crazy. Nerf tanks? No. Don't nerf tanks. Don't nerf tanks. Please. It's not a tank thing. I'm feeling zoomy today. The old movement system allows tanks to go very far very quickly. Buffard? I hate fighting against bards, bro. I swear to God. Nothing annoys me more in this game than being slowed. I'm gonna be completely real. I would rather have 10 seconds of silence than 6 seconds of slow. At least when I'm silenced, I can auto and block at a normal cadence and I can move. Bro, nothing is more infuriating than trying to combo a combo that you know muscle memory of. Like, you have it down with the muscle memory where you could press this combo timed out without looking at your monitor. And then I go to press something, and then I press my next thing, and I'm still in the animation. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, dude, it's so toxic. Chilling layman, withering poison, like my 2 least favorite abilities in the game, if I'm being real, dude. It sucks. I saw Dusty fight a bard on the beach as a KT for like 30 minutes before. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. It was probably Colton. Colton and I can stalemate a lot. What's this class you play? I play tank. Yes. And I tend to play tank very bruisery, like very aggro-y. I probably play tank as more of a fighter than most fighters play fighter, if I'm being completely honest. The tank kit allows us to, in small scale, be very oppressive and like put trips and put damage out on people. And in like 1v1s like this, somebody's forced to focus me and trade with me. I have a lot of mitigation. I have self-heal. I have shields based on my max HP. So as a tank, it's very, very, very easy for me in these 1v1s to just like win trades against most classes and kind of tempo against most classes. In larger scale, I change out my build a little bit with my abilities. I play a little bit more supporty. I'm playing less around the like, get them into a trip, slam them twice, rush of courage, slam them 2 more times and do 800% damage. And I'm more in the like, you know, pop into Mora, make sure protect is always up on somebody, which is a damage transfer from them to me whenever they take damage. Make sure I have my big cooldowns up, make sure I'm putting banner down when I need it and when my team needs it. There's, yo, John, thank you for following. Much love. There's a little bit of a difference in how we play. Dr. Frank and Bob, oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you for the 5 gifties, brother. I appreciate that so much. Jesus Christ. Dude, you're going absolutely crazy, and I am so thankful for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Dr. Frankenbob. I also think you saved 35% on that bundle. I'm pretty sure Twitch is doing 35% off on gifted sub bundles of 5 or more until December 1st, I believe. And then for the 11th, I'll be running a gifted sub discount bundle as well for 35% off because Twitch lets partners run their own. So we got some savings on the horizon for the holiday season. Dr. Frankenbob, I appreciate you, boys. If you guys just got a sub from Mr. Dr. Frankenbob, or you guys are subbed to the channel already, do me a quick favor. While we're getting the duels going, while we're just chilling here on live.
Give me some fucking Dusty W booties in this bitch, please. I would love to see that thing shaken one time for the one time this early in the morning if people are awake for it.
Boys, it's a time to lock in as a community. It's a time to spam the single greatest emote on Twitch, and if you don't, my heart will break. This is your obligation. This is your commitment. This is your contractual agreement. And if you do not, you shall be punished. Let's try a real one now. All right, word. You're getting the cleric treatment. This is anti-cleric treatment. Are you wearing 3/4 length jeans in the... No. I like to have sweatpants on, but I'm very tall, so it's very rare that sweatpants will fit me in like the leg category wide and then also the leg category long. So like that's what they're at, like, just pulled down. So I pull my sweatpants up to here usually, so I don't have to worry about, like, I don't know, just only my ankles being exposed. I try to show a little skin for people sometimes. Yeah. I'm very lanky. Yeah, I'm all, like, arms and legs. I don't really have much of a torso. You hit leg day? Bro, I'm gonna be real. I probably need to hit every day. I'm gonna be honest, like, it's not just legs. If I got naked right now, you would not be impressed with anything that you saw, dog. I'm gonna be completely a buck with you. You know me, I'm not here to flex for the gram. I'm here to provide transparent content for the people. You guys would not be happy. My gameplay is a lot better. Okay. We duel Mr. Cleric, man. When you're ready. All right, we're up. The cleric duels have begun. All right, this is real cleric duels. So this is for all the marbles, all the clams. He's gonna try to Puri off his stacks a lot, so I need to keep wounds up. And like, my wounds don't really want to apply. Oh, that fucking hurts. That absolutely rocks your socks, Mr. Greg. That reflect just came in and caused generational amounts of damage. He's gotta repent for his sins with the AI chatbot. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that one's a feels bad, dog. That's a very feels rough, man. I'll probably just try to keep space going, but I'm gonna out-mitigate all of this anyways, and I win these just kind of like standoffy trades, and then I can just kind of gap close. We'll get a second trip in. We'll pop a rush after this. I'm stuck in a cast. No, I didn't get it in time. Oh, no! I was stuck in a cast! No, I was in a slam animation! We're so down. Yoink. And there goes all of that damage that you just pumped out. Pleasure. Happy to help. I'll play this. I'll get some buffs up from the greatsword. Yeah, this benefits me. I'm cool with it because now you have shaken debuff and I can pressure that. I got him. That's very bad. Very bad for the cleric, man. Oh wait, that's a heal. Oh shit. Oh wait, that wasn't. I could have reflected that. I did not think he was gonna try to heal that. Boop. And then I need to get these wounds up. Ah, no, my wounds. My wounds. They're all gone. This is bad. This is very bad. I need to get my wounds up. Oh. Okay. I think he lost interest in playing against my wounds. You got like a 40-button mouse? Me? No, I run a 2-button mouse. I just run a G Pro wireless. I do recommend if people are having problems with like keybinds and the amount of binds that are there. I highly recommend getting foot pedals. You'll notice that like I have my normal binds here, so like 1 through 6, and then my, you know, board binds, or like my letter binds. My kid got stuck. Kid or step kid? I'm in the basement. You're in the basement. And... Okay. I'm gonna assume biological kid and you're safe. Anyways. Stepdad, what are you doing on your video games? Anyways, I'm what I call a keyboard warrior. I put all of my binds just on my board. You'll notice I have like my regular binds here, and then I have shift mods over here. So with the shift modifiers, I have, you know, same binds, but I press shift while also hitting those binds because none of these are pinky binds. And then like you can control bind your top if you're using it. I don't really use my top binds for anything other than consumes, which I have my combat consumes on my bar with hyphen, which I hit with my thumb. And then these are just like general consumes and swaps and like my fishing and shit like that. So yeah, in terms of like my recommendation, foot pedals are so good because foot pedals can be used like simultaneously with every single bind hands wise. You could have an MMO mouse and have every single button dedicated to, you know, an actual bind. You could run a 2-button mouse and get away with it through there. That was a devious intro, by the way. I didn't know that we were on that level of start and then I just lost a quarter of my fucking HP. I actually had to play a combo. That's that rough. Yeah, I popped a shake it off too early. I'm gonna get a 3-second stun here and then probably tank a combo unless I get out of it seemingly for free. That's quite fortunate. I really, really, really appreciate that. I cannot see his discordance though, and I cannot let him tempo me because if he can tempo me, that's very, very, very bad. I have a shake it off for this and then I can just reflect this as well if I need to. I'll wait and see what he does, because I still have debuffs up. And then as soon as I come out of the silence, I can't tank this. Hit me again, please. No? Okay. He hit me, but then no trip. Sedge. Brother just fucking hopped over my wall, casual as shit. That's actually really bad. I might be getting kited out here. Bard is really good at surviving if I am getting kited out. And I'm very bad at forcing tempo against a Bard once I get on the back foot. However, I may be fine with these recent developments. I've just got to get in range and then keep him slightly uncomfortable for a sec. And then be willing to play my HP a little bit. I just got stuck on a fucking rock in the ground. This is craziness. Actual craziness. All right, we'll get some spike damage out here. I'm just so, like, slowed forever. That's the largest issue with it, but we ball. And get damage in on his back here and just keep him on the back foot here. And then just keep him walking down. And then we'll get a trip on his nimble. I'll get in range for a pull. We'll get tomahawk in the back. He flashed that. So I still have one trip that I can throw out here. I'm going to want to grapple him in after this. He's going to play that marionette for a reset. But if he plays this marionette for a reset, that just benefits me. If he tries to go into anything offensive, I'll hit him with a reflect here. If I see a discordance go out, then we're good. And no discordance going out means that I am back on the offensive. So here we'll just get damage in. We'll interrupt that. I'll get a pull. Oh, I got a trip on that. Cool. We'll get a wall on that then. Double slam this. I didn't expect that tomahawk to actually trip with the angle that I had. All right, so his silence goes out there. Once his silence is out, then I'm good to just end on this as soon as I come out of it. I'll get a grid up, make sure that I am staying max mana, max HP as much as I can. Marionette's gonna be 10 seconds. I have no CC break. 10 seconds of fucking playtime. But he's going down bad on the mana side of things. I can basically play all of this mana trade as much as I need to. And I can keep that pressure up as much as I need to if I don't throw this. But I need to play around his infinite god sustain as much as I need to play around my life, which is why I'm thankful that they let us hot swap. Because hot swapping saves lives, boys. Actual game changer in every way, shape, and form. Being able to just throw on refreshing follow through when I need it and then switch to ward as soon as I need ward. It's so ungodly good. All right, I'm gonna chase this. Oh no, we're down horrendous. Just kidding. We're not down horrendous at all. Now, like, the mana is starting to become a little bit of a concern, but also his mana is nothingness right now. So I can just, like, keep walking this. Imagine if they prevented hot swapping. I would just play refreshing follow through anyways for this fight. I would just change it on matchup as soon as I was out of combat, if I'm being honest. It's not, like, that big of a change or anything. It's just more of a, I don't know, more of like a small, whoops. More like a small complement to everything else than it is like a main form of things. Like, I could still take this fight with every form of, you know, every form of sustain that I have available, but like, I don't know. I like to switch to ward when I'm not having mana issues. And then from there, try to capitalize on, I hate this dodge, dude. It's so annoying. None of my abilities do anything with the ult dodge. That is definitely one thing that I am noticing? Like, TTK aside, the fucking movement system. I think these changes with movement are so nice. Yeah, that's gonna fucking hurt. Fuck me right upside the ass. That's pain. Anytime I tank that Mez stun, it's just instant 25% of my HP. Get a nice little Trapinski on that. I don't have much to play off of right now, but I can probably pressure this at least a little bit. Try to get a wall out. He's gonna try to marry me, but I have my Shake It Off for that. I can Tomahawk him in the back. Oh, he flashed that. Huge. I didn't expect him to flash that Tomahawk. That's a good play. Fuck! Alright, well, there goes 25% of my HP, but I'll just work that off. Tim Tebow, hello. My cursor is on my character. My banner is across the playable world. One of these things does not line up in the way that it should. I'll get a reflect on this. Interrupt that combo. Little gap Closington. Little Trapinski. Hiya. 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 Oh, no. I almost got the stun off on that fucking Mez. It would have been so good. Trying to marry you? Yeah, bro. He loves me. He loves me. Why wouldn't you want to marry me? Look at me. An eligible candidate. I am, you know, handsome, qualified. I don't want to say smart. I don't want to, like, falsely present myself. Qualified. I can protect you. I can even put Aegis on you if you really want it. Like, that's privilege right there. That's something that not everybody gets. Oh, okay. Our reflect just canceled. That's unfortunate. At least I got my trip off. This is the life we live against bards, so I just gotta drain his mana as much as possible. I gotta play around an actual meaningful CC combo. And as soon as these debuffs are out, the potential is there. Because he's going to try to go in for kills and then get baited into too aggro a play. And I think that's going to be good for me. I think that's going to be very good for me. Because chilling Layman, I hate chilling Layman. I got 12 seconds of fucking doom because of that dumb shit. Okay, is the Nimbles down? Question mark? Very curious. Man, I can't wait till everyone's done sliding around the fucking world. Ground Mount feels bad. Why? Did you have Flyer over on PTR? What do you mean Ground Mount feels bad? Ground Mount feels fine. I will say, this movement system feels really bad. Like, this movement system is just annoying me more than anything else. It's just so, like... I don't know how I liked the B-Hop movement system after playing on, like, the new movement system. It definitely is not good for the game. If I had to say it very straightforward. Do 1v1s always take this long? No, but he's running basically to Alabama and back. He's gone all the way to these trees and then all the way basically back to the town gates to try to kite it out. So in any reasonable 1v1 arena, he's dead like 17 minutes ago, but because he runs infinitely and the movement system allows him to run everywhere, it basically doesn't allow me as a melee to actually do anything. So he can dodge and cover like 17 state lines. He can nimble off pretty much everything at this point in time. And if you don't have to actually play space as a range, then you can do literally whatever you want. So that's a little bit of why this one is lasting so long. He doesn't have to stay in a certain area. He's just kiting it out forever. Shark, thank you for the follow. Much love. So essentially, all we've been seeing so far is how well a bard can run for an infinite period of time. And because of that, I'm going to pot. If he's playing like Omega range, I'm gonna play like Omega melee and I'm gonna get a pot out of it at least. Like, I'm gonna be real. This is why I don't like dueling certain classes. Because without any level of like, hey, this is the size of the area that you're bopping it out in, it is very, very, very tedious to duel certain classes, to say the least. He's playing healer bard as well. Yeah, it's just it's a relative annoyance more than it is an actual like haha GG's. It just, you know, there's a reason why I don't like fighting bards and rogues, and it's because it's all resets all the time, and like it just, you know, they can drag it out as much as they want to. Live server gameplay, yeah, you fucking know it, dog. You absolutely fucking know it. For now, can't wait for secondaries. Oh my god, the Omega Rat strats. Yep, can't fucking wait for those. Yeah, I can't wait for people to have even more completely undying builds. Yeah, that'll be phenomenal. Me not wanting to even play an undying build, just having to play one by fucking happenstance. Super unfortunate. But you know, it is what it is. I'm here for it. No, I will not let you fucking Mez me 17 times this fight. Mez me 6 times, shame on you. Mez me 17 other times, probably shame on me at that point. Can you break this in cap so I can walk at you, dog? Please. Bard Rogue. Actually, make me want to fucking burn down an orphanage more, please. With one class. Bruh, I swear to God, that is the I have no hands 6,000 goober gameplay special. Bard Rogue, man. Tell me you don't want to take a fight without telling me you don't want to take a goddamn fight. I don't know, man. I don't know. So PTR PvP goes, but health bars don't move, someone says. That's crazy. My wound fell off, dude, despite everything. It's so sad. It's so sad. I gotta get wound back up as quickly as I can. I'm getting such bad RNG. Please, man, my wound! Dog, I can't get a fucking wound stack. I literally cannot buy a wound stack. I just put 4 combos out on this man. What the fuck do you mean, dog? Hold on, I'm just gonna... I can't do anything. I can't do a single thing right now. I'm shambles. I'm fucking shambles. I can't get wounds out. My fucking longbow's broken. It's fucking broken. It's all gone. Everything's destroyed. It's all to shit. Keybind sprint. Brother, I sprint tap on the CCs. If you don't see it, that's your own fault, but I'll wax you in these 1v1s as well. I appreciate your feedback, though. You sprint tap most of the time, so you're not just passively draining your shit, but up to you. If you'd like to, I will wax your shit, though, if you want to come out, Sense. I appreciate you, dog. I promise. Everything's fine. Game doesn't register you land until you physically touch the ground. Yeah, it's a momentum carry, basically. It might not be the most efficient momentum carry, but if you get CC'd or anything like that, it won't actually slow your character until you are coming into the contact with the ground. So, and get out of things. It can carry your momentum if you're getting, like, slow. Dusty's falling asleep. I am falling asleep. I've had more conversation with chat. We've been in this so long, my iron aura passively fell off over the course of this fucking interaction, duck. Holy shit. Like, I just don't understand in what world people actually, enjoy playing like this. Want to check out how PvP in Ashes is? This is a very unique set of circumstances. This guy is saying, hey man, let's 1v1, and then playing a healer, self-sustain, infinite sustain build, and is running around Narnia and back instead of, like, actually, you know, towing up. So he essentially has an Omega CC build with incaps that last 10 seconds plus. He has stuns to follow up on those incaps, and he's all combo based. I'm basically built around interrupting his combos. He's not playing aggressive enough to actually get any kills because he's only prioritizing running and playing his life. I can't play like aggressive enough to actually get kills on him. So as a result, we're kind of just in a stalemate at this point in time, where I walk at him, he runs away from me, and then runs to a different fucking territory, and then I try to get him pulled back in and do anything about it, and then he just runs infinite sustain, infinite CC. Why even text use bows and arrows? Every class in Ashes has accessibility to a ranged and a melee weapon at all times, so that way we can take fights like this. Can you run away? No, we're just dueling right now. Like, it's not an open world thing. Like, we're just dueling, which is part of why I'm more like, why play like this in duels. Which, I mean, I get it. It's just the design of the class. Like, it's, he's playing a healing bard right now in 1v1s, so he is literally, like, incentivized to run around and try to heal and try to play as passively as possible and try to, like, resource drain. But, you know, it's kind of cooked to actually play against. It's kind of annoying. I'll be completely honest. I don't really like fighting against bards, especially when bards play like this. It's just boring. All right, I'm just gonna say, GG, I'm bored. You run forever. I go now. All right. Yeah, that was just an incredibly boring fight. It never ends. He doesn't actually play aggro enough to get any kills out. And like a healing bard just runs everywhere across the fucking nation. So wild to me that I've not seen a single bard outside of my own guild use trip combos. Yeah, I mean, a lot of bards I would win, by the way. Brother, you don't do damage. I sit at higher resources than you, and you run. If you don't run to Nuela, you're dead. One combo in. Brother actually, like, doesn't understand how PvP actually works. I've been sitting here just walking my HP up and down whenever I want to. And bro does plays resets. That's literally it. I'm just here playing my class. Brother would not fucking win that fight if he had a million years to take it. I swear to God, like, I genuinely, I hate to break that down, but like, brother does not win that 10 times out of 10. It just doesn't happen. It just doesn't. Well, I didn't lose. Brother playing duels to not lose instead of improving. This is the PvP scene in Ashes, by the way. Is he gonna whittle you down? No, he didn't whittle me down over the course of like 10 minutes of that duel. He's not gonna whittle me down at any point during that duel because he doesn't do enough damage. Like, and I'm heavy 5-piece with 20% magic mitt. What are you trying to cope yourself on? You're playing, whoops, playing healing bard, running to Narnia, coping about gear when you're in eye level 29 5-piece. Stop linking gear, play like men, or go get in group. Good fucking God. Good fucking God. Gameplay? Dude, I hate when people take duels so fucking passive. Like, I get it, but Jesus fucking Christ. Can't fix stubborn people? I wish I could just teach people that duels are for playing as aggro as you possibly can and trying to get better from it and taking trades that will actually improve you as a player instead of just running to Narnia and taking full resets as soon as the fight doesn't start going your way. If I just stand in place, I'm dead. You're not being asked to stand in place. It's more of a, if you're running from these trees to these trees, then nobody's going to want to duel you because you are literally just running a football field worth of distance on your 10-second CC stacks and then resetting. Lauren, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Like, I think that's the difference. It's not that anyone's like mad at you for playing your class. It's that it's boring to fight against you if you're fighting like that, which is what we're trying to get through. Like, nobody will want to duel you if you're just fighting like a reset playing goober. That's all. Like, we're just trying to get through to you that, like, there's not much that you'll benefit from for doing that. Now that he's not using the best mechanic, he's not playing his class at all. It's in cap and reset, in cap and reset. Yeah. No, 1000%. Yo, Vladis, what up, my boy? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Wow, this range class kites me. No, it's not even being kited, brother. It's, if you play Ashes, you'll understand counter. But if you do play Ashes, feel free. Pull up if you'd like to. I will wax your shit immediately. Happily. I will put your face in this dirt and I will rub it back and forth, no matter which class you play. If you'd like to pull up Counter Nova, you can. But if you'd like to sit and listen to class and actually get educated on how combat works in this game, you can ask actually meaningful questions. And you can understand why nobody wants to duel against somebody that runs 4 football fields back and forth. Yes. You okay today? I'm great today. I'm just trying to educate the populace on what's going on and like why certain 1v1s are not the most enjoyable and how people can make those 1v1s more enjoyable. You see more Aggie than normal? No, I'm having a blast. I just have short patience for people that are like, keep in mind, this is a group of like 5 people here that are just telling this guy, hey, you're playing like a rat and nobody's going to want to fight you if you're playing like a rat. And he's like, well, no, I'm not playing like a rat. And then when we point out, brother, you're actually running to Nuela and back, and it's very boring. He's like, no, I'm just playing like that. Be sending some updates on stats for 1v1 soon on PTR. Oh, Steven, hello. Good day, sir. Yeah. I mean, I've done feedback. I don't know if you've seen my graphic on things. I made a beautiful graphic with triangles that nobody will understand on a first look, but I've given like an MLA formatted essay on what these actually like represent. And I have takes. I'm excited for all of these changes, but I've done like doctoral level theses on these. Where are we bouncing for 1v1s? I don't think it's more a balance around hard 1v1s. I think it's more of a, like, these things are the substantial outliers, probably. Because there were a few very substantial outliers. There were a few very substantial outliers along the way. TTK in groups was slow too. I don't, like, it was slower, yes, but I don't think TTK in groups is, like, that bad. Now, with that being said, that's also having done the siege testing, which was albeit informal on the PTR. That felt solid. Now, that also primarily felt solid because of the oppression of CCs and stuff, but good PvP and movement, and then it all trickles down from there. Yeah, after playing on the PTR movement build, I'm gonna be honest, dude, this movement build is so annoying. I used to be such a fan of B-Hop movement too. I used to love just sending myself off a cliff with no fall damage and just getting away from everything in the game. It was gorgeous. It was ungodly beautiful. But how long was the TTK in the all-in after the 1v1 tourney? Do you want to see the all-in? Because I'll give you a preface on the all-in. Me, Saker, and Blotto grouped up. And it was 3 tanks. And we were running around. And we were just pillaging people that were outside of groups. Because all of us were so tanky. And, like, we ended up dying eventually to people that actually had, you know, a group comp. But, yeah, we don't die. We don't die. In that free-for-all? Yes! Yes, the free-for-all was fun, though. Like, I actually felt like a tank. I love that from Orphan's View. Jeez, Orphan Crippler is such a fucking crazy name. Orphan Crippler is so good. That genuinely might be S-tier name. I swear to God, it might be my favorite name. If it's better than mine, I might steal his name on launch. Will Fighter be buffed for Steam release? Because I heard Fighter's not good. Fighters had a few inadvertent, I don't want to say like inadvertent buffs, but like indirect buffs, I guess, recently. Same thing with like tank, rogue. Basically, my synopsis on this next upcoming TTK is basically melee up, range DPS sad, and part of that, fight me. Oh shit, my bad. Part of that, I think, is because of the fact that the movement system has changed substantially. You no longer have the Omega floaty dodges. Spring Step is, as of right now, gone. So you're essentially dodging without that 50% additional dodge distance. They've fundamentally changed dodging itself. Hold on, let me finish this yap. One sec, mid-yap. So they fundamentally changed dodge itself to where you're no longer infinitely just getting Omega instances of dodge or your max evasion. You dodge 1 instance of damage, and then the rest can hit you through the evasion. You lose the evasion bonus unless you're max HP. They've also substantially reworked the stamina damage from damage taken algorithm along the way. So blocking is up tremendous. Dusty show kit. I don't want to show my gear. I'm embarrassed. My gear sucks over here. I was hoping there would be boost NPCs in today. I was hoping I'd be able to get my medium set bonus, dog. I'm sitting at like 20% magic mitt right now. I'm cooked. I have 5-piece Rosarium Guard, I have 3-piece Blood Runner, and then I'm rocking Steel Bloom Jewelry right now. Is not good. It's Dodge, not iframe, and Ashes. Dodge is 100% increased evasion rating, so it's like effectively an iframe, but it's not a guaranteed iframe because evasion rating is countered by accuracy. You can see that in the character sheet here. So like Fizz evasion, Fizz accuracy. So if I am 112%, that 34.7% will still give me a chance to hit you through that evasion, albeit small. So that evasion rating in the future is going to be stripped on first instance of damage taken unless you have your stamina tree all the way spec'd up, and then you dodge at full stamina as well. So melee can punish people more often now. I don't even think it's a matter of like melee can punish people more often as much as it is like I can effectively like play the game as a melee, which is, oh, my bad. We just flagging there. Okay, sorry, I didn't know if we were starting. Okay. My bad. I'm a bitch. I got early shots in. I never know how people, like, run their startups. I'll just tank the Mary. You're gonna break this anyways. Good trip, Dusty. He got some good damage in on that, but everything's fine here. We'll get a trip here. We'll get a double slam off on this. Tomahawk in the back. We'll wall him in front. And then we'll keep this pressure up. I have literally 0 wound up on him right now. But I shall get the wound. Maybe if I can corruption bait him. We'll get a trip on that. We'll get ground pound out. 835. We'll get a secondary trip on this. It's just so much more fun when people actually stay within range. I love it. We're not running to Narnia and back. I don't even need to... Oh, the big resists. We do love to see that. We absolutely love to see that. And then the trip. And then second trip. Okay, cool. We just gotta stop him from running to Narnia. That's all. It's just a stop from getting to Narnia. But also, I think that's partly the difference between fighting healing bard and fighting a bard that's trying to aggro. Is it's all about the pacing. Like, that last fight was just annoying. So what happens when bard stands? Dead bard. Right, but when bard runs to Narnia, you have what you're seeing here, which is lonely bard with nobody to duel. Choose one. It's like a pick your fighter scenario. Bro, I'm 258 and 0 hosts. Brother hasn't killed anything. What? Sir, what do you mean? Brother has never got a kill on this stream in his life. I stopped. Brother stopped after I said I'm bored with this fight, GG's, after 15 minutes. Brother's limit testing how much he can get farmed on a stream. Jesus fucking Christ. It's boring because it is boring, bro. Nobody wants to just sit there and watch you fucking run the Narnia and back. Like, I'm so sorry to, like, shine that on you. But it's just such a boring fight, dog. I would rather sit here and yap to my chat than just chase after a bard that's just playing sustain like crazy. That's my honest take, brother. I wish I had other news for you, but like, there's nothing else to say. Come, let's duel for 10 minutes. Yo, Clue, he's not even gonna attack you though. Bro, he's just gonna run. He's literally just gonna sprint the way. Yo, Rack, what up, my boy? It is the last 5 days of the servers as we know them before these bad boys get wiped, and then we have 10 more days on the private test realm, and then the new servers come about. And let me tell you, I could not be more excited. I am so ungodly pumped. 258, I'm higher than that in greens. I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess his weapons are like poverty weapons. Cause like, he has actual pieces of armor. But I'm assuming it's just poverty weapons. Last few days we should be warring against everyone. Well, see, that's the problem. This is everyone. Like, war against who? We aren't gonna be able to war against anyone because any guild that we deck on is only gonna have 3 people on. Like right now, Katz is a Zerg because me and Emu are in the same place at the same time. Like if we drop it out right now, we're set. We're so set. I have actual webs in the green jewelry. Dude, I hate this gear set. Like, having tested what I've tested and understanding, like, it's 50% over here. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, we could all call right now. Hold on, peep this, peep this. Online member check, bro. I got 4 people on right now. I would come over. I gotta have 5 people in this bitch, bro. I swear to God, that is all we need. Yo, Fiero, how are you, my friend? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Yeah, 5 people runs this shit right now. 5 people's winning elections. 5 people's holding it down. 5 people is going up to the top of Carfin and sitting at the teleporter. I was correct to be going for Blood Runner, but like a million ravens block me. You want to see the saddest 2-sentence story that you've ever seen? Hold on, Toner, I'll be right back. I need to show my storage. You want to see the saddest 2-sentence story you've ever seen, brother? I spent a lot of time gathering. None of it was worth. My Nuela storage. Ravens out the wazoo. I gave all of my Grems to Havoc to get tanned up. So then, albeit, yo, Bellaray, what up, dude? How are you? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Then, on top of that, you look at my Halcyon storage. Halcyon is literally just my epics and Legos. I cooked so much. I was trying to shade out Grems for Ravens. Bro, have I showed you my trade skills? Like, tell me a world where this looks reasonable for me. Dog, I'm level 26 hunting. I gathered hundreds of Grems, hundreds of Ravens, wolves, you name it. Hunting went hard? Yeah, my 3 weeks of non-stop hunting streams? Yeah, that went insano style. Made so much off hunting. Oh, you sold your hunted goods in time. What a success story. I'm gonna Molotov your car. I want you to know, I hope you park it in the garage tonight. I didn't sell shit. I was gonna have 5 pieces of heroic medium gear crafted. I was making 2 pieces of Blood Runner, so I had my 5-piece Blood Runner. I was making 3 pieces of Torrent Scout. I was gonna be 8-piece medium. I was about to have Siphon. I was about to have Bulwark. I was about to have more set bonuses. I was gonna retain my Fortitude set bonus. And then I was gonna start converting to the block scaling, because block scaling is absolutely disgusting. Block scaling is actually part of the reason why in my triangle representation, blue, which is tank, is fucking 99% mitigation right now. But you guys have probably heard the spiel on those triangles a million times. Low-key, if you haven't though. It's a way to summarize how I feel about the deltas between different classes right now, primarily because of the percentage of power scaling that is coming off of gearing comparatively to the percentage of power scaling that is coming off of, like, you know, your core class, and the differences in percentage scaling between those core classes basically makes the delta between any two, you know, Fizz classes that are wearing the exact same set very, very, very low. So there's not as much of a base scaling difference between, like, tanks and DPS and everything along the way. It's more of, oh god, Emu. Oh my fucking lord. Well, fortunately, with no wound, you as cleric man can just have infinite heals. If there's no wound, you're absolutely fine. Hit him with your Phil Jackson again, the triangle offense. Yo, the triangle goes crazy. Black Friday deals going crazy. Nin, don't get baited. Carla was looking at a lot of Black Friday deals, and she was saying that, like, most of the Black Friday deals are kind of scam, because it's like, they jack up the prices and then they put a percentage off on them. Who's just running? Clue, were you just running away? Most of them jack up the prices before. Yeah, that would be like me saying I'm doing 35% off all T1 subs right now and then making T1 subs $10 a piece. Like, sure, it'd be a 35% savings, but like, it's not gonna be a net savings. Yeah, I mean, I've seen pictures where it's like stickers that are like a jack up in prices overall. They come back to normal prices. Yeah. I bought 2 27-inch 320 hertz 1440p monitors for $240 each. Those probably cost like $22 a piece to produce. I mean, regardless of Black Friday deal or not, you just gotta find the supplier. You gotta find the wholesaler of those bad boys before they get branded up. Because somewhere out there, the components exist. And someone out there is white labeling them, hoes. It's just somebody has white labeled them more than anybody else has. I know it's probably redundant to try, but what should I be doing at level 7 anyways? There's not a clear main story quest or anything for leveling, so I'm a bit lost. Yes, this is something that they're working on the continuity of with the private test run with the first time user experience over there. In terms of what you can do right now around level 7, depending on where you've gone for your questing experiences, if you've already done Second Sword Outpost, if you've already hit the harbor and you've completed all of those, then that's going to be your primary, like, 2 questing hubs to start. Typically at that point, people will get into more like group-based mob grinds. You could venture out to the more developed towns and take a chance that there are some commissions available. Commissions can also be found in, like, there's not an Aven's End commission board right now, but there's a baseline commission board for like kill and gathering commissions out here that'll give you some XP. And then I can check the commission board over here for you real quick, and I can see if there are any commissions out this way. Because typically, within the towns, if there is a mayor, You'll have commissions that get posted, which are basically like little town quests that can be completed multiple times, and then we'll put buffs out on the actual, you know, on the players within the zone of influence of that town. So, with that being said, I would recommend popping over. Let's see. Anything? Ah, there are commissions. All right, yeah, so like, these will give you different level objectives throughout that you can complete. And then they give various levels of experience. The levels of XP are going to be dependent on the risk associated with them, like the level of them. But for whatever reason, this one's 17k. I don't know if that's going to be tough for you at level 7 because of Highwind Hills. But you could probably find some decent gear for cheap as well. Hold on, let me see if I have anything. I would peep commissions though, for sure. Commissions are super consistent. They're not going to be your craziest XP, but they'll give you some light guidance along the way. What class are you playing? I have too much extra stuff. Very much extra stuff. That'll actually give you something to look forward to. Up cleric? Okay, perfect. I have just enough cleric shit. And by just enough, I mean I have a weapon. That's all we need. All right, adept, that's fizz power, but I mean, shit, you probably don't have a necklace. All right, cool. I don't know where you are, but you said you're over by Avens, right? So I can come over that way. Abuse my work power and bought everyone 360 hertz monitors for like $15 a pop. Bro, what? What do you mean $15 a pop, Nin? Yo, Esau, how are you today? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Appreciate you coming through. What you getting up to? Bot Smithy. All right, cool. I'll scoot my way over. I'm like on the other side of the map. Work up towards Steel Bloom and then meet me in the middle. Jonj! Listen. I'm glad. Exclamation cat. Jonj. What the fuck? No cat, Jonji. No ketamine in chat. We talked about this last time. You cannot bring your ketamine in chat. You have to. You have a fucking problem. You have an issue. Got them wholesale from China, I think. I mean, isn't that where they come from anyways? I mean, I'd be fine with that, bro. $15, whatever it may be. Fent, maybe. Ket, no. Oh, God. Yeah, we don't support that pussy shit in here. God damn it. God damn it. Head towards Steel Bloom? Yeah. I'll meet you up towards Steel Bloom because I'm coming down from Winstead. So we'll meet up that way. The Steel Bloom Ember Spring is going to be right, like, on these hills. So try to get over to the MB and then I'll meet up with you there and then I have a few weapons. Got clean up event 4 years ago. Flatline once, never going back. Ayo. Good for you. Not for flatlining, for getting clean. Yep. I also flatlined, but it was from a bee sting. So I'm also clean from bee stings for many years. I've tried to lay off. It's just an addiction that's hard to fucking beat, man. It's like I go a few years without a sting and I'm like, ooh, it'd be really nice to have my throat closed up right now. Allergic to bees and penicillin must suck. I'm allergic to bees and Fent. No, penicillin's fine. Penicillin's fine. It's bees and Fent. Yeah, so like, I've always said the ops best bet would be to essentially drive an Uber in a city, like say I go out to TwitchCon, right? You know, they drive an Uber, they pick me up, and then once they pick me up, they lock the doors and they turn like the safety locks on the windows on, and then they open up a box of bees, and then they like, you know, just Fent powder like they're LeBron in the car and then turn the air up on high. I'd be fucking dead in no time. I'd be cooked. That's my nightmare. That is actually like how to kill a Dusty in 30 seconds, bro. I'm cooked. You could actually probably shoot me and I might be able to survive longer than the Fent bee attack. Then you think about Fent bees? I don't want to know what those guys are going to be doing. You're psyched about the bees dying then? Does he hate the environment? I actually like the bees a lot. Like, the bees that sting me are not the little bumbly bees. They're the assholes. You know what I mean? Like, the little bumbly boys are cute. Like, I have a bunch of wildflowers and stuff that I grow. Like, I have many plants, and like, I like going out and seeing a bunch of bees pollinating the plants. Like, my parents have a garden. Every time I go up, it's wonderful to see so many bees out and about, because Maine still has a lot of bees. Like, yellow jackets and hornets and shit, though, I'm allergic to cyanide. I feel like everybody is allergic to cyanide. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I feel as though everybody in the world is very allergic to cyanide. You like the fuzzy butts? Yeah, the fuzzy butts are cute. They just out there doing their thing, man. They're just vibing. They're just trying to like keep the flowers up and stuff. One of the bees is so fat he makes the flowers turn upside down when he lands. Okay, we don't need to body shame the fucking bumbles though. They're just trying to do their thing. You can smell cyanide without dying. Is that like saying you can look at a nuclear explosion without dying? Because I feel like... How is cyanide ingested? Is cyanide like a, I gotta drink that shit? Doesn't it smell like almonds? Why would they make a poison that smells like almonds? Who the fuck likes almonds enough to get cyanided? If something smells like almonds, I'm not gonna eat it. That's like a, that's a turnoff for me. That's like a bad thing for me. Where's Bella? Oh, okay, see you. No wonder I love almonds. Corla the cyanide merchant. Jesus fucking Christ. I think the most common way of ingesting cyanide is cherry pits. Oh, like for the actual, like the Bing cherries? Bro, I hate maraschino cherries. Maraschino cherries are so ungodly bad. The texture's bad. Like it's I don't know. I don't like maraschino cherries. If I'm getting like ice cream and you put a maraschino cherry on that shit, nope. Nope, I'm out. I do not want it. I don't want the juice. I don't want anything. I will eat fresh cherries all day though. Cyanide can come in powder, pill, and liquid forms. And you know this off the top of your head, why? And like, what is being allergic to cyanide? Is that like you die more? Oh wait, here, take this. I like my flail runner more than Projector's Pride. There you go. You have the fastest mount in the game now. That'll be better than your RAM. We'll probably cover you for a good bit. Because you're probably going to be running around a lot, Doc. You get a rash on top of dying. Yeah, I can vouch. When I broke both my wrists and they gave me fentanyl for pain management and recovery, my throat was closing up and I was dying, and also I get hives on my chest. So I always like to point out both sides of that allergy, just in case we have, you know, one identifier or the other. It's like throat closing up and dying, bees or fen. Hives on chest, fen only. You know, there are some differentiators there. I don't get hives when I get stung by bees. Although I will say I got stung by a hornet in my left leg a few years ago. And like my entire left leg ballooned up, bro. Like I was wearing normal pants and it looked like I had one really big leg and one really small leg. Like my legs were built like an arm wrestler's arms. Is there rubber banding still? Last time I played a few months ago, it was laggy. Has that been improved? Oh yeah. In terms of like rubber banding on live, like movement and everything like that's very smooth. Server capacity, like server worker capacity and everything has, you know, been worked on a lot in terms of, you know, the resource allocations to the world. So even in areas of like higher population, testing settlement sieges, settlement wars, guild wars, huge caravan fights, the world feels a lot better. The fuck? Someone just steal my fucking mount? Steven! How you doing with my mount? The fuck? This has Donger written all over it. Donger, what the hell? I don't know. I just got a weird, like, is there a server worker border right here? I just got a really weird, like, load screen and then my mount was gone. I figured you were to blame. Sup? You know, there's no server worker border here. It was like somebody tried to teleport me and then they took my mount instead. What is this tomfoolery? Somebody's afoot here, and something weird just happened. No flashbang for Donger? Yeah, that's true. Every GM has their intro. It's like Donger comes around and there's just like this holy light flashbang, the glorious light of Vera. Honestly, that's what we need to introduce Donger as next dev stream, that he's on, the glorious light of Vera. He would fucking love that. Okay, yeah, there's no server worker here. So I guess I just went into a load screen in a no load screen game. And then my mount got snatched from me. Like a goddamn chain. Dusty mount? Yeah, this is Mount Spiracy, dude. This is Mount Gate. This thing's fast. Yeah, that's the fastest ground mount of the game right now. So I was using that one for, actually I wasn't using that one for long. The one that I like to use is my flail runner, because when I don't have my mount cosmetic on, it's like a little lowrider. He's drippy. The gear you gave has a red X on them. What's that mean? So when you hover over your gear, you will see and on the bottom of your like gear UI, there should be a lock unlock button. I have mine set to like close bracket, but you'll see the grade in the top right. The grade is the denomination of like what the level requirement of that piece of gear is going to be. So you have Initiate, which is your item level, or your level 1 to 9, your item level 369. Adept, which is required level 10 to wear, and then Radiant, which is required level 20 to wear. So I gave you some Adept and some Radiant gear because I don't have Initiate gear. Actually, here, take some money too, and then go check some player markets and see if there's gear that you can use. This will probably get you some good stuff. All right, yeah, just go check player markets and see if player markets have anything for you, and then you can probably buy yourself a decent gear set. Because crafting's boo-boo. There's probably a ton. I would go check Winstead. Here, yeah, follow us up this way. Follow us up this way. So in all of the big towns, you have like these player markets where people can buy and sell goods. So in a lot of those, people will take their old pieces of gear and then they will list those for like super cheap. So you'll notice like nothing in Ashes is bind on pickup, bind on equip. So most of the, well, actually all of the items that you were handed were all hand-me-down pieces that had been used by somebody else, given to me from the guild. Oh wait, you're level 8, huh? We gotta take the safe route. Blotto, you're on not letting our level 7 cleric die. You're on that duty. I'm leading the front. But yeah, so basically what you can do in the towns is search those player markets. Every town has its own individual player market as well. Where you can basically, what happens if you go to war with people in your party? It's happened before to me. I don't think we can fight each other in the party. I want to say it just stops us from being able to interact with each other. I'm pretty sure. Are there flying mounts? There are flying mounts, yes. However, they are relatively limited. And they are going to become more limited in the long term, to a certain extent. So, right now, flying mounts are mayor only. Now, out of every one of these, you know, these town areas, once a town hits tier 3 or higher, it can have a mayor. That mayor right now is just a popular election, just popular vote. And then from there, you know, once you're a mayor, you get your flyer. That flyer is usable as long as you're a mayor. Mayoral re-elections are on the 1st of every month. Unless, for whatever reason, there's an emergency election, like Zombie doesn't pay his taxes. Many things can happen. Other than that, there will also be, in the long term, some more stipulations on this. There are going to be 5 tiers to the towns, and we have up to tier 4 right now. So, in the long term, it is said that only the highest tier mayors will have flyers. Now, previously, that was going to be 5 mayors because tier 6 settlements, metropolises, were taken from us unjustly, I'd like to say. Justice for metropolises. From there, they have reduced it to 5 tiers of settlements and made each tier a little bit more, you know, meaningful in its scaling. So, from what we've, you know, kind of deduced right now, it'll be, yo, Balamoral, thank you for the follow. Sorry if I said that wrong. But yeah, from what we've deduced so far, it will very likely be T5 mayors that have the mayoral flyers. In the long term, there will be 4 different types of settlements with 4 different unique election processes. And then, say you don't want to be the mayor. Say you don't want to, you know, dedicate all of your time to helping other people. Reasonable. Fuck them. What have they ever done for you? I don't even know most of them. Fuck that shit. So, I like my gameplay loop being for me, and the people that I know, and the people that I play with. I'm not gonna be a mayor. I was a mayor once to say I did it. I had a cool flyer. I had a pink griffin. That shit was sick. I took so many cool screenshots. I felt like pirate software before the cancellation. It was awesome. So, that was a really good time. But being a mayor is genuinely meant to be a full-time job. It is coordinating with your citizens and the mayors and the leadership of other settlements to have the most efficient path of progression for your server. Not every town can reach the highest level, and not every town can have every building within it. So you kind of have to make decisions. My town will specialize in this. Your town specializes in this. Therefore, we have a network of towns that, you know, all contribute to the total crafting output of what we need. So say that's not for you, because that's honestly going to be for a very small percent of the player base. From there, you will have chances from very, 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 very difficult endgame content to drop an adolescent or a mount egg. that can then be given to an animal husbandress, that can then be hatched, that can then have a temporary lifespan on it, which will then allow you to fly during the lifespan of that. So the temporary lifespan is meant to, you know, coincide with the mares having to re-earn their mounts. Oh, sorry. Player market's over here. So this is your player market, marketplace manager. And then you have storage clerks over here, mailbox if you ever need the mailbox. I have hiccups. Dusty, you're so strong. Anyways, I would peep the player market. Other than that, there is a vendor right in the middle of town where I'm at right now. He says equipment vendor, but you don't really sell shit anymore. Just basic bags, rations, repairs, stuff like that. And then you have all of your apprentice tables that are kind of like, you know, scoured throughout this area. And then, other than that, you can just go to any of the buildings if you need crafting stuff. You probably won't need crafting stuff, though. Everything you need will probably be on the marketplace at this point. So yeah, they want to scale it back a little bit so it doesn't feel like a full-time job. Still trying to work out what that feels like. Yeah, I mean, that'll probably be nice. I definitely understand it, where it's like, you know, they want the mayors to be fully invested in the loop. But there is definitely a level of like, I mean, shit, we saw it with Zombie this phase. And then even when I was mayor last phase, my first few days as mayor, I was legitimately just, what? Alfred Cleric, wait. Is this Alfred the fighter? Or is this Alfredo the cleric? Is it like Alfred and then Alfred puts glasses on and then he's Alfredo? Yes. Why the fuck are you on a cleric? It's both. Why are you clericing? What the hell do you mean? But yeah, the mayoral loop right now it's rewarding when it all comes together, but it is a time investment. You have to coordinate so much. You have to be such like an administrative based person. You have to be willing to work with so many other people on the server, so many other entities on the server. You've got a diplomat. You've got to do so much. Do only mayors and such roles able to have a flying mount? Nah, so there will be mounts that can drop from the hardest content in the game, like super hard content that is not exclusive in the sense of like people can't actually access it, but like super exclusive in the sense that you've got to compete and fight over these objectives. So from there, you'll have a very, 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 very minuscule chance to have either an adolescent or an egg version of the flying mount that drops. You then give that to an animal husbandress. They then train that to a temporary lifespan flying mount. And then once that temporary lifespan flying mount exists, then, you know, you can have that for a little bit. But there will be more restrictions on flyers as well as it continues to develop. There will be a special building called a royal stable that you'll have to launch your flying mount out of. So you won't just be able to like call it in and deploy it anywhere. Royal stables will be present in the fuck. The discordance. I don't want it. Anyways, the royal stables will be a building that is present in every guild castle. But then you'll have to build it in settlements and you'll have to sacrifice one of your actual like building plots for it. So there will be some trade-off if you do want to be one of the mayors that has a, you know, a royal stable right there. On top of that, there will be a, oh, stand bar. Sorry, I was like, where the fuck am I going? I read a question. And then I lost my train of thought. There'll be like a stand bar, basically, with the flying mounts as well to prevent them from just being like omnipresent flyers. So they're meant to be a force multiplier where it's like you see a flyer in the sky and you know something's going down and you know that that's going to be impactful. The same way that you're seeing a goddamn fighter jet in the sky and you're like, oh no, what's going on here? So there is meant to be that level of like aura farm, so to say, when you see a flyer. So tons of brand new mayor gets elected and 20 seconds later people are like, where's this? Why? Yo, not to mention, hold on, Toner, the number of people that came in while KT was trying to get, I think it was jewel crafting that we're trying to push. And we're trying to get jewel crafting up. And we couldn't launder money because they stopped us from being able to launder money into the settlement because they're fucking rats. They fixed our tech. One master JC. No, it wasn't even one master JC. We did not have master. And people would go, when GM JC, Dusty? And I'd say, dog, we're still 150 gold away from master and it's taken us 3 weeks to raise 100. Poverty settlements had it down bad, bro. It was rough. It was 3 weeks of just like, yeah, we need gold, dude. If you wanna contribute, go spend money in KT. I still think there should be like a benefactor button where people can donate to the settlement itself, but that's neither here nor there. Do we get boost vendor today? If so, that would be peak. I would fucking love it if they brought the boost NPCs in today, if I'm being honest, because there are a lot of new players that, not necessarily new players, but people that are like prospective players that are going to be looking to shake off some rust, that are going to be looking to come back, check it out. Like, I would love to have the boost NPCs today. People could just get their gear sets. They could fuck around for 5 days, bring in the Lego gear pieces, bring in the dancing lobsters. Yes, like, I'm fine even if it's like green gear. I just want to get some medium gear on. I would love that. But yeah, if they got boost NPCs in, then we could tell all the new players like, hey, come level your character, see what you wanna see, check out the old TTKs so you have some perspective. So test the TTK with gear. I mean, this is not the PTR TTK, but for people that, you know, haven't played in a long time, it'll give them some perspective of like where we're at versus where we're going, and maybe help people bridge the gap of like, oh, maybe I am dying a little too fast to certain things. Maybe getting one combo through a trip does feel bad. And, you know, it can always provide some perspective, but at the very least, I don't think anything bad comes from it. It's not like anybody's actually playing over here in a legitimate way. Like, I have no emphasis on improving my gear. I have no emphasis on econing. Like, I'm just sitting here chilling. So, from my perspective, I'm fully in support of that. Does anyone else see Dusty on the bottom? Dusty never on bottom, cats on top. Actually, Dusty power bottom. Okay, anyways, just had to throw that one out there. So there wasn't any slander here. Your mountain's rotting, you no Tolnar. No Tolnar. No Tolnar. Rust. Z, no rust. Wait, what do you mean rust? Oh wait, no. I said shook off the rust. Like their personal rust, not like Rust the game. No. We don't bring that up because Rust the game is terrifying to me. Can you be a mayor as a casual? You could. In theory, once the other settlements are up. There are going to be 4 types of settlements. You have your scientific settlement, which is going to be your, you know, your popular election. Then you'll have your economic settlement. That's going to be, you know, an auction. You have your religious settlement or your divine settlement. That's going to be whoever completes the most quests for the settlement within that time frame of the mayoral election process. And then you'll have your military settlement. The military settlement, as of its latest discussions, is going to be a battleground state that opens up, you know, in the settlement during that election period, for periods of time where you earn points for player kills and for holding down objectives. And at the end of the election period, whoever has the most points from PKs and from holding down the objectives will then become the mayor for the for that 30-day period. So you could be a mayor as a casual. Right now, it's the popular vote with the scientific settlements only. So that makes it a little bit tougher for people who don't have a large support, you know, a large supporter back behind them to become mayors. But like, it's by no means a matter of, I mean, it may be as more large streamers come in, but like, we don't really have large streamers right now. And I don't think any of our streamers actually like want to be mayor. So it's not a matter of like, you gotta be a streamer to be a mayor or anything like that. Honestly, the mayors are typically really well-known people on the server from communities that are well-known and active. So that way people know that their mayor's always going to be there and be communicative. And then there is that element of like, oh, this person's been a mayor before. So, you know, putting them in as mayor again is just going to lead to more progression for the settlement, more progression for the server. So streaming as mayor has to be rough. It wasn't bad, honestly. Like, I gave a lot of content. I was also able to do a lot of like educational looks around like what was in mayoral stuff. Can we go to NYC again and go to Jellycat Cafe? Did we go there last time? Or is that a different place that we didn't go to? Do you know what level cap is going to be on December 11th? It'll still be 25 on December 11th. But in the event that we received one soonish, I think it would be the milestone update after this milestone update, based on what Steven said with secondaries maybe being planned at that point. Everything's subject to change. But like, if we're getting archetype reworks or potentially secondaries coming in next milestone update, then theoretically, that would lead into a level cap increase as well, because secondaries are going to be selectable at 25. Then we'll need points to put into our secondaries. So there will be some decisions to go along with it. Mayors generally work together with the server, each other, and Intrepid, at least in this phase of testing. Do we want to discuss how this phase of testing started? Since you say, I like it to say mayors generally work together. Do we remember the, I said generally. Yeah, we don't need to bring it up. We don't need to trigger anybody there, but, who the fuck was Greg? What do you mean? That's Greg. Don't disrespect Greg. The fuck do you have against Greg, dog? Greg's for the people. Greg ain't do shit to you. What do you mean, who the fuck was Greg? Who the fuck is Shinfish? Greg was yellow. That's his ult. I can't believe we have an exclamation Gregory. Is it Gregory 3? I think it's Gregory 3. That is my personal favorite of the Gregory series. Someone said Greg was EBC GM. Wasn't it just yellow? I'm pretty sure it was just yellow's ult that they used for like mayoring and stuff. So yellow could like do other shit outside of guild. I'm pretty sure it was yellow. Yeah. Well, the secondaries dramatically change the skills / how classes will play. I feel like adding 64 classes and balances you an undertaking for the next big milestone. It's not going to be all 64 for the secondaries coming in. They're starting with deployment of just tank and cleric secondaries. So it'll be like, you know, 2 secondaries for everything. So that'll be nice. Every primary will be able to augment with either tank or cleric for the secondary. I should word it like that. But essentially what you're looking at is 4 different schools of specialization that you can choose from, which I hope they don't stick too hard to the 4, because that seems like for some archetypes it may be a little tough to pull from in a meaningful way. Either way, that's their design choice, not mine. But from there, you'll be able to pick a like school of specialization and augment basically, and then augments will be placed, or you can place augments on your abilities as your primary class. I keep forgetting I can show my screen. So I'm a tank. I will always have my tank abilities. We don't know the structure. We haven't seen UI leaks. We haven't seen anything. So I'm just spitballing here. But presumably what I'd have is when I go into my secondary archetype, that gives me like augment points. I could select an augment, like select an ability, select augments to go on that ability of the various schools based on that secondary choice. For example, something I say as my, you know, my tank go-to is intimidating aura. Were I to go tank cleric, I could almost definitely somewhere along the line probably find something that makes this, because it's a once a second tick all around me that does AoE damage and a chance to stagger. So mayhaps if I go tank cleric, this has an augment where it's like, you know, heals for this much as well to any allies in the immediate vicinity, and then has a chance to apply a heal over time to allies or something like that. They'll be, you know, still at their core the same abilities. They'll just have augments of various power scalings from, you know, 1 to 10 in terms of the effectiveness of that augment. Some will be more along the lines of like, this does a different element, a slight change up. Some will be like, oh, your tank charge, if you go mage, could potentially be turned into, you know, maybe like a short range blink or something. But personally, I like charge more than I would like a blink, because I go zoom and I stagger people that I run through. So it's all going to come down to preference. Me, for example, I'm looking to probably go tank fighter or tank rogue. So with tank fighter, I ooga booga. With tank rogue, I become very evasive. I become very hard to catch, tanky class, and then, you know, potentially some temp stealth or some pseudo stealth associated with some of the abilities. Potentially some more of that CC on the rogue side, that poke and prod, that movement, those poisons. Like, I'm intrigued. I am intrigued. Now, I will say, as great as secondaries are going to be, I'm actually more excited for something that not a lot of people have been talking about. Intrepid a while back actually mentioned that we're going to be getting archetype ranks within our ability trees. So essentially right now I select or deselect an ability, and once these ranks actually come in, I will specialize in certain abilities, or I will spread my points, you know, more evenly throughout to not be as specialized and more of a blanket build, as I would call it. But me personally, I'm going to look to play into maybe some of my trips, maybe some of my big damage for small scale, and then for larger scale, maybe play into like some Indomitable Spirit, some banners, maybe some wall points if that does something intriguing with wall. There are many different routes that I can actually go with tank, because we have a few like subdivisions. Tank has CC, tank has damage, tank has self-sustain, tank has party sustain, tank has damage redirect, tank has area control. So tank genuinely has an ungodly amount of choices that can be made within its build already. And this is shown by me running a different 1v1 build, 3v3 build, like AVA build, mass scale build. I change things up in essentially every form of gameplay that I'm already in as a tank. But this is nowhere near the level of customization that we're going to get. They sell exclusively food jelly cats. Wait, what do you mean food jelly cats? I think John G is more on the jelly than the actual jelly cats. I think you're gonna have to elaborate a little bit because I'm pretty sure that's a food version of a plushie. Is that what I'm gathering? Because I don't like food stuffed animals. Why do you want to eat stuffed animals? I'm gonna tell Steven you want to eat a stress plushie. Then Steven's not gonna like you. I'm telling. You coming for the stress plushie. That stress plushie is pivotal to Ash's creation success in the long term. Thing's probably been in so many goddamn meetings at this point. Maybe that's where the bug is. Maybe that's where the meeting leak came from. I gotta send him a plushie. Wait, that would be crazy. Wait, like, what if the hat Vladis sent in had, like, a bug, like a wire that was, like, sewn into the brim or something? Oh my god, we could have, like, some Spy Kids shit going on. Wait. Get the fish and chips, where you hit the plus with a wand. Wait. Don't say fish and chips. Because fish and chips... Oh, fish and chips, Dr. Frankenbob! Are you a spy? I talked about spy Suterfuge tech and brother came in with the 10 and scared the hell out of me. Oh my goodness gracious, Dr. Frankenbob, thank you. Hoofsy! Oh my god, Hoofsy coming in with a 10. And now we're one set of 100 gifted subs away from a hype train incoming, boys. Holy cow. One simple slash gift 100 gets a hype train on the tracks. Holy cannoli, who would have fucking thought? Wowee. Hoofsy, thank you for the 10. Dr. Frankenbob, thank you for the 10. And some poor soul asked a question during that, and their message is way the fuck off screen. Oh my goodness gracious. What? What? I was just talking about the new hype train stuff. I was just trying to facilitate ideas here. Well, thank you for the 10, Dr. Frankenbob. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate you guys. There's a camera in that plushie. Listen. I wouldn't be shocked. Check Discord. Bro, why everybody coming in just yelling at me to check Discord lately? Got excited at one point and then Arcane Adam yelled at me. Oh shit, wait. Wait, did I just shot call yours? Wait, that's so funny. I've got an internal on like the Hussy Ultimate. Dusty, can we go to New York, please? New York sucked. It was all tolls. And like, I was also gonna DM you at some point. What the fuck did I do? Why is everybody getting mad at me? I don't know what I did. Every time someone comes in and they just go, Dusty, Discord. Can we go to New York? Yeah, but like going to New York means we'd have to go to New Jersey. And like New York's a bunch of tolls and like...
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
No, but I'm smart enough to know New York smells like actual human fecal matter. It's filled with rats. Remember who's in New Jersey? Remember who didn't come see us last time we were in New Jersey? We literally were in New Jersey in an Airbnb and there was no Hussy. New York is gross. I saw a dog-sized rat in New York in Central Park and the entire city just smelled like people were peeing and pooping. The snow will cover up the smell. I don't think the snow will cover up the smell because the thing about it is when it's really cold, the poo freezes and then you'll just be walking down and you'll see piles of frozen poo like you're on Everest. So, I mean, I guess that'll get you in a good place. How they fix tank move that pulls enemies? Yeah, grapple. Yeah, grapple grapples now. They also buffed it. So, if I grapple somebody... Alright, fine, I'll show you. Grapple grapples. Yes, grapple grapples, walls. There are many good things to both. Alright, fucking hell. Everybody's fighting over here. Hold on, come over here. Alfred, this way. We gotta get out of everybody else's fucking noodles, brother. We're down horrendous. Just stay on a park bench. The rats would carry us away. Like, the rats would unironically pick us up and then carry us away. Those were fucking huge rats. Okay, this is fine. This is plenty. I just want to make sure we had enough space without getting in other people's salads. Pew. All right, we combat. I've arrived. I'm ready. You want to take bum real estate? The bums were quite nice. We were in a lot of the parks doing my IRL stream from New York when the parks were closing and stuff. And there were a lot of bums that were actually pretty chill. I don't know. I think most of the bums were like nicer than most of the normal people. Until you take their bed? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That is probably a relatively fair evaluation of it all. Like, if I was a bum and somebody took my bed, I'd be pretty pissed. Are you gonna go into your... Okay. That's an early flare. And it's playtime. Oh, what the fuck? Get back here, you rat. We cannot have any of that now. That simply cannot be allowed to exist. And now we pew pew. Because I need to get my wound up. Please, give me wound! Oh, thank you. Jesus Christ, man. He's gonna get that flare off. I can't do jack shit about that if I'm being completely honest. Kristen, thank you for the 100 biddies, boys. We got the hype train on the tracks. We got Dr. Frankenbob coming in with the 10 gifties to start it out. We got Kristen with the 100 biddies, or the 10 gifties. Hosty coming in with the 10 gifties. Kristen coming in with 100 biddies. I greatly appreciate that, guys. If you have a Twitch Prime, if you have a T1, T2, T3 that you were just looking to spend on somebody, I know somebody that would love that right now, and you would also get exclusive emotes that you can only get during hype trains. And I greatly appreciate all the support as I chase down this goddamn cleric and try to keep the pressure up. I am so bad luck right now with every single one of my wounds going out. Like, I'm getting terrible, 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 horrible RNG on my wounds right now. But if I can keep a 10 stack up, then everything's fine. Okay, you no longer have any dodge. I can pull you out of this, and then it's playtime. This should be good to Mage. No wings. Second trip. Should be dead here. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, everything's fine. I can get another slam here. I can keep melees up. I have no fucking wounds. No, why have I let my wounds fall off yet again? I'm such a poser. That's so sad. That's so sad. And then I had a fucking input carry over there. I can pull through this, get him out of that. We'll get a spike out here. He's getting his wings out as soon as I'm pulling him. I gotta be cautious about that. Make sure that I'm not cooking myself too much. He's got the self heals on the judgment. I just need a proc, please. Can I get a goddamn RNG proc? Thank you. Everything's fine. All right, 20 seconds of wounds. I can actually move in now. I'll get out of this. And then we'll get back in. Spoiler alert, I did not get out of that, but I have 2 seconds before I am actually unsilenced. We'll keep some pressure up. He no longer has a dodge. Chains are gonna come out. I'm actually gonna pull him out of this so I can pressure through this. We'll just try to get some damage up since I do have my debuffs up on him right now. I gotta keep those wounds up because honestly, Divine Flare is not gonna matter that much. 20 seconds of wound, and then I can get in range with the sword, try to get a shaken out on him. If I get a shaken out on him, I can get a full combo out on him, and this will hurt a lot. So he has no wings here. We'll get a tomahawk in the back. We'll go into double slam, into one more slam. Just kidding. No, I won't. This is fine. I got the big CC out there as well. That's going to be huge cleave for your boy. We just got to keep these wounds up. My wounds are... they're down again. That's fucking rough. I'm playing my wounds a little bit too aggro right now and a little bit too, like, lackadaisical for my own personal preference. I've let my wounds tick off way too many times just trying to be a little bit more aggro. And that's no bueno. But as long as I can keep him out of all of his heals right now, I got 2 seconds till my wounds go down again because my RNG is the worst. Ay! Then I put 2 full combos into him and no wounds. Everything sucks. This is perfectly fine though. I can get a big intro here. And then a slam. Wings didn't take him away that time. That's good. Second trip. We'll get another slam. 2 hits of the Vengeance. Tomahawk in the back into the 3rd hit of the Vengeance. And then it's more left clicks. Pull him out of the flare. That flare does not go off. I got 3 seconds. He's going to try to get more big heals out on himself. Can I get a fucking wound proc, please? Dude, my luck is so bad. I'm just not getting wound procs. It doesn't exist. My wound doesn't exist. I have 4 stacks. I need 10 stacks. I cannot get 10 stacks. I cannot get 8 stacks. I cannot get 5 stacks. I cannot get anything. I get 4 stacks and then only 4 stacks. I need 1 more wound proc, please. Proc, thank you. Thank you. That's absolutely beautiful. I appreciate you coming here. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And now we're going to try to get a shaken buff out. He's going to be 1 dodge here. And then shaken buff goes out in 3, 2, 1. And damage goes out. So we're going to go with a quad slam combo here. That was a really good dodge from him. Probably saved his life, because if he did not get out of that, then he was getting the quad slam. 1v1s look tough. 1v1s with people who know what they're doing can be a little annoying. Also, I'm getting terrible fucking luck right now, if I'm being completely honest. I am getting such bad luck on my wound fall off. So basically with wound, I'm just relying on RNG. I have a 55% chance to put wound up on my 3rd hit and a 45% chance to put wound up on my 4th hit. And I am just getting really, really, really bad luck with some of my combos, as they're called, where I effectively just can't keep wound up on him enough because of RNG cooking my shit. because I have to actually use abilities to be able to do any form of damage, right? I've got to keep that pressure up. But like right here, my wounds are just expiring. I have a 10 stack of wounds that's just going off. I put 3 combos into him and I didn't get a 55% or a 45% back to back to back to back to back to back. So sometimes RNG just isn't on your side. And that's a bit of the problem over here. Is this a TTK issue you're talking about? No. This is the good TTK in a lot of people's minds. This is the TTK that people are like raving about that they want back. Yeah. This is the good one. This is like the intrepid please don't take the TTK. Now, personally, I think this TTK is equally boring. I still don't think the HP scaling is a problem. As somebody that is big tanky frontline boyo, I am willing to say that the health isn't the problem. Are those people in the room with us? Oh, brother, you would not believe how many people are like, this is the perfect TTK. This is amazing. Intrepid should not touch this at all whatsoever, no matter what. I think that's a big thing. Clerics who cleanse make it hard. I want you to know on record, he wasn't even cleansing. Oh, wait. Like, it wasn't even cleanses. I was legitimately going through multiple combos and just watching my wound fall off when I have 55% chance and 45% chance to put wound up. I was just getting terrible fucking RNG, if I'm being completely honest. I was losing so many consecutive coin flips. The worst instance that I had that fight was putting 3 combos into him back to back to back. And then like, no proc, no proc, no proc, no proc, no proc, no proc. It was so shitty. But also, he did a really good job of watching his wound timers, and as soon as that wound would get ready to fall off, he would have a heal ready to go, so that anti-heal wasn't there. So, 2 people who should be doing damage, it should be tanking and healing, AV good for TTK timing, which is hard to figure out when smaller group fights happen. Oh yeah, of course. Like, 1v1s are susceptible to so many things. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest, you don't want to hit a tank, and you don't want to try to kill a cleric if you're a tank, because you're wasting your time trying to 1v1 a cleric, and they're wasting their time hitting a tank. So the entire trade in terms of a group-based fight there is I walk up to him and go, trip, and then I run and I find a squishy, and then I hit somebody else. Assuming because cleric goes way longer than normal. Yeah, like tank cleric, tank bard, tank rogue even can go really, really, really long. And that fight was going to end soon, even if I didn't get the big burst, because like as a tank, I can out-resource a lot of people. I can just play my health, my mana, and like just make sure that I'm getting combos off, because with my weapon combos, my finisher and my extended finishers, that basically gives me, when I'm using my longbow, refreshing follow through, which is mana stack, and then inner fire, which is HP and mana stack and stamp stack. So that's really, really, really high value just across the board. And then over on my two-hander, when I'm in melee range, I run ward so I can get some HP shield, and I can hot swap these on the go. So if I'm not losing the mana battle, I can switch on ward for some more HP shield and some more block chance. I can no one's gonna switch on Keen Edge. I'll be completely honest, no one's gonna switch on Keen Edge. No one's ever playing fucking Keen Edge. But yeah, so there are a few different changes that can make it a little faster, but like cleric is not supposed to be, you know, the big just die to something immediately. It comes down to more of a resource battle in the 1v1s, because like cleric's emphasis isn't doing damage to somebody. Tank's emphasis isn't, you know, it's also not just bursting somebody in one hit. So they're already a bad damage class that's then doing less damage because I'm a super tanky class, and they're a sustain class, and I'm basically like a debuff and like trip bot class. I do okay damage, but my job is to say like, hey, we're going to go on a target and then pull the target and then wall the target and then kill the target. So why is the TTK PTR so increased when that looked like it was long enough? In groups, you get Thanos snapped very, very, very easily. Like 1v1s aren't really the point of balance in Ashes. They say that 8v8s is their big intended point of balance. So in 8v8s, right now, it can be very quick to like, I see Alfredo, I mark Alfredo, I pull Alfredo, wall behind us, and then he's dead before he can do anything. 1v1s were never really intended to be like the big emphasis, just because there's so much variance in like how people build. You know, you'd normally ignore and CC a tank in large scale combat. Like, I would spend my entire fight, instead of complaining about people healing and running away, I'd spend my entire fight complaining about being CC'd and, like, you know, constantly in-capped. And that would just be, that would be slightly unfortunate. And I'm gonna complain anyways, like, I got to, but that's how you deal with tank. You do not want to be trying to trade with tank or anything like that. So in groups, it's vastly different. I think group time to kill actually felt quite solid. Outside of the time to kill changes too, with just the immediate stat changes, one thing that isn't being talked about much at all is the movement system changes. The movement system changes are phenomenal, but in my opinion, at least, with the stamina changes, they added in ability costs for each of these, and they kind of reworked some things in the stamina tree, so now you can't just have everything. But essentially, Spring Step is gone. So Spring Step is the final point up here, where it's a 50% increased dodge distance. So you see that I momentum carry like crazy. If I do this, way less distance. So that's kind of where we're at on the PTR. Like, the dodge is way less oppressive over on the PTR than it is here. And as a result of that, not even from just like a base TTK standpoint, but as a melee standpoint, you'll notice in these 1v1s, I'm pew, 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 and then I'm like, okay, maybe I, you know, use my my two-hander long enough to get a buff out from it. But I'm not walking at them with a two-hander, because I walk at them, they back dodge, I forward dodge, they back dodge, I forward dodge, and then I can actually kind of play as a melee. But the dodges are very silly over here right now. They used to be sillier. What's your ideal TTK then, as compared to this version? I mean, it's gonna sound really fucky after watching like tank and cleric 1v1s too, because like, you watch a tank cleric 1v1 and they last that long. If I fight a mage right now, like, I can go fight Zop and I'll just one combo him. I will 100 to 0 a mage before they can even, you know, get a full combo off. So there are the elements of, like, in 1v1s in particular, cleric, bard, tank, rogue, really strong. Really, you know, good independent sustaining based classes with good damage, good survive, good disengage, good pretty much everything. My personal ideal time to kill as a melee player, I really like to see my health bar bouncing a lot. So I guess we will break out the triangles. Hold on. I'm going to give you guys a rundown of the triangle offense real quick. And essentially what I mean by the triangle offense is my thoughts on time to kill scaling. Because I've drawn up an entire graph about this. So get out your pencils, boys. Not the triangle, you're going back in the triangle. I'll make it quick. Also, if you're crashing a lot, check your graphics settings. My recommendation would be to not run super resolution, ray tracing, or Lumen hardware ray tracing. These are scams, and these allow kernel level access to your PC and also give Intrepid your bank account information. So do not run these. They don't do either of those things just for legal purposes. I don't even know what kernel level access means. It's just something I've always heard nerds talk about. So they already have it. Yeah, that's true. They could probably, I mean, they're not running out of money. They could actually just crypto our shit. Fuck it. I do recommended settings. All right. Yeah, don't let that decide for you. I have more hours in this game than that goddamn recommended settings category does here. Copy these. I'll be right back. I'm gonna bring my coffee cup out. Copy these if you're crashing a lot, and then adjust as you'd like to. And then do this stuff. We need more processing power for the crypto side biz. Chat, tap in. With one simple investment of a shitload of RAM and a few processors, you too can help Intrepid Studios get some awesome NFT-based housing plots. So picture this. You're tired of the in-game grind. It's become too much, and you just want to retire on a freehold and RP a little bit. So you offer me 1,000 Phoenix coin instead of in-game gold to acquire my freehold deed. Then, upon acquiring that freehold, you realize, damn, Dusty is stacked. He's got the Steve of Burden NFT. He's got the Planendorf Flashbang OG with Planendorf in sunglasses. He's even got the elusive GM John portrait as an NFT. He's got the big three. You've got at least 22,000 Phoenix coin just in artwork hanging in that freehold. And on top of that, you're generating more Phoenix coin because each of those pieces of art passively bring in Phoenix coins. Yes. Yes. Listen, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Kernel level anti-cheat is basically a super in-depth monitor on your stuff.
Oh, they just assign a GM to me for that anyways. Yeah. There's not really much to monitor. It's just manic ramblings and conspiracy theories here.
Like the Baccarat tables? The Baccarat tables claim all.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
The Baccarat tables could be our greatest downfall or our greatest come up yet. Okay, I'll be right back, chat. I need to bring my coffee cup out because it's getting to 5 p.m. EST. If I have coffee past 5 p.m. EST, I turn into an actual gremlin. And I'm gonna try to not turn into a gremlin today. So, watch his hardware, monitor-related things, etc. So would that interfere with the streamer client? Because when I boot, I'm supposed to go into my task manager and disable easy anti-cheat so nothing gets in the way, they say. Is that... Oh.
Dusty, stop Oh.
Alright, be right back. Good day. I'm back on proper hydration. It's fucking stupid water time. Oh my god, wait, holy shit. The house just ate. Oh my god. Oh my god, I see loss. This looks like 2008 all over again. Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Ni hao Nova, how are you, my boy? This looks like my portfolio. Holy. Nin. Do it again. Double up. Double up. All right, boys. DustyWhy's triangle offensive deltas. This is going to make 0 sense to you if you're just looking at it right now. But the question was asked, what's my ideal TTK? And I can tell you how I'd start to get there as well. You want some fucking thoughts, you'll get some goddamn articulated thoughts, chat. So, what you're looking at here is DustyWhy's triangle of character scaling. You have, effectively, 3 types of scaling that contribute to your character's overall power in any game. You have power, which is your offensive stats. You have health and mana, or your resource portion of your triangle. This is health, mana, regen, all of those things. And then you have your mitigation side of this. Mitigation is your raw mitigation, damage minuses, mitigation, block chance, block rating, evasion, parry. If you have a parry, we do not have a parry, so I did not include it here. Your power side of things. Power, crit chance, crit damage, attack speed, pen, accuracy, any of those offensive scalars along the way, cumulatively giving you your power output, which is essentially your vacuum, potential damage as you scale up. So with that being said, different builds will have different weights on this triangle. Different classes should have different weights on this triangle. Notice how I say they should. Chatter, I hope you're having a beautiful day. Now, what we have right now is my visualization of the representations of field differences between tank, DPS, and a DPS mimicking a tank build. So what we're looking at is tank to start out, and this was so much easier when I was drawing it all at first. Tank to start out is a very high mitigation scaling build, especially with the build that I was running, which this is based off of for the 1v1 tourney. This build is abusing mit scaling and block rating to basically effectively have 90 to 95% mitigation just across the board. You hit me for 100? Nope, you're unironically hitting me for less than 10. No matter whether you are Fizz, Magic, or anything in between. So, with that being said, we are also going to be some of the highest health and mana scaling, but with the scaling over on the PTR, DPS was still able to, and DPS represented by red, was still able to basically bridge about 80% of the gap HP-wise, the same way we're able to bridge a pretty substantial portion of the power gap up here between us and DPS. So more or less what you're looking at is standard DPS feel. DPS being, I'm going to be honest, most using two-handers and not using shields already means that that's going to be a huge gap, but we'll get into that in a second. So without a shield, you're sacrificing a lot of mitigation. You're gaining some damage. Makes sense. Health and mana scaling, DPSs are naturally going to put a little bit more emphasis on the power scaling side instead of health and mana scaling. That represents your deltas here. However, the problem lies in the fact that tank and DPS have no deltas if they were to be wearing the same set. Now, these are slightly offset, so you can essentially see the representation of it all. And of course, this isn't based on actual math. We're just feeling this out with chat, just talking about the actual relative field testing of everything. But what we saw with the duel tournament, with the 1v1 tourney, and with a lot of these mirror matchups is essentially tank, fighter, rogue, shit, throw ranger in. All, and keep in mind, this is before abilities come in, before the archetype kits come in. The base scaling of every single class is the exact same. It's like 98% the same right now. And essentially, if two classes are in a mirror kit, for example, a tank and a rogue, both using a one-hander and a shield, and then also using similar armor scalings, there's going to be no difference between the two in terms of the actual scaling and no differential feel other than the abilities themselves. So, what we have right now is a very mitigation-heavy meta. There is ungodly amount of scaling when you look at the mitigation side of the tree. Again, my tank build is effectively 90 to 95% mitigation to every type of damage when I do have my ideal pieces. You cannot do damage to me. You simply don't. I do enough damage to you to beat you. The reasoning for that, and why mitigation is so good right now, and why you even saw like DPS in the 1v1 tourney that we're using sorting boards. You'll see up here, I took my tank's relative crit chance at 52.1 over on the PTR. Just nerf Dusty, problem solved. No, bro, I'm not even good. I just like yapping about numbers. So basically, crit chance, abundant. Then you look at pen. Penetration is both the funny word and also the direct counter to mitigation scaling. Right now, a lot of people are attributing our scaling problems to health and mana, resource or meta. Sure, that's a part of it. But every point of health is protected by all of the mitigation scaling that is in place that is uncounterable because penetration doesn't exist. Sorry, I giggle. But in my humble opinion as man, every build, like, I mean, I'm gonna be real, even on live right now, I have pee-pee poo-poo gear with no incentivization around crit chance scaling whatsoever. I'm at 35.3% Fizz crit chance on live with like green gear and like greens and blues. I'm not even scaling crit chance. So with crit chance being as high as it is, especially on the top end of things, I feel as though cutting out some of the crit chance and then throwing that at a pen or taking a look at the mitigation scaling would lead to a really fun TTK. Where your health bar is actually bouncing up and down a little bit because you need the health and the mana. And this is, again, just my opinion and how I look at it from, like, my experience in MMOs, right? I like having a lot of health and mana to play off of, so that way people can actually play the game and can actually have their resources. Now, resource in abundance, so you can free cast forever, bad. but resource so you can be very actionable in combat. You can get pulled in and you can take lots of damage. You can get healed for lots of damage and you can play into that, right? The way that I describe it is I want my health bar to be in between 10 and 90% all the time. And the way that that's accomplished is by giving me enough mitigation to have the build to not just get spiked, right? So base mitigation from gear is incredibly high. I can still use a sword and board in large scale. And even if base mitigation gets nuked, I can actively block. I can guard when I get pulled in. That's going to give me that second layer of mitigation. So where I'd like to see tank mitigation is like somewhere in here. Like bring down mitigation from block rating scaling and then bring down base mitigation a little bit. Allow me with that large HP pool to sponge more damage and to actively take more damage and restore more HP along the way, but make it so people are getting through a portion of my mitigation and so people are hitting me for a slightly higher amount of damage to accommodate for that larger HP pool. And that could lead to like number inflation eventually if it goes too high, but I'm not a game dev, I'm just a feel person. I can't tell you the numbers on it, but I can sure as hell tell you how I like the feel to be. And I feel like that was one of New World's strong points as a melee. Like I've played many MMOs as a melee. PvP in New World as a melee, you were constantly going from 90% to 40%, getting healed up to 80%, dropping to 60%, getting healed up to 90%, and then the heals go to somebody else that's lower than you. And so you're playing your life a little bit, you tick down to 40%, another heal comes in. Like that was phenomenal as a melee. And that's really hard to get as a balance, but I feel as though the infrastructure is there that will lead to that HP balance meta. Now, whether that's what Intrepid wants or not, I'm not one to say. I'm not one to dictate their time to kill. I just voice my preferences and then play whatever they give me and try to figure it the hell out. I pride myself in being able to figure out, new metas, new builds. I try to put in a lot of work to get that. But anyways, part of what I think would also help this in the long term, you notice that when the builds are mirrored, essentially this is a representation of the class as being 98% the exact same. Most of the character power scaling is coming from gear. They have reduced the amount of, base attribute scaling. And in addition to that, while a lot of your percentage gain is coming from your gear choices, which is going to reduce like the base class variance, there is also no variance in waterfall attributes. So with waterfall attributes, that's like my strength, my dex, my con. Those are my main stats. The waterfall attributes are the fizz power, fizz crit power, fizz accuracy, and disable power coming from strength, the fizz power, fizz speed, fizz crit chance, fizz evasion, and fizz disable accuracy from dex, and then this laundry list of shit including max health and some mitigation stuff from con and from mentality on that side, right? So all of the waterfall attributes for every single archetype, every base archetype, are the exact same. So if you're a fighter and you use my gear set, your numbers are going to look eerily similar to my numbers. Your damage on your left clicks will be the same as mine. Your mitigation will be baseline the same as mine. Obviously, I am tank, so I have some mitigation, impactors in terms of my abilities. But more or less, we will be 95 to 98% the same baseline stats before buffs are looked at as an additive. And I'd love to, and I don't know the ramifications of this, of course, but I'd love to maybe see like some more base variance in the feel of how those waterfalls are impacting different classes. It's like, why can I as a tank scale up power from strength as efficiently as the power scaling classes like DPS? I feel like I should have an affinity for con where I should benefit a little bit more from the con side of things as a tank, but I should sacrifice a little bit of that strength scaling, maybe take away one of my fizz power scaling, and then give me, one extra point of health scaling and con to accommodate for that. For Rogue and Ranger, lean more into the dex side of things instead of the strength that you'd lean into with Fighter, with Tank. And then a little base variance in those waterfalls actually leads to every archetype feeling substantially different in terms of their numbers output. That could lead to a whole slew of balance issues, but to me, Mr. Ignorant with mic and camera, just spitballing ideas, it sounds fun. Again, I don't know how this would impact the web of things that Intrepid set up, but like, I would one day really love to see some variance in waterfall stats. Crows, Frosty, how are you guys? I hope you're having beautiful days. By the way, chat, no word of boost NPCs yet. I'm trying to maybe plan a riot where we can find where they keep the boost NPCs and we can free them. And then the boost NPCs will be here to support us. at the very least, the boost NPCs are going to be here on the 1st of December, so you guys will be able to get characters up, like boosted, geared out, leveled, whatever you want to at that point. I feel like we should start a change.org petition. And we should try to push that up. See my Discord message from last night? No, did you message me on Discord last night? The fuck? No, I don't check my Discord messages. I'm really bad at checking my Discord messages. I'm gonna keep it a buck. They're above Forge. You think I'm joking, but I'm not. The fuck? I swear to God, if I run all the way out to Forge and they're not there, you get banned. Are you willing to put your life on the line? Tanks do too much damage. It's pretty wild. I think it's the fact that tanks can do too much damage. I feel like tanks can also build tanky, but I feel like tanks can do too much damage. I should not physically be able to scale damage as efficiently as a DPS, in my opinion. I think I, as a tank, should be limited in the amount of fizz power that I'm getting as a return for strength. Like, I would be full willing to go down to 2 fizz power per strength to go up some of my con stats as a tank, and then have fighters still retain that 3 from strength, and then maybe switch the 3 to dex for a rogue and have it be 1 fizz power for a rogue from strength, 3 from dex, and then have ranger be like 2 and 2. That's immediately going to be all of your archetypes now having different levels of power ceiling and where they would be scaling that power ceiling from. So, some CCs got their acceptance message in their junk file due to some weird verbiage in the subject line. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, there was some wackiness with that. It got all sorted, though. Actually, I think I forgot to respond to mine. I have to respond to mine. Hold on. I'll do it after stream. I need to... Chat, remind me at the end of stream to respond to my email from Intrepid, please. I need to... someone set a reminder in your phone. I have an iPhone, but I don't know really how to use it. So, do you get accepted?
I don't know if we can talk about it.
Someone said something about an NDA, so I don't want to get in trouble. And anytime I get excited and say something, Arcane Adam pops up from the shadows and he's like, Discord. I'm like, oh, fuck. So I'm trying to not get in trouble. Check your Intrepid email before end of stream. Pin this. All right, I got you. Hold on, pinning it. Hofsy valid. Also, Hofsy, what are you doing on New Year's Eve? You want to hit whatchamahoo's Times Square for New Year's Eve, and then stream New Year's Eve from Times Square? That'd be fire. That'd be so fun. Yo, Facus, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, dude. I appreciate you. You haven't signed the NDA yet, so that's where they're supposed to send us that part. They can't control me! I've signed an NDA, but also, let me tell you what. The day they lifted the NDA from the PTR visually, dude, that VOD is getting used like a 2002 Toyota Corolla at a single car household with 4 working people. Let me tell you what, that shit has hours on it. I disagree. If you change attribute value for each class, you narrow build diversity even more to the point where it's only 1 valid focus for each class. Yeah, that's also a valid take on it, and I wouldn't want build diversity lowered, but I also feel like there's a point where you can absolutely encourage build diversity still, because then every ranger would still be gearing differently based on what you're looking at, because like rangers would still all have the same waterfall stats and everything would be similar. In my mind, it's just something to slightly alter what the ceilings are within it. Because right now, like, fighter is invalidated because I can do every bit of what a fighter can in terms of bursting a target down, and I can also be tankier, and I can have protect and Aegis, and I can have banner, and I can have wall, and I can have grapple. There's, even with the changes, I'm gonna be real, there's still not really a reason to use a fighter. I'd rather have 3 tanks in my group next phase than 1 tank and 2 fighters. I'm still gonna encourage every single fighter to just play a tank and be better. That's where I'm at. Because, like, at the end of the day, build diversity this, build diversity that. there's a reason why you see a few classes really honed in on in like competitive minded guilds, and it's because build diversity as much as you want. People are going to figure out what works the best in what scenario and capitalize on that. Can you grapple a driver off a van? I haven't tried it on the PTR. Grapple has been really fucky. Sometimes I can pull people off of their mounts. Sometimes they just ignore me. But grapple has been way better recently than it was. Z, I hope you have a beautiful night. Oh, by the way, I made smash burgers last night, late night. They were fucking delicious. And then I crumbled the nice crispy hamburger patties and put them on a delicious pizza. And then I put a lot of pineapple on that, and then I ate it. The last part's a lie to trigger you, but I hope you have nightmares about it. Fuck you. I did make smash burgers. I do want you to know. I made smash burgers after stream last night. They were fucking delicious. Absolutely wonderful. Not gonna DM you anymore. Worked out horrendous. I don't check my DMs anyway. I'm like a ghost over there. Is grapple 100% action? What do you mean by that? Like, is grapple something that works all the time? Sounds more of a ability X and of class Y has a too high multiplicator built in, but I get your point. Yeah, that could also be it. That could also be it. No, that's fair. That's fair. And I see where you're coming from too, where it's like, you don't want to pigeonhole people into like, you're a tank, you can only build tanky. And I totally feel that as well, because keep in mind, I'm a tank that likes to build aggressive and like make things happen on the back line. From my perspective, I'm just like a better fighter right now, you know? I can do everything pressure-wise and damage-wise a fighter can do, but I'm also at way less of a risk to die. I'm way less of a detriment to the group. I've got more independence. I can do more for the group. So, do we think Intrepid is cooking up more things than what we've seen on the PTR for December 11th? Oh, yeah. They have, so basically, they have many internal branches of things that they're, like, a bit ahead of time on, so they've probably got more hashed out than what we have even thought of in terms of, you know, what could be immediate changes. That's at least on some internal branch. How deep that goes, I don't necessarily know. But just for instance, dynamic gridding was being tested on internal branches for an ungodly amount of time in who knows what functionality before it was deployed on the PTR. And as far as we know, it's been active on PTR since they told us it came on, because we were never told that it was turned off. But either way, dynamic gridding was tested on the PTR successfully. So things get cooked on internal in very broken states, tested, developed, iterated upon. And then when they come to PTR, it's typically like better than completely broken, worse than wanting people to see. So then you have that round of PTR testing where it's like, okay, let's figure out how to get this in, like, you know, a viable product, right? And then from there on production, or I call it live, but SHOL Lotharia, that's where things will come in, still needing tweaks and changes. Some things could be borked at a baseline level, but the goal, from what I've understood, is to get the bork out on the PTR and then get the tweaks and the changes and the ongoing long-term, once it's functional, on live, because production is less of a, like, we're gonna wipe a few times a week, fucking hopefully, and then, you know, it'll just go from there. The Airbnb people never want to let me reserve a room because one of the Icelandic men who said we burnt their stove. Bro, we didn't even burn their stove because their fucking stove didn't work. What do you mean we burnt their stove? Like, how, what logic is that? We burned the stove. I'm very confused on that. I still, to this day, am so ungodly confused. Did crafting costs get tweaked yet? A lot of recipes were looked at, Coombs, in... When were these patch notes? November 22nd deployment, so Saturday's deployment. Over 500 artisanship, gear, consumables, cooking, caravan parts, and other recipes have been reviewed and updated for consistency with adjustments to both the amounts and material types required. And then they did some more just adjacent crafting stuff. Processing no longer has fuel costs. As of right now, they've adjusted some processing costs just in terms of like the gold fees and shit. So they have been cooking. Also, full revamp to the crafting UI, which is a huge W. The crafting UI looks absolutely fucking phenomenal. I'm a huge fan of that. That is going to be great for people to actually be able to see what they're looking at. That's a huge step to being able to craft stuff. But yeah, so Mike, in terms of like, do we think Intrepid is cooking up more things than what we've seen? Yes. Long story short, yeah. There is way more that is in the development chain than what we have seen. It's just a matter of what they want to deploy, what they want to give us, and when they want to give it to us. And then from there, once we get it, we just hope that it's playable and testable and a good product. So we just try to improve it once it's out as well. Do we know if dynamic gridding has anything to do with the stutter, or was stutter around before? It's stutter and rubber banding the same? Nah, stutter and rubber banding are completely different. So like, rubber banding is typically like, I will do something super quick movementy, right? Also, Emu wants to 1v1. Emu, we shall pop. But like, rubber banding would be, you know, I intercept over to Emu and then I charge, and then off of my charge, I would basically, you know, the server wouldn't be able to keep up with the quick movement, and then it would like da-da-da, and then you teleport back a little bit. Like, losing that space and losing that movement is the rubber banding side of it. So with stuttering, it's more like my character is still progressing in the correct direction and everything. I'm not being teleported back, but it's like I'm in the air and then I hit a mannequin challenge and then I come out of it and I land. So that's okay. Are we sieging the town? No, that's fine. It's fine. I'm sure we get through this, right? Has anyone killed a guard before? I'm sure if we get enough people out here, we can kill the guard, right? Or do they have Omega regen? They might have Omega regen. Although, like, he's not that tanky. Could we get enough? Emu, relax. Goddamn. The fucking Blotto do. Oh, okay, cool. Well, yeah, I don't think we're gonna do enough damage to that. Also, Blotto's being held down by Emu. I remember rubber banding for like 5 or 10 minutes of travel. Oh, dude. Phase 2.5 launch was really bad. That I feel as though like rubber banding primarily is when servers are really overwhelmed. At least in my experience, it's typically when servers feel really laggy and then you try to hit like fast movement. There used to be a really bad desync period as well, where like for the longest time, the freedom swoop, for the longest time, you would essentially try to move and then you would get kind of like stuck in this desyncy area where you would keep trying to move and it would just keep you in the same spot, kind of like micro stuttering you back. And then you would have to stop and you would have to like let your game catch up and then you would come out of that. So mountain bug where you get off your mountain, teleport halfway across the map. Oh my god, wait, no, I remember that one as well. Holy shit. No, you just brought that one back. Yep, I was getting off my mount so frequently to try to hit like checkpoints. Yo, Leon, what up, my dude? How it goes? Things go great. We're over here just chilling and yapping about this TTK. Being on the PTR for so long has given some really good perspective into the differences in feel. Just for perspective, tank feels pretty much the same regardless. I'm also not even using the, you know, the block scaling tech over here. Like, this is a suboptimal build that I've got put together. And it still feels strong. What you doing? You leave my mount out of this, Gregory. You leave my goddamn mount out of this. Jesus fucking Christ. Flaily ain't do nothing to you. Flaily ain't do a goddamn thing to you. Oh my god, Toner's over here too. What the fuck? Why are all the flyers out? Hold on. I can be a flyer if I try hard enough. I should definitely be able to ride on that. There is so much room. I could sit on Toner's lap right now. I could legitimately fit right there. It wouldn't even be a saddle thing. Like, there's an abundance of space. Yeah, there's not even like a spike or anything. Toner could scoot back a little bit, sit here. I could sit here, and then we could go on a beautiful journey of Vera. Oh god. What happened to Nope? Your shit just full crashed? You're playing mage. It's my counter to that. I feel like you need to crash because you're actually slightly enjoying playing right now comparatively to playing on the PTR, and your joy needs to be brought down to remind you that you are indeed mage. Nope, trolls people in duels. Oh. So did you kill Nope? Uses half his gear and kit. Why? I have no joy for at least 6 weeks. No, it's okay. I believe in you. I'm still convinced that there will eventually be a fight where Zombie calls an all-in and everyone just happens to be 10% HP and you get like a kill or two. Like, bro, I'm gonna be honest. I believe in you. I think that it's still doable. Make Bard and Mage, play Bard and Small, Mage and Large. Zob's problem is that he hates, oh my god, Trident. Trident got that Akadira gear on. Jesus Christ. But like, Zob thinks Mage and Large is cooked too, I think. Zop, are you still like, are you feeling like Mage and Large is good? He's got a red weapon. Trident? Did you use excavation kits on the weapon or enchanting scrolls? This is a safe place. Big RMT. No, probably not RMT. He probably just used excavation kits. Or econ something like mad. Because those bitches expensive. But excavation kits were not that expensive. Excavation kits were doable. Enchanting scrolls, LOL. Word. I never saw that guy once. Well, probably because he was always at the player market. I don't know. The man with 200 heroic raptors. Wait. He had 200 heroic raptors? When? Was there like a guaranteed raptor spawn? Heroic in this economy? And 200 of them? What do you mean 200 heroic raptors? I gathered for 3 weeks straight. And I saw, I think, 1 heroic. I mean, 200 heroic raptor carcasses. Like, what do you mean? Like, that he had? Or like, that he was talking about? Like, was he just bullshitting? Or is that like a confirmed number? What the heckington do you mean? Same with Ranger, it's no good on PTR? Why is Ranger no good on PTR? Like, Ranger cast vines. Vines still exist. Yes. Was trying to get processed, confirmed. We had a screenshot of it in our Discord. What? Maybe it was just like a bugged spawn or something? Maybe it was like a static spawn or some bullshit? I don't know. I don't want to immediately jump the shady stuff. Maybe it was just like a really bugged static or some shit. There were so many weird things along the way. I remember someone in this chat was gaslighting me that 200 heroic raptors was possible with plus qual. Like hunting qual? Like how much hunting qual? Cause I did a lot of hunting. If someone has 200 heroic carcass, that's not legit. It does seem like a lot. I didn't immediately jump to sus behavior, but I wasn't able to confirm any legitimacy to it. I mean, somebody else would also probably have a heroic raptor spawn at that point. Like, it's not like they would just be sitting on that one spawn on respawn forever, controlling it if it's a single spawn. I mean, maybe it was like a single bugged spawn that was pumping out high rarity. That's intriguing though. People who just appear out of nowhere with this gear. I mean, no, I get that, where it's a little weird to a certain extent, but there are also a lot of people that just econ like crazy in different areas. I don't know. I'm not one to necessarily immediately jump unless I'm fishing to make people angry. To everything comes from dupes and stuff like that. There are definitely some sus people that appear out of nowhere though, I will say. But this phase was also so weird. Because like, this phase, even if you didn't dupe, if you had goods that were sellable player to player, like you were making so much money anyways because the duped money was in the economy to start, and you could just sell goods to the duped people, or like to the people who did dupe, or to the people who got gold from the people who duped, and like you can get pretty rich off that. Thought it might be a bug spawn, so I scoured the map for all the raptor spawns, never found anything. I never saw anyone else farming raptors either. You checked like every raptor spawn? Yo, Rent, how are you, dude? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Huh. Red weapons fine. There are legit ways to make them. It's just not cheap. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Keep in mind, red weapon also doesn't necessarily mean, oh my god, they duped like crazy. It could be, I don't know. I don't think that Fungi was in on a bunch of like sieges, so I don't know if they got siege reward scrolls or anything like that, but there could also have been an element of like enchanting weapons with X kits, because excavation kits were, I mean, just for perspective, you're wondering how this is +3. You want to see something cool, shift click enchant, drop down your slot, excavation kit, and then you can just enchant. You can literally just, and it'll go through. Congratulations, you've enchanted. How do you think people were enchanting shit so much? Yo, Rocky, what up, dude? Thank you for the follow. Much love. Ahead of time. The confidence. Yo, you gotta shock all sometimes. Does it do that on Journeyman? Yes, Toner. Like, it's based on rarity, but to my knowledge, if you had Lego X kits, you could do level 20 weapons. I don't have a Lego X kit on me. Let me see if there are any on the market. But keep in mind, X kits are Arcane NG. This is fixed on the PTR, by the way. This has been fixed, so just for perspective. That has indeed been a thing for at least 6 months. Yeah, and they fixed it on the PTR. I've been doing it wrong. Yeah, stupid econ player. Yeah, no, you've got to dupe and then use your duped crates to buy excavation kits, you fucking idiot. If you're using your duped money to buy the actual goods, then you're doing it all wrong. Now, the trick to go way under the radar is to dupe the excavation kits and then sell those to the players. Fuck, this phase was so cooked. Oh, also, if you didn't know the econ trick of dreams, part of the reason why I was so poor was so I could always avoid any level of like, what's Dusty doing the sus? There were confirmed one, I don't know how many other items that you could just buy and sell to a vendor over and over again and you would profit. Is it still working on live? Yeah, I just enchanted my pickaxe. Hold on. Excavation. I spelled that bitch right? Kit. Okay, word. Strange that 0 excavation kits are available on the entire player market in the most populated town that there is. Want to show the echo tunnel? The echo tunnel. It doesn't work more. It doesn't work as well anymore. It's very quiet now. I wish it still worked, but yeah, it's not like as reverby anymore. It used to actually like shake your booty through your ears. I think it's more strange that there's anything on the player market. I mean, fair, but listings will still be up for a decent amount of time. I mean, there's still 15 pages of listings, just for perspective. Like, there's still a lot of listings here. So, maybe we just make one. Mayhaps. Oh, I didn't think I was gonna be fucking crafting today. So we need any unprocessed wood and then zinc fragments and copper fragments. God fucking damn it. Yep, this is already going bad. I don't think this is it. I don't even want to process my own fragments. No! Is there any high rarity zinc whatsoever? We'll go Lego. Oh shit, wait. Okay, word. Shall I try to plus 20 a weapon? Shall we? Buy all the legendary basalt and rip a gamba. I could, what the fuck? Where's my legendary copper? Tell me it's here. Out of nowhere, Timalope just swoops down and PKs me with these inventories or with these mats in my inventory just one more fucking time. Just one more for the...
Was I PvPing with this?
That's my bad. That's my bad. Do you have excavation kits? I am going to make some. And then I'm going to enchant something. Ha ha ho ho. I need unprocessed Lego wood, which... Oh, I had zinc as well, huh? Only a couple. But I'll probably get like more oak or ash. I should have some somewhere, right? I want to say I have some Lego like kicking around somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe it's on the epic. Okay, so I'll probably buy some Lego unprocessed wood. And then I need to make my fragments. I should probably just sell the glint. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm panicking. Gravon, yeah, but why? Do you have X kits? Or would you like to acquire some X kits? Because I'm gonna be real. I have enough copper and zinc to make many. We can go on an enchanting spree. Neither. Oh, fair. Do you play with auto attack on, or is it normal to manually weapon combo? What's the pros and cons? I play with auto attack off. The primary con of manual attack is that I think I have arthritis in my thumb, because I use my front thumb button to attack and my back thumb button to block. So as a tank, I can essentially do this. The bad part is that the bottom joint in my thumb cracks a lot now, and so I have to do this a few times a day to actually stretch it out, or it'll start to cramp. Pros are... Heard that pop? Pros are in 10 years you won't have a thumb. I have 25 fucking screws in my wrist. If I can use my hands in 10 years, actually between both my wrists, if I can use my hands in 10 years, dog, it's better than what I was projected for, so 2 thumbs up for now. But yeah, so why I don't use auto attack. There are times where I want to target somebody and I want to hold an attack before I go in, so that way I can make sure I get a clean grapple off exactly when the right opportunity is. Sometimes I'll want to block out of a combo and then start another attack. Sometimes if I'm looking at a tank, in small scale in particular, like you'll see a reflect come out. Sometimes if there's a cast bar and I'm like in the wind up for my attack, I can block out of it and then I can get into an ability faster than finishing the attack would be. So if I need to, like, you know, if I'm attacking somebody and then I need a gap close, I can basically like go into a faster gap close, which will save a little bit more time by having the ability to just kind of like, you know, manually control it. Now, it's all a matter of preference. For auto leveling, not auto leveling, but like just, you know, leveling and mob grinding, I'd probably recommend just turning on auto attack and calling it good. But I do not, I've just never liked auto attack. I feel like for whatever reason, I just have more control over my, like, my character animations, and I can like cancel out of things. I can go into a lot of, like a lot more clean buildups. And with tank as well, we have a few things that we can like weave in with our combo where we specifically want to stop attacking. So like Vengeance is something that can be cast 3 times. The 3rd hit does the most damage and stuns the target. But basically we can do like attack, vengeance, attack, vengeance, attack, vengeance. And then we'll go through like finisher and vengeance weaving to do all of our stacked up damage at the end. So there are some benefits to having more controllability over it. But again, it's all personal preference. I think most people probably play on auto attack if I had to guess, specifically just because it's more convenient. But I personally prefer this with the manual attack. Another negative would be accidentally clicking the auto attack again and not realizing you're not hitting. Yeah, that'd be rough. Auto attack locks you in animations. Yeah, you have like a follow through on your attack swoop. So is the max traffic settings, or does it look like this? Oh no, I play on low and medium for frames. I'll push my graphics up in a sec because I'm just gonna be crafting in a sec. Hold on here. I'll put it up on cinematic. Now, keep in mind, lighting and stuff will look substantially better on the private test realm. They have pushed a few improvements over to the PTR visually, where I personally feel like the lighting looks way better. Some textures are looking a bit better over there. Performance, if it wasn't for that large stutter that we have, be fucking S tier. All right, here. I'll give you full cinematic, just long enough for me to go into my storage clerk, because it's gonna have to load for a second anyways. But yeah, cinematic is nice, man. There are areas in the world where you will genuinely just look at it and be like, oh my fucking god. I think personally, the skybox just gets better and better as it continues to go. Once you're on the tropics too, with a nice skybox, it's crazy. Looks much better. Yeah, it's genuinely night and day. And like even down to character models, you have like, oh shit. Okay, that's the angle. There it is. There it is. This is what the people want to see. The lighting is incredible. And then you also have a lot of like the resolutions. And like another resolution, but like the texture on the armor is an actual reflection. It's not just like generic, you know, random reflection. If somebody walks up close enough, you can actively see them in the reflection of these like metal pieces. If someone's wearing a, like Blotto's helm, for instance, if you look at the top of Blotto's helm, you'll be able to see people actively like moving around and shit. Like that is a real-time reflection of Blotto's like surroundings. You see my character like creeping in on the side there and going around the bottom of it. It's actually fucking nuts how cool the small details of this game graphically are. And I devalue so many of them simply because I like pushing more FPS. I know, I'm such a bitch. I am the worst kind of person. All of that hard work from the design team just for me to be here 8 hours a day playing on goddamn low res. I was streaming and was getting Doomer. Was like, Intrepid needs to fix this. Turns out it was me. Wait, what's that? I felt live. Had a bad stutter, but turns out my internet was shit compared to what I should have been. They're sending me new hardware. Yo, no, the PTR stutter is awful, Pock. The PTR stutter, I would rather be schizophrenic than interact with the PTR stutter, dude. It's so bad. What size settlement is this? This is a tier, oh god. This is a T4. So this is a town. This is the highest at this point in time tier settlement that there is. There'll be cities that are above this, and then my prediction for the long term, this is coming out of left field, but methinks post-launch, there's a chance that we essentially see, all right, hold on, grab your chairs, because this is gonna be crazy. Whew, Steven will probably kill me for saying this. A 6th tier of settlement. I know, Dusty, unfounded, unbelievable, mind-blowing stuff. Mind-blowing predictions. Now, my prediction is that this will be called Metropolis. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. I don't know, it's just, it's all coming to me. It's like it's rushing into my brain telepathically right now. It's like I'm one with Intrepid. And I think the plural of Metropolis will be referred to as Metropolis-y. And I'm locking that in. Thank you. Thank you. Cal is Max Tier Harbor as well. Well, Max right now. Yeah. Cities will be huge though. So I don't know what their scaling plan is right now, because the original idea was for Metropolises to occupy this entire... What you doing with that thing? Can you see mount and armor? Wait, do you have armor on your mount? What you mean? I can see your mount. This thing's pretty as shit. I think this is the coolest flyer in the game. Although people hate this from a shot caller standpoint. Oh, the reflection. Hold on. Let's see if my armor does it. I don't have as shiny a piece as the helmet's the shiniest piece. Hold on. Look at my shoulder for it. It should... my shoulder's not as shiny as the helmet. Because the helmet's polished up like a bald man's head should be. The helmet's the coolest part. But I don't have the helmet. I have this silly fucking thing. You wanna know the craziest part about this helmet? I can't even see shit. Bro, I'll be running around blind in this bitch. I haven't seen a goddamn thing in like 6 weeks on this character. I've just been swinging and shooting in a random direction and hoping for the best. It sits a little bit too low on my dome. So unless you are actually like 4 feet, I'm probably shorter than 4 feet. Unless you are half the size of a dwarf, then you're cooked. So you miss all your skill shots? Yeah, bro, if I got a wall more than 5 meters out, I can't see shit. I'll be going like this trying to cast. The fuck you mean? Yeah, I can't see a fucking thing. Bro, I've been getting nerfed. I swear to God. Nobody else is using this. They all got the duck helmet that's all open. It's the duck buff. I swear to fucking goodness. It's not my fault. My walls are good, bro. I'm just shooting blind out here. It's like a survivor challenge. Selling stilts. Another reason we need a Dusty blind emo. Bro, no, hear me out. It is not my fucking fault that my character's eyes are literally covered. This is eye level. I cannot see unless you are underneath me, unless you are shorter. I can see this far on the ground. For perspective, that's like here. I can essentially see this at any point in time. And you guys are like, oh, Dusty, grapple this guy. Motherfucker, I can't see that guy. I can't see shit. Shirley's always looking up. Why do you think I'm jumping? I can't see a goddamn thing unless I jump. Bro, there's a reason why I'm always doing this. That's why you can only do damage if an opponent's tripped. It's the only time I can see them.
Farm him, reaped. Dead, fucking idiot.
If they're not on the ground, I can't see shit, bro. If they're not on the ground and they're not tripped, I'm holding abilities and playing defensives. That's literally it. Yeah, if I get you in front of me and I trip you, I can follow through with damage, but that is it, dog. That's the only scenario where I can physically do anything to you. Dusty's dude ass, man. It's the perfect excuse too. Stare at the cheeks and you never get caught because I can't see your eyes. Also, just cool quirky thing. If you're using a great sword and you go to block, you just casually fucking decapitate yourself. Just a small quirk with the animations that I've noticed over time. I have a feeling they'd probably have it like whip out to this side and then go in front of the character at some point instead of just actually chopping my head off. But yeah, this is essentially a deli meat slicer right now. I love Ashes, dude. It's so good. Like, things like this make me so happy because eventually these are going to be fixed and it's going to be so lame. Keep the slice. Low-key, maybe make it do some damage every time I block. I got the Executioner hood and I'm going to use it. It's just I'm the only thing I can see. This is what's within my field of vision. Highest Dusty's ever seen is someone ankles. Yeah, I can't even see your butt right now. Look, your butt's at eye level. Oh. Well, apparently I can't see shit. Look at those peepers. Realize or something. Yeah, I can essentially see your knees right now. So fix to mid is just keep clapping yourself to block. Every time I block, I just do 10% of my max HP as damage because I'm severing my fucking jugular. Roll a strength check. If you fail, you decapitate yourself. Start to bleed that only gets taken off. It's like a grievous wound where it only gets taken off if I hit max HP from heals. Also, don't fucking do that or I'll sue you for taking my ideas, because that's a terrible idea for a tank player. Let me tell you, everybody always thinks the fights are done, and then there's a Grievous, and then I say, hey, I need heals, I need heals, I need heals, I need heals. Please don't add Grievous. Grievous would be very sad. Did they finally add in a denseness buff for dwarves? Wait, what do you mean denseness? I mean, like, I'm thick as shit. I'm restricted by these clothes that bind me. But I personally feel like the optimal tank build, and I don't mean like build in terms of abilities, I mean like physical build, is very short, very big butt, very big boobas. Essentially built like this, because that way you have counterweights. The most stable things in the world are built on counterweight systems, so it's essentially a lower center of gravity, more of a front and back equalized weighting, so if somebody tries to shoulder check me, I have something to fall back on. And then I pop back up. If I get pushed over to the front, Boing, we bounce right back up. Trips don't matter, nothing matters. Their only option is to push me to the side. However, because my center of gravity is so low, you can't push me to the side because then I take a very defensive stance, a very, very well, feet shoulder width apart, knees slightly bent type stance. And I am suddenly an indomitable being. I am the alpha and the omega of tank builds. Does he trying to justify maxing out the booba slider? There's nothing wrong with short character, all booba, everything else, all the way down. Don't shame a man for having culture. They should turn hemorrhage into a percent HP bleed. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. You should lick my nuts. They could... I mean, if they really wanted to keep max HP numbers high, but always have an answer to max HP, they could just steal Diablo 2 Crushing Blow, where it's a percentage of target's current HP as damage instead of max HP value. So when somebody's at a higher HP, it's going to hit harder as a proc. And then as they get lower, it's going to function less of an execute, but it's going to be something that will be that proc that's, very high up, early in fights for you to get you that initial advantage. I mean, shit, honestly, Crushing Blow could even be a set bonus. Like, does X percent of damage as target's current, of target's current health? Or X percent of target's current health as damage. And then it would just, if I have 25k HP, you'd hit me harder than if I had 8k HP, but you'd still be able to do a little bit of additional damage at that 8k. Low key. I wouldn't be super opposed to that. I also wouldn't like it a lot, but rogue players rejoice. You stop. You stop. You do not get percentage max HP damage. Percentage max HP damage is big no-no. And I'll tell you why. Percentage max HP damage becomes executes. It becomes stacking that as much as you physically can. And then the second a target gets within X amount of dying, one proc, full execute. It's a kill threshold. So, with having like a culling strike in PvP, that's just gonna lead to a bunch of people stacking that bitch and only that bitch. And then you're just gonzo. I don't like that. Fighters should have an execute. Don't fighters legitimately have an execute? We do. Yeah, fighters legitimately have execute. I never played one, I wouldn't know. Yeah. They have execute. It's essentially your leveling tool before you get blood fusion. I played fighter a little bit. Phase 2, just as like a side thing. But let me do 1% of my HP. It's like 200 damage on PTR. Oh god. No, not your HP. No, not that. The target's max current HP. I don't think tanks should be doing a ton of damage. I have thoughts on this. And like, the thing is, the capability of a tank to scale up equivalent to a DPS is there right now because everybody has relatively similar base class scaling in terms of their, their attributes and where they're gaining and what they're gaining from attributes. There's no variance of waterfall attributes. Character-based stat scaling is very low right now comparatively to the gear scaling that's required. So essentially, like, tank can just mimic any DPS build and be a DPS with a lot more mitigation, a lot more self-sustain, a lot more life play, a lot more group play. So it's like, there's no variance right now, is my opinion on it. Now, I would happily, as a tank, sacrifice a little bit of my top-end power scaling from, like, strength, for instance, gives me 3 points of power rating per strength. Drop that to 2, give me more base con scaling than, like, a fighter or a rogue or a ranger, and then have a little bit more of that base variance, but that's also just kind of like, I don't know, a spitballed idea. Because right now, again, as a tank, I can just build the exact same way that a DPS is, no matter what, and I can mimic your DPS output. I can, because my abilities are still going to scale up, and they have to scale up for me to hold threat, so. Let them fuck up and have me deal a percentage of my HP. No, that would be awful. Ipsy, what up, dude? Generic, how are you? What's with all the on and off PTR to live back to PTR? I would assume to prep the environments, but I don't know. 1-to-1. I have no fucking idea. I would assume there's a lot of like back-end stuff that needs to get ready to port over massive updates to the live version of the game. But again, that's also just me taking a random stab in the dark. Like, I would like to think that on PTR side right now, where it's down, they're trying to pump as much implementative content as they can, bug fix as many things, get maybe like a TTK pass, you know, see what they can work up, first time user experience shit, because they have about 2 weeks left for that. So they're probably cooking that up in an environment where they can just be actively over there with nobody else over there, you know, doing what they need to do. From there, I would assume this is just like throwing us a bone. They take the time to work in an, you know, I guess like an unbothered environment. And then we chill over here for a little bit. They'll also be off for Thanksgiving. So they just keep the prod servers up. Don't let them eat with their families. The fuck? No, you don't know, but I value your assumptions. Yeah, of course, of course. And again, that's just my theory crafting, right? But we have heard that there will be some stat changes coming in next week. So that's good. That came from the sandaled man himself. So that's phenomenal. I don't know what else is slated for next week. The first time user experience stuff has been a heavy emphasis so far. Like, they have added quests, deleted quests, moved some quest givers. Like, they are doing a lot right now with the first time user experiences. There are some parts that are good, there are some parts that are bad, some quests that were like, oh, I wish this was still back. The Destiny system still needs some tweaking and some final touches because the combat part of that tree isn't working yet. So I'm hoping that, you know, we come back up with a large banger of a patch when PTR does go live. And then on the flip side, when PTR is up, they're probably working on bug fixing things on the PTR while also prepping live to get this huge patch. It's going to very likely include dynamic gridding based on what we've heard for the 11th, so they can actually maybe, you know, test dynamic gridding in a meaningful environment. It's going to have what was intended for 0.17 and 0.18 going into one patch, so it'll be a lot of bug fixes, artisan stuff, god, time to kill changes, you name it, all of the new systems coming in is a lot. So I'm assuming they kind of got to like get it ready to a certain extent, but I also am just taking stabs in the dark at it. I kind of don't want to play it because the stuff I want to change isn't going to change for a while. What you looking for? More like artisan stuff? Wouldn't be surprised if dynamic gridding isn't online on the 11th. It would be such a shame. It'll be the only moment with enough data after that is cooked. I mean, there will still be further big patches, if we're being honest, like secondaries, arenas, and stuff like that, right? Can't say what it is because NDA. Wait, so you can't even talk about what systems you're excited for? That sucks. Yo, fuck the NDA. NDA's visual? No, he's PI. So Phoenix Initiative has like NDA with it, and not everybody from the Phoenix Initiative leaks everything. There are still some people that, you know, don't want to potentially get banned someday, but a lot of people leak. It's disappointing. Phoenix Initiative is essentially like the pay to get information club at this point, but Generic's one of the good ones. I will vouch. Generic's one of the good ones. I can't get shit for information out of him. Yo, Flicker, what up, dog? Is max level still 25 with no class combos yet when it launches on Steam? Seems lackluster compared to the initial scope. I mean, launch on Steam isn't the launch of the game. So launch on Steam is basically just like bringing the game over to Steam as a continuation of development where it's at. So it's still kind of just like moving on its continued pace. It's just also becoming available on Steam, and then it's having a price drop, if that makes sense. So that's really the only change. You could still get it on the Ashes store for the exact same price as Steam. There was no limit on it. The Ashes store is also having the same price drop. So it was a wipe with a huge update. This is where the summoner's coming in as well. So this is the final primary like archetype, the final base class. So now you're going to have secondaries as the next focus, which we'll start seeing over the course of the next year. Now, I don't know what their total time scope is on having all the secondaries in, but Steven has given us an indicator that their goal is to have tank and cleric secondaries in for like the first big milestone patch of next year. So that's usually every few months-ish for a milestone. So I'm assuming they've probably at this point started some development on that. And they've been working on that in the background for a while. But there's a lot that's going to come in with it because it's tank and cleric coming first. And they've still got 6 secondaries to implement. Those all will have to be balanced post-implementation. There will be weird, wonky interactions. There will probably be some infinite sustained combos and shit like that that come out. There will be tweaks. So, even with the Steam launch, I try to always remind people to come in understanding that it is still the same Ashes, and it's still going to be the same Ashes until they come out on the Intrepid side and say, hey, this is no longer early access, this is the full launch. And I don't think that's coming anytime, like, you know, in the immediate future. I still think we have quite some time until that actually happens. So, Steam could definitely paint, like, a bad picture for some people. Also, just thank you for the hydrate. I don't even remember if I hydrated this or not, but like, Steam could definitely get some people that come in with, like, expectations of, oh, this is supposed to be finished, polished, whatever, right? But also, my take on this, I used to give a lot of, like, you know, very public-facing tours and stuff like that. I used to work in some very public-facing positions. One thing that I was always told was, they don't know what they don't know. So that applies to the Steam player base too. If somebody is not, you know, an immediate Ashes fanatic that already is up to date on, like, oh, this isn't actually changing the, you know, the development cadence or anything like that, then they're probably going to be coming in relatively blind. And somebody may come in not knowing everything of what Ash's grandiose picture is supposed to be, and they come in with this as their first time experience. And I'm willing to say that if somebody came in completely blind on the 11th, based on what we've seen on PTR right now, it wouldn't be the worst time. And I know I might say that as somebody that's, like, stayed here happily through ups and downs and stuff like that, but the entry point on the 11th is much better than the entry point that many of us started playing Ashes during. And those who are in chat that are playing Ashes, better than any of us when we started up. So the first time user experience will be very, 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 very important in retaining people. But is the experience in the Anvil significantly improved since P3 launch? Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't want to say, like, fully significantly yet, but they have tweaked the spawns multiple times, tweaked the starting quests. Now, with that being said, the continuity from start to bonfire is fucked right now. There are two quests in particular that aren't working out there. I was checking that route out yesterday on PTR. The continuity's fucked there, but they're moving so many things around. So quests are getting deleted, quests are getting added. On top of that, Steven confirmed they have a micro point of interest team that's getting some Anvil's POIs ready to go and actually up to par. They moved spawns around. They killed half the bird population. So, Anvil's doesn't seem viable compared to Riverland's starting zone, though. I mean, to what extent, I guess is my question. So, like, in the extent of going 1 to 25, probably valid. But to the extent of I want to get a shotgun up to, like, level 12, and then I want to go to the tropics and capitalize on tropics, it may unironically be better. Because while in a vacuum, the Riverlands has more, it's got a better start, it's got, you know, more POIs, more everything. You do also have more opportunity cost, very likely, associated with starting in the Riverlands, where it's like you're going to have more people at those POIs. You have a starting loop, but you're going to have more people on that starting loop taking the objectives that you're looking for during that starting loop if you have a contestable starting loop. You'll have more people walking in on your POI that you may have to spend time PvPing or pushing off of your spawn or splitting a spawn. Whereas in a lesser populated area, you may have less optimal, you know, in a vacuum, XP per hour, but due to being relatively uncontested or fully uncontested, you can then make your way through the Anvil's prog into, like, the tropics, into a lawless area, quicker than somebody who's caught up in fighting in the Riverlands, but it all depends on truly how good the starts are. So I think that's a big thing. I can't even give you a joke answer about Pokemon, because part of the NDA is also not lying about what's mentioned in the meetings. That's so fucked. That's actually fucked. We're getting Pokemon. I mean, we are getting Pokemon kind of at some point, so... Skog, what up, dude? Contrary to what many others say, I believe come December 11th, Ashes will be a decent enough state for launch. Intrepid has been taking strides. Only the last month, squashing bugs and Flesh got the first time experience. Doomer's gonna suck it. I mean, keep in mind. I don't want to put in anybody's mind that this is Ash's launch. I do not want that to be the common thing that's spread, or, like, you know, the common sentiment or anything like that, because this is far from Ash's launch. this is a slightly more public state of a very public state of development. This is still the same exact product that we would have had if it didn't go to Steam. It's just also available on Steam now to hop in at that same point. That's the big thing to remember for everybody. Now, not everybody is going to come in with that element of awareness. Some people will come in seeing early access, and early access for some people can be a, you know, post-beta product in certain instances where people are genuinely like, oh,
Wait, is that a Dragosi?
Anyways, for a lot of people, early access can be something that's literally just getting ready to launch and getting very, very, very close to launching. And some people will come in with that expectation along the way. It's natural. But hopefully, people will come in with some form of brain power about them. And honestly, I do think people that are coming in as first-time users really won't have that bad of an experience comparatively to a lot of our entry points in the past. For every person that stayed entering in phase 1, phase 2, phase 2.5, phase 3, gotta remember, they've got it better than we had it, and all of us stayed. Are you staying on this train all the way through 1.0 and after? What, the Ashes train? I mean, unless I have a reason to leave, like, I don't receive a salary from Intrepid to be here. I don't get paid to be here or anything like that. Well, if people give me subs, then I get paid to be here, but that's not because of Ashes. So, like, I play Ashes because I enjoy Ashes. I was a full-time streamer in New World before I came over to Ashes, and I left New World because I stopped believing in it in the long term, and it became very, like, stressful to try to stream and remain optimistic about when I felt like there were some very foundational cracks along the way. So, for me, it's like, I genuinely enjoy Ashes and believe in Ashes. If I ever stop believing in Ashes, I'll have no problem saying that. If I ever have concerns, critiques, I have no problem saying those. Have bitch as much as the next person does. But as of right now, I really believe in Ash's future. I very much... Skog! My goodness gracious, somebody wanted to give me subs. Skog, thank you for the 5. Goodness gracious, holy cannoli. We're truly up tremendous. I appreciate you. We're getting so close to the 24-hour sub goal, boys. We're grinding our way up. We were not close. That was supposed to be an unattainable thing. I wanted to do a 20-hour stream, not a 24. I'll lose my voice. They really have been working hard. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think, like, the thing that is encouraging to me, right? There was this... I mean, like, I'll call it what it is. There was this corporate office feel playing New World, where it was like the people who were on the front lines that were interacting had to be on the front lines interacting. And then the people who were actually at the top of Amazon games were... Who's this? Who dat? Hello. How are you, friend? He posing for the drip. I wish I could, like... Wait, I got an emote. Does slash lean work? Ah! Oh, God, something bad has happened. What did I do? How did I just... Oh, God, wait, why is my character spinning? I'm scared. I'm gonna type slash lean. Oh, shit, wait, why am I spinning? Oh, I'm so scared. I'm not kidding. I'm not doing this. I went to type slash lean. Press D. I just move faster. I just strafe faster. My D's not my spin. My D's a strafe. Uh-oh. I don't know. Like, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not doing this with my feet. I'm not doing this. I'm off my keyboard. What's your turn key? I don't have a turn key. I don't have a turn key. Why would I need to turn? I turn with my mouse. He's stuck? I use a 60% keyboard. Hold on. Nope. Nope. Hold on. Oh? Huh. Fix it. Sometimes you just gotta smack it around a little bit. Honestly. Like, sometimes a little bit of brute force will get the job done. I don't need to be smart, but I can use my goddamn noggin for something, boys. Huh. I could have like an IT degree. Just smack it a few times. We're good. Okay. So anyways, I don't even remember what we were talking about, bro. I just got fucking possessed. I literally just got possessed. Scott came in with a 5, and then I got taken on a fucking journey. Oh, we're talking about the early access stuff. Just not too worried that this EA will become a crash and burn as some people think. Oh, no. No, I don't think at all. Do you work outside of streaming or does streaming support you? Streaming supports me. Yeah, well, technically chat supports me. I don't make enough off like ad revenue to live for perspective. So essentially people's generosity is what enables me to stream full time. So I'm far from the element of like, you know, getting, you know, multi-$1,000 sponsorship offers and stuff like that, or any sponsorship offers. I just kind of chill and hope that people show up and watch. And it's always been the same thing for me where, you know, I stream as much as I physically, you know, can without losing my voice and was still taking some time for myself and chilling and stuff. So like, for me, yo, Blood God, what up, dude? For me, it's always just been about streaming a bunch. And over time, people started showing up more and more. So, you know, I live in a low cost of living area. I'm also very, very like, I don't know, responsible with my money. I don't like spending money. I don't buy groceries unless they're on sale type shit. My car's paid off. So I just, like, I try to not spend money because that helps with being able to stream full time. But yeah, I've been full time now for 2 years, right around there. I went full time in like December, January-ish of last year. So he's been maxing life. I mean, basically, like I try to spend as little as humanly possible. And then, you know, just save as much as I can because like streaming's cool as fuck. I'll be completely honest. I never thought that I was going to stream full time. I never thought that I'd be going, you know, crazy like I am and with such an optimistic outlook towards the future of streaming too, where it's like, we just keep building. Like Ashes is just going to keep getting better. There are going to be more people that come and go over the course of it, but like, I'm going to be here all the time. You know what I mean? So I'm very optimistic about the future of it all too. And I've never really had that before. So that's an exciting thing for me, but I just keep streaming. I just keep hanging out and I hope people keep showing up. And if they don't, then I'm fucked. Very, very simply put. How bad of a combo is an Intel 13700K and a 3060 GPU? I have no fucking idea, if I'm being completely honest. I have legitimately none. I am not the PC spec guy. Spent big money today on 3 ornaments. The ornaments were freaking dwippy though. Also, it was 3 ornaments and a decoration piece. I want that on record. I do. 3060 might be close to the min specs. I mean, keep min specs in mind as like that's the minimum recommended specs. Zine ran this bitch on a 960 on stream. Or like a 950 or something. It'll run. It might not like it, but it'll run. Have the PTR changes from last week's patch hit the live server yet? No. Those will not be live on these servers until the 11th, very likely. So, you see they're forcing Steam Link. Oh, is that how they're getting the entitlement stuff? No, I didn't see that. I think my min specs command also works. Yeah, of course, dude, of course. The PTR will also be back up on the 2nd of December. Until then, it's live. And on the 1st of December, they'll have vendor NPCs in, like boost NPCs. And those will allow you to, like, you know, level character, gear character pretty easily. But I'm hoping they put those in beforehand. So that way people can maybe, like, you know, make a character and play a little bit over here. Even if they didn't fully level yet. I think that'd be great for trying to get people to log in. So, you know, chat, maybe if you guys are in the Ashes Discord, throw a little message and be like, hey, can we get a boost NPC before the 1st? And then if we annoy enough people, Dusty, is Cat's ear killed? Yeah. Wow, what up? Did we do something? Did I fuck up? What happened? Who asking? Who asking? We almost spent $8 on 3 ornaments. We did. That shit was out of control, by the way. But yeah, Keith, what's going on with the Steam Link? Because I don't think there's anything too major with that, right? It's probably just so people can, like, launch through Steam. Although, what happens if you don't have Steam? Do you have to make a Steam to play Ashes then? I wonder if that's something that's like enforced through Steam or if that's like on the Ashes specific side of things. I want in. All right, I gotta solicit this guy real quick. Discord.gg/cats with abs. All right, we're up. Cool. +1 recruit. Chat, I'm hitting my quota today. Somebody throw an exclamation guild in the chat for me real quick. I've gotta pee and then blast some gambas out. Become a car streamer. Madness, I drive a stock Honda Civic. Why would anybody watch my car stream? I literally drive a Honda Civic. What year? Is it 2020? So I guess cool. Civics are cool. Civics are great. It's got plenty of functional space. I get 34, 35 miles a gallon, which in today's economy is a huge money saver. I got the 23 and I hate it. What do you hate about the 23? I love the 20. Not in the snow? I grew up driving in the snow. I don't think it's that bad of a thing. As long as I have front wheel drive, I'm fine. Because, like, my first car was a late 90s front wheel drive, heavy ass body. Then I went to, mid 2000s Civic. That was front wheel drive. Fine. Never went off the road or anything like that. And then I have this Civic. This Civic's great. I don't even put studs on in the winter. Although Carla's going to be driving my Civic this winter, and she's from Arizona and Mexico and gets excited when she sees snow. So I might put on some winters this year. But yeah, I just use normal tires and don't drive like a dipshit. Also, I don't have to drive much now, which is great, but the infotainment system is absolutely garbage. Oh no. Wait, what's wrong with it? Snow's coming this week? Is it? Are we actually getting accumulation this week? That'd be nice. That'd be nice. I have the windows open. It's 50 in Maine right now. Like, it's nice as shit. Literally, we opened up all the doors and the windows today, and we're like letting the apartment air out. We're cleaning before stream and shit. I'm about to get fucked by polar vortex. Yo, I miss hearing that word. Knowing that it's about to be snowy as shit is so cool. So, when's snow supposed to hit? Like later this week or next week? Because I just got to get up for Thanksgiving tomorrow. That's all. Because like I need food tomorrow for me. Oh fuck. Wait, hold on. Am I about to be driving in a fucking goddamn blizzard? Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Oh no, it's sunny tomorrow. No, we're chilling. I think it's Sunday and Monday for Maine. Fuck my ass. It's gonna be 18 degrees next week on Tuesday. Ho ho. We're supposed to get snowy. Maine's getting hit Monday, Tuesday. From what I can tell. So that'll be like almost a week away, but probably hit you a little earlier than me. Want the GPS antenna to be disabled so that it uses my phone's GPS instead? Oh wait, so the car has like an independent like navigation with it with yours? Yeah, I use I like plug mine in and it's like CarPlay because I have an iPhone now, but before that it was like Android Auto. And then it just pulls my maps from there, and then I can like split up the screen so I can have like my Spotify interface, and then I can have my maps interface. I can check Discord on my fucking car. Like, that's kind of cool. Look, that it's 79 here. Well, it's 45 right now, so that's dope. But yeah, next week 18 degrees. So it gets bad when like I basically have like a 3 seasons porch that's all closed in and stuff. And that's where I smoke. I have like an air purifier out there, just a little smoke area out there, so I don't like, chief up the house. I don't really like the smell of smoking weed. Anyways, it gets really bad in the mornings because if I forget to bring my Monski in, I'll wake up and then I'll go out and it'll be all iced up, and then I have to like run hot water. Like I change my water every morning and clean my bong every morning anyways, but I'll literally have to keep like running multiple like passes of hot water through until the ice melts, and then I have to clean it. It's such an arduous task. So fucking annoying. How do you feel about Ashes now compared to how you felt about New World when that was on the up and up? New World on the up and up. What New World are you looking at? No, like, so The thing is, I feel very similarly about Ashes and New World. The thing about it is Ashes is going through the same cycle that New World went through before the launch, and New World went through it after the launch of the game. And New World wasn't like a, monthly sub where you come back as you want, you stop as you want to. New World was like a box cost, and then just, that was about it. So, with New World, once people paid and quit, there was really no chance of them buying, further expansions unless they were reconverted. It was a very uphill battle. So, in terms of that, I look at where Ashes is at in its development cycle. I look at Ashes being in the spot where people are saying, well, there's nothing to hold me late game. Once I get my gear, I can get my gear, but once I get my gear, there's not much to do. And the first time user experience is far from what people would want it to be. Well, guess what? That was the first 3 years of New World's existence. And then year 4 was trying to start to extrapolate once they actually got their core down, and they didn't have enough time to extrapolate before they were put out of their misery like a dog with a broken fucking leg. So, Dreaded.
Together.
Thank you for 4 months, dog. Much love. I appreciate you. So in terms of the critiques about Ashes, the critiques about New World, brother, it's the same goddamn things. The only thing is, New World had 3 years post-launch where they took all of the time trying to stop the bleeding, catch up technical debt, add in new things for the late game, and also fix their first-time user experience through their entire questing experience and progression experience. And Ashes has probably a couple to a few years before launch to get that all situated. So when Ashes does launch, it won't be a matter of New World shutting down and saying, man, if New World would have launched in this patch, 4 years ago, then we'd be set. Ashes will be launching with the build and the patch that it should launch with, as of right now. My biggest fear with Ashes is that they get frantic and they rush and they cut scope, and then the game feels, half-baked. That's my biggest fear. The ideal scenario is that development continues. They get the scope in over time. They take the time that they need, and they can afford the time that they need to develop the game in the way that they want it executed in their vision. That's where I hope it goes. Whether it does or not, I can't actually articulate anything there. But, is what it is. Is what it is. I cannot comment on this conversation. You saying you can't comment on it is a comment on it. I'm just fucking saying. I'm just saying. Gonna have to deal with the corruption. Will be current endgame loop or let it run rampant? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. The efforts are there. The efforts are there. I 1000% see it. And it's the exact same cycle. Where I think New World went wrong was they severely underprepared for launch. They paid many large streamers to play, causing full servers. Friends who came to New World even hours later couldn't play together. As soon as the streamers left, it caused dead servers, and them scrambling to have absolutely merged servers. That combined with them not fixing bugs and doing completely shut down systems. Yeah, no. I mean, it totally makes sense. But also keep in mind, part of what doomed New World for that launch was the fact that it was originally supposed to be an open world survival. And then it was very late in development, pivoted to a socially driven sandbox-leaning MMO. And then over time, it went from a sandbox-leaning MMO to a theme park MMO where everything was on rails, everything was linearized, everything was, kind of a conveyor belt content, right? I think that was a big part of New World that also kind of doomed it. And as, a former New World content creator, when I was over there, I always said if New World had more time, they could pull it off, but I don't think they have enough time. So gathering system was top tier. The gathering was nice. It was very, simple in its own regard. It was simple and it was straightforward and it was immersive. And it didn't necessarily have the most depth, but let me tell you, that shit sounded fucking phenomenal. One of the best parts about New World, in my opinion, was the audio design. Oh, the audio design. Satisfying to see a whole forest cleared out behind you. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It was really, really, really cool. You could tell where the trees were missing. It was great. Now, I do also hope that we get a certain element of that with, with the fresh starts on the 11th. It's a very big opportunity for a lot of players to come in, all of whom would have access to that novice gathering. And if there are a lot of people that are just gathering along the way, we can see clear-cut fields of all of the oaks and ashes and then only fucking willow and braidwood. It's going to be unreal. Should have bought the other vampire frog jellycats. They're selling for $100 now. I mean, shit. Would you have resold them anyways, though, or would you have just kept them? Getting a Chipotle quesadilla. I think Chipotle's a scam now. If I'm being honest, I think Chipotle's not worth. Is the quest for novice tools working? Say Fesher. Or no, Sweat Your Brow, sorry. Sweat is being retired. So like it's working right now, but they're going to work it out. So I've been advising people to not get like familiar with Sweat Your Brow right now and just kind of get used to cutting that out. It's the whitest Mexican food in the world. Okay, well I live in Maine. Counter argument. I'm very fucking white. It was good. And it also used to be way cheaper. Like, I'm aware of the goddamn shoe. Now, I will say, Carla, my girlfriend, is literally from Mexico. So I have learned the ways of the authentic Mexican. But like, Chipotle for a fast casual, just go throw some shit in a bowl. I'm not calling it Mexican food. I'm just saying all the ingredients tasted good. I don't care what the inspiration is. I don't care if they say it's fucking Zimbabwean food. If it tastes good, I'm gonna put it in my mouth. Pause. Food-wise. Food-wise. What was good? Chipotle used to be good. Chipotle used to be very good. Chipotle's too expensive now. Yes, same with Five Guys. Chipotle and Five Guys used to fuck so unbelievably hard because it was fast, casual, convenient, good price, and good quality. And it was like Dusty's triangle of character scaling, but it was Dusty's triangle of like, you know, restaurant scaling. And within that triangle, they had quality, price, and convenience. And let me tell you, they were all pretty up there. It wasn't stacked in every aspect, but it used to be fresh enough food, like fresher than a Mickey D's, relatively same, you know, cadence of service, with the exception of having to get out your damn car. And then from there, the price was lower. That was nice. It's always expensive IMO for what it is. Oh yeah, compared to meal prepping at home, yeah, there's a reason I don't eat out anymore. Because I like to save money and not have to get a job to support myself on the side of streaming. It's much nicer just being able to stream full time. So I try not to eat out. I don't want to do that to myself because that's a very bad thing to do to yourself. We meal prep at home frequently. I mean, honestly, pretty much every meal is meal prepped at home. Also, groceries are bought on sale exclusively in this house. So, yo, Brew, thank you for the primer. Also helping me not have to get a job. I appreciate you, man. I remember being Puerto Rican, my family teaching me the ways of cooking Spanish food. I'm thankful for recognizing that my entire family is white as shit, and I always ask people, like, you know, what their culture of cooking is, and then just sponge up information. I'm gonna be real. Like, acknowledging things is a very important step to, you know, dealing with your, you know, your nerfs in life, so to say. And I've learned how to cook very, very well from, like, brainstorming with a bunch of people. Just going, oh yes, you use these seasonings. Oh, somebody else uses these seasonings. Yes. I had unsalted chicken at Dusty's parents' house. Okay, that's because of my dad. And it wasn't unsalted. It wasn't unsalted. My dad just doesn't like garlic. His mom's a very good cook. Yeah, like, my mom is essentially an AGS dev, and my dad is Christoph Hartman. In terms of the cooking. Like, my dad does not let my mom cook whatsoever. If I could learn how to cook Chinese food, I think I need a forklift to get around. Yo, you give me some spare ribs and then let me get those bad boys a little, like, charred around the edges. Oh my god. Oh, that's dangerous. Don't have experience in crafting. Could you share any guide to understand how it works? In terms of baseline, yeah, I got you. So if you do exclamation crafting, that'll help break down kind of like just in the long term. This is the very baseline. You can only have so many profession skills actually leveled past a certain level. So novice is your baseline. That's level 0. Apprentice is level 10. 5 of your skills, trade skills, can become apprentice, which is level 10. Of those apprentice, 4 can become journeyman at level 20. Of those journeyman, 3 can become master. Of those master, 2 can become grandmaster. Right now, journeyman is the highest level we have, but basically it goes level 0, level 10, level 20, level 30, level 40 to 50. So with the crafting, you will specialize in a few skills along the way. For example, no, my dad won't only eat plain food. He just doesn't like a lot of seasoned food. Like, he'll eat seasoning. He just doesn't like super fragrant seasonings, like a bunch of garlic and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's despicable. Absolutely despicable. But with my trade skills, you'll notice I have lumberjacking, herbalism, hunting, and lumber milling. as my 4 that are journeyman right now. All of the rest are novice because I didn't want to level a 5th one to apprentice. If I'm being completely fucking honest, it would have been mining though, or fishing. So I've got all 4 at the highest level that I can currently have them in terms of an impactful state. I could bring, you know, these up to master and then 2 up to grandmaster if I wanted to, but that doesn't really do anything right now. So I've had to specialize my character in certain aspects of this. Lumberjacking cuts down trees, mining hits rocks, herbalism picks flowers, fishing fishes, hunting hunts. Out of that, you give the raw materials that you get to a processor. So I also have lumber milling, which allows me to take the wood, and then also refine it into timber. Ash boards, you know, pretty much everything along the way. That's then used for carpentry, weapons, you name it. Outside of that, you've got weaving, metalworking, animal husbandry, tanning, cooking, alchemy, stonemasonry, and farming, all of which are different forms of processing that then give the processed or refined materials to your crafters who will then specialize in different realms of crafting. So you get the materials, and then you make the thing. So recipes can drop from mobs throughout the world. You will go kill mobs to try to find recipes, give the recipes to your crafters. Then they can make the good endgame stuff. Some recipes will presumably be much harder to get in the long term, either through, you know, more scarce mobs, lower drop rates, whatever it may be. But very baseline aspect of that supply chain being like gathering raw materials, processing those into usable materials, and then using them on a crafter. Or if you don't want to go through that whole route to actually craft something, you can then gather, and then you can sell the raw materials to other people, and then you can make some money, and then you can use that money to buy other things. So, pretty straightforward. Yeah, of course, dude. Also keep in mind, yo, burning crows. Oh my god, there are more. Wait, burning crows. Oh no, wait, I have so many crows in this chat. Oh, this is gonna be a war. Are you like a fan of crows, or are you burning all of the crows? Because I got multiple crows in this chat. It might be trouble. It might be trouble. Thank you for the follow. Much love. But yeah, if you have questions about anything like specific, please feel free to let me know. But that's just like a rundown on the supply chain. Also keep in mind, like, nothing is bind on pickup or bind on equip in Ashes. So I can just unequip whatever I'm using right now. I can trade that to you. I can sell that to you. I can upgrade my stuff and then sell my old set. So it's very workable in terms of the econ side. And once you've crafted something, it's not like all of your money that you put into that, all of your materials are just gone. You can then sell that to recoup at least some of your losses. You know what I mean? So, all right, I'll be right back. I'm going to fill up my water. I am going to go potty because I've had to pee for like an hour. And then I'm going to try to find something that's going on over here because some days I feel like I'm the only man in Vera. I think Blotto and I might try to go find something going on. Is the game really ready for EA? Feels like cash grab. I mean, early access isn't really changing anything. I'm going to be completely honest. Like, the early access tag is only because of what Steam has with their early access program. It's basically just being put over to Steam in its current state, but it was fully available through the Ashes launcher anyways on ashesofcreation.com this entire time. So it's getting a wipe and a price reduction, which would have gone through regardless of Steam early access tag or not going to Steam. Only difference is that it's also available on Steam now, but anybody that wanted to play would have just been able to go to the Ashes website as well. So, I don't think it's ready for Steam. I don't think it will ever be ready for Steam. I don't think that in any way, shape, or form a game is ever ready until it's full launch, and then even after a full launch in a live service environment, the game will continue to develop and improve, so it's never really ready. It's never the optimal state of affairs to drop something in any capacity before it's done, dusted, polished, finished. If it's a single-player game, you ship a single-player RPG on Steam, that's awesome, it's done and dusted. Steam is tough because it's a living archive of ups, downs, and all arounds of any live service game. And any live service game will need time to settle, to have good periods, to have bad periods. And at the end of the day, many, many, many games can start out bad, can go well, can start out well, go bad. If I had to be completely upfront about it, I would much, 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 much rather have a set of circumstances where the expectations are that Ashes will be very not good. Yo, Fat. Thank you for 5 months, dog. Much love, much love. I think, personally, I would much rather have the expectations that Ashes will be bad and have it be relatively surprising, relatively decent, than have everybody think Ashes is going to be the god game and then come in and have it never be able to live up to those expectations, and then have a peak concurrent player base of 913,000 players, and then go down to less than half that, and then struggle to peak above 100K ever again. Because this is what happens. Cat Pap! Oh my god, why is everybody throwing money at me? Cat Pap, thank you for the 5 gifties, dog. I appreciate you. You're a legend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, doink, snagging one. Boys. Boys. Massive. Yeah, the price is $50, by the way. From the 11th to the 25th, $42.50. And then on the 26th, goes back up to $50. Note with that is that you have... You have a burp. You have the Steam standard refund policy now in place instead of the 90-day refund period. Steam standard refund period is 14 days of owning the game or up to 2 hours of playtime, only 2 hours. I think that, but 90-day refund period was also probably too good. That's also a Steam adaptation thing, so. Just wish I had the stable patch first before announcing something. I mean, the patch isn't ever going to be stable, in all fairness. And like, even if something's stable now, with game dev, as I learned in New World, you can try to put in one thing, one small thing, and then it can start like a domino effect down the road where 17 things explode as a result of it. You know what I mean? So I don't think stable is ever really a thing with a live service. It's always stable enough. It's always good enough. Like, a live service game is never going to be perfect because A, games aren't going to appeal to every single type of player. Like, as much as we want to talk about Arc Raiders being absolutely insano style right now, New World peaked at 913,000 concurrent players. Arc Raiders on Steam peaked, and again, this is on Steam, 481,966 10 days ago. At the end of the day, the zeitgeist level can come with a lot of problems, man. At the end of the day, once something hits that hype wave, it's rough. Change the way a tree looks, and all of a sudden now mobs are dropping 100 gold. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yo, Zen, what up, dude? Is Ashes any good? I mean, I have 3,000 hours. I have a lot of fun with it. It's going to get a lot better. I think asking if it's any good, yeah, I mean, depending on who you ask, some will say it's good, some will say it's bad. Let's go, though. There's a level, a stable in-game functionality and features. We're going to lie to ourselves and say Ashes has what it really needs to have a public release. Ashes is publicly released. What do you mean? Like, in what world is this and being able to click on this link and then go make your account and buy the game? Like, you just go to the website and it's public. Nothing about this has been a non-public release. You can click on that link from !Ashes and it takes you over where you can buy your game right now. Ashes has been public. The $100 barrier was real. The $100 barrier came with a 90-day refund period. And from there, we're now on a 2-hour refund period. You went from 2,160 insured hours of gameplay with the 90-day refund period at a $100 USD entry to having 2 hours of insured gameplay with a $50 price tag. I'll be real, the price tag's appealing now, but the barrier of entry is more risky now than it was before. Also, you get access to the entire remainder of development. The public aspect of it is there. Everybody who wants to have an opinion on Ashes can just look up videos, can come into streams, can go to the wiki, can go to Codex. Like, there's nothing that hasn't been public about Ashes. So I feel as though that level, like, it's not cope at all. Like, in terms of, are we going to lie to ourselves and say Ashes has what it needs to have a public release? Ashes on the 11th actually presents the first form of a gameplay loop for people. Like, there's first-time user experience, emphasis. There's endgame replayable content with the Harbingers coming in. They're starting work on deepening the pool of trade skills by putting in sport fishing. They're working on TTK changes that, of course, they don't want to put TTK in a worse state. They want to make it more fun and engaging for players. Everything's going to continue to change. This isn't like the stable live service launch part of it. And not every player is going to be able to get 3,000 hours out of it before they get bored. But like, I don't really think it's as bad as a lot of people make it out to be. I think the worst set of circumstances is if you're a solo player trying to play in a period of time like these servers right now, where there are going to be like 50 people on the servers. Right, like that's the thing. Right now, there's not going to be a lot to do because so much of Ash is dependent on population. These servers are up for 5 more days and then everything's wiped. This is going to be a ghost town. I'm one of probably like 150 people on the server right now. So that's going to be interesting. Yo, Kaiser, what up, dog? It's now a bad time to try the alpha. I'd wait till the 11th, as chat's been saying. There's a server wipe coming for the servers on the 11th. And right now, the only benefit would be that you'd be able to play for this like end of the world event now until the 1st. And then you'd be able to test on the private test realm from the 2nd to the 10th. And you'd get like a title for logging in. But essentially, that'd be the big benefit. You'd get a title. You'd be able to try the private test realm to like check out the build ahead of time. But even then, it's like an unfinished version of the build. So my recommendation would just be wait until the 11th. Are you a PvP person or PvE? I mean, you kind of gotta be both in Ashes. I really love PvP though. Like any chance I can PvP, I will PvP. I was out here dueling before we got into the apps to start the VOD. I love my PvP. So essentially, with Ashes, you have to PvE to be able to PvP, at least in some aspect. You've got to get a baseline set of gear. You've got to econ your way up so you can afford to craft and buy and trade things. Like, you've got to do something so you have a competitive gear set so then you can PvP. But, you know, even on your way up to accomplishing that PvP, you gotta just engage in every aspect of it. So that's, in my opinion, the cool part of the PvX, where it's like every input from people in the community. Whether you have people who are mining, people who are lumberjacking, people who are hunting, people who are picking flowers, that's leading to your community then having a more available, more, you know, their pool of materials that you can then use to craft, get good gear out, power up your PvPers, and then just scale up. So it's truly a PvX loop where every action can help that scaling. And even if you're focusing on PvP, like, you got to do a lot of PvE. But whenever I can again. Like, once arenas are in, you're going to see me in arenas all the time. Ooh, all the fucking time. Speaking of codecs, what are we going to do with the upcoming changes that prohibit websites from data mining? I mean, I don't necessarily think much will change. If Taken is able to, you know, find a way to import all of the data, because keep in mind, like, AI is a powerful tool. I don't really know what happens on the back end. I'm not like Zen, thank you for following. I'm not like a website designer or anything. Taken's a much smarter person than I am in that regard, and probably many other regards. So I don't necessarily know what the plan is for codecs in the long term. I personally am pro codecs. I'd rather have information be out in the way that codex presents it than have information be kept by few communities, because that is absolutely what'll happen. The availability of the database in particular, I think, is a really big thing. The interactive map, I don't utilize as much. I care less about that. But the utilization of the database to actually find which pieces of gear can be sourced from where, and at least like which pieces of gear exist to be able to theory craft out pieces of builds and give yourself a path, like that's really great. But it all just depends on what Intrepid wants to have out there, you know? Playing video games? Shit, pretending. What you doing, Salo? Hope you're having a good day, dude. You said title? How badass is this title? So let me see. I have the news pulled up. I got you. Here. Hiya. So, what are the rewards should I be aware of? All current Alpha 2 testers receive an early access cloak. All users that play from December 11th, which is starting on December 11th, to the end of early access, which is a full launch, and achieve level 25, will get a mount cosmetic. And then for any tester who played prior to December 11th, 2025, you'll receive 2 titles, Cultist of the Eternal Fire or Knight of the White Flame. So you can either be a cultist or you can be a white knight. These titles will override cloak die appearances depending on which one is equipped. So this will take your cloak, give you a unique appearance to your cloak, and then you'll have the Cultist of the Eternal Fire or Knight of the White Flame, depending on if you're a Doomer or you're a White Knight, my boys. Or if you're just one of the blind following cultists. But you can rock whatever you want to. Been a disclaimer bot since shut down. Listen. I'm just trying to help spread the word of Ashes, dog. I'll just be trying to put the organic info out there, man. I know there is so much info. Anxiety. Bro's kneeling to be as tall as me. I feel disrespected right now. Unironically, why do I feel disrespected? This gives big, like, hey, little guy energy. I don't like this very much. Little man, that's what I'm saying. It's like, hey, little guy, how are you? You having a good day? Like, this is how I used to talk to, like, babies when I was waiting tables. I'd crouch down behind the table and I'd be like, oh, what would you like? Do you want a margarita? And then the table would take me $5 more, so that'd be great. But Cuddle's gonna be a flex in 3 years? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, if in the event you are planning on Ashes potentially being your long-term, even if it's not the immediate long-term, and you have 50 bucks to blow, and the immediate urge to do a slash gift 10 is not the highest urge, then, I mean, it's not the worst idea to get the titles. If you're gonna be here, they're gonna be dope-ass titles if the game launches. Like, say Ashes does just happen to be really successful on launch, and then you're like 10 years post-launch with an OG, like, one of the first available titles. Like, it's gonna be cool. What titles? It's the new Cultist of the Eternal Fire and then Night of the White Flame ones. So it's nothing that was given in like any of the other packs or anything. But it's the ones that people who play prior to the 11th will get. So they mentioned that in the dev stream, but those will have the titles themselves, and then they will change your cloak skin. It'll be like a cloak dye appearance based on which one you have equipped. So people will always be able to tell who's what. Stream is a curse. Sub counts the number of the beast. Listen. If the sub count's 666, then that means a slash gift 334 puts us at the 1,000 and locks me in for a 24-hour stream. Also, I was at the store and I found spicy gummy bears. They're like Frank's Red Hot gummy bears. Now, I don't think Frank's is that spicy, but I think that'll be next sub goal. I think I might have to down a bag of spicy gummy bears on stream. And I'd commit to the whole bag for a sub goal. I wouldn't just do try one and then call it good. So that might be the next step. It's cool as fuck. Yeah, the mount skin's gonna be cool as well. It's an Autumn Garden, so... Actually, that won't be my title. What title do you have? You gotta know? I think they're gonna be disgusting, personally. Because they're like fruit flavored with Frank's Red Hot. So I think the only good one's probably gonna be like the mango one. Because that's probably gonna be like a mango habanero type beat if I had to guess. Which, like, for a gummy bear would be fire. But... what makes a Harbinger give the endgame loop? The Harbinger system basically brings in these corrupted spawns, right? And those corrupted spawns are in every area that is not a starting area. So you have your starting area in the Anon. Nice. Nice. I don't know who the Anon is, but that's nice. Thank you, Anon. I appreciate you for the 3 gifties. Chat. We're up to 669, a very, very, very nice sub count. And I'm greatly thankful. Greatly thankful. As much as I want to say nobody else sub, check your primes. If you eat a whole bag, it's probably going to burn mostly on the way out. Oh, I eat so much spicy food. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. My butthole could be on forged fire at this point, if I'm being honest. So basically, the Harbinger systems are going to bring in these corrupted areas in to start the tropics, the June Dark, and the desert. So if you do not respond to these corrupted areas in these events, they will start to expand and take over more of the playable world, and it will make your entire biome, if you let it expand, force flag lawless PvP, and it will transform the open world, the gatherables, the spawns, like everything, into that corruption. So you could lose out on the viability of getting recipes readily available, the materials to craft those recipes. You could lose out on potential drops in the table. And as a result of that, this could also introduce unique metas that are only in the corrupted areas, depending on like what drop tables are looking like. So this is essentially the first form of like repeatable endgame content, where it's like I get my gear with the intent to go over in PvP in this area. Right now, people have this problem where they can get their gear, they can progress, they can get set up for PvP, and then it's like, oh, where's the PvP at? And then there's not a lot of PvP unless you have a community that's actively getting the PvP going for you. So it just depends on your personal player experience. This map is huge, as people say. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The map is fucking massive. Salo, thank you for the three-day streak, by the way. I appreciate you. And Weed, what up, dude? The map is large. With that being said, we have, I mean, I don't know if you played New World or anything, but the entire New World map is about the size of the Riverlands. We also have no fast travel. Your fast travel is your mount. And mounts get better through animal husbandry as they go. Different mounts have different speeds, different HP. But if I wanted to run, like, right now from Kaltorum and the Anvils all the way down to Squall's End in the desert, I mean, shit, I'm probably looking an hour of runtime. Maybe a little more, if I had to guess. If I just went, like, place to place to place. Yo, Weed, it was 7 months, dude. I appreciate you. Much love. Yeah, so it's a massive map. Part of the reason there are no fast travels, and there will be very limited fast travel on the launch of the game, is part of an anti-Zerg mechanic, right? So Zergs are empowered when they can be everywhere at every given time, and then just hold down every aspect of the map. But it's a little bit different when instead of being a Zerg that can be everywhere all at once, you become a superpower that's based in one part of the world. If you know that in the long term, keep in mind, we have that map that I showed. Chat, get your bingo cards ready. This is the full map, not counting the underworld. So, essentially what you're looking at is a massive playable space. Keep in mind, no load screens, no teleports, like, this is all playable area. The ocean is a force flag, lawless PvP area. There's a boat and naval system. So, there is a lot that will still be coming out. And each part of the map will also continue to get better because no parts of the map are done yet. So, with that being said, if there is a Zerg that's in the Riverlands, and it's this big streamer guild that you really hate, you go all the way to Frostgrave Fells and just fuck off in a completely different part of the world. You may see them sometimes, but unless they get their asses on a boat and sail from this harbor out here all the way over to Frostgrave Fells, and then start playing in Frostgrave Fells, then, well, guess what? You're not gonna see them too much. So if your server's like hub and your server's, you know, PvP base is over here on the Western continent, you could just base yourself out of the Eastern continent, maybe go to Pelagora or something, and live a relatively undisturbed life. Maybe you can't be a fisher in the Gulf of the Riverlands here, but you could be a fisher off the coast of Pelagora because nobody's over there, and you go out and you sport fish in the, you know, the Averic Ocean over here, and you just live an easy life. The potential is there. Isn't there a summoner summon someone spell with like a group of people, or did I miss that? That would be the family system, but that's a very specific predicate where it can only be used to summon the family when all, I have to sneeze. When any, I think it's when all of the family members are online in the same party at the same time, and it's got a very long cooldown with it. That's not in yet though. That's a like way down the road. That's like I can throw a pigskin over them mountains level of systems. So yeah.
Looking
Yo,
forward
Salo.
to starting new on my first.
Thank you for the
wipe
2
of
months,
this
dude. I
game.
appreciate you. We are excited to have you. Make sure you guys do an exclamation guild, by the way, if you're coming over for the 11th launch and you're not in the guild yet, you will 1000% want to be in the guild. Ipsy. 881 days is quite the commitment. I'm excited for you and your stream, Dusty. Come December 11th. I appreciate that. I consider myself lucky to be here, man. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't having fun, and I have fun every single day. And I consider myself very lucky every single day to be able to stream and play a fucking game that I actually enjoy, and it's gonna get better, dude. So I'm excited. If I hated it, then like I got a college degree. I could go get a job that'd pay me more than I make streaming at this point, but like I love streaming. I never thought that I would be in a spot where I could just stream. I always streamed on top of working, you know, a job until I went full-time a couple of years back. I streamed for 6 years and I've been full-time for less than 2. So hopefully it's just a start, and hopefully we're able to build up something here with the community that's, you know, long-term. That's always been, I think, my and many other streamers' goals, to put yourself in a community that you think, both game-wise and your own community-wise, has the potential to grow and blossom. And I see that both for Ashes and for my personal community here, which is great, because in New World, it was always New World's going down and my streams going up. So it's like I wanted to get out of New World, but the growth just kept coming and coming and coming and coming and coming. And then I finally hit the ceiling of what New World had to offer at the time. And then it was like, oh, okay, time to leave. So with Ashes, it's just like, I believe so much in Ashes to just long-term slap a line of best fit on it. And it might not be straight up like this, but like, I think we're going to see some positive growth to it over time. I think that Ashes still has a long road ahead of it, But I also think Ash still has a lot of life ahead of it. Also, Clam, thank you for the hydrate. I was supposed to go pee like 20 minutes ago. All right, I'll be right back. Current map will be twice as large. Then we're missing like a whole continent and some islands. Yeah, the map is going to be fucking massive comparatively. I already have my headphones off, and I want to take my headphones off. It's the muscle memory at this point. Jesus fucking Christ. Chat, are we cooked? God damn it. I think, is that worse than having a headphone dent? Like trying to just muscle memory my headphones? God damn it. All right, I'll be right back. Good day. We're truly up. I'm purchasing when it comes to Steam. Hey, yo. How long have you been waiting? Top in Burnski. That's my question. Hopefully it fixes the launcher on Steam stuff. Shouldn't limit the ones who spend more. You talking like the entitlement system for it? Yeah, they have confirmed that they are working on entitlements for getting the game over to, you know, the Steam side for people that do currently own it. So that'll be nice. That'll be very, very, very nice. All right, Blotto, might as well PvP for the next 17 hours, huh? Stupid fucking goddamn tank versus tank shit. Oh, this goddamn game. This goddamn game. A month or so? Dude, even in the last month, there's been a lot of change. Like, the difference between this build of the game and the Harbinger build of the game, oh my fucking god. Dude, it's night and day. Literally night and day. It's so fucking good. Not the end of the world if not, but it'd be nice for my OCD. Yeah, no, I feel you. I think you can add the game to your Steam library as a non-Steam game, if I remember correctly. But I don't know what that has for an impact on actually launching. I think it just routes you to the Ashes launcher for it, which I do believe is what the Steam launch is actually going to do in the first place, is just route you to the Ashes launcher, and then launch you through there. So, played a lot of MMO games, started with the EQ in my youth, WoW for 5 years. Oh, the fuck? Why do you hit me so hard? That was rude. Node around to all kinds of Anarchy Online from Ashrons called New World, so hoping this works. Oh, brother, like, you know me, I came over from New World, so like, I, too, very much hope that I can finally have a title that I'm passionate about that ends up working out in the long run. Like, New World, I wanted so badly to be in a spot where it would keep growing and where every New World content creator could, like, look forward to the, you know, the investment of time paying off, right? The opportunity to grow, the chance to become, like, one of the, you know, the MMO content creators. It's a staple. And at the end of the day, that's a big thing that every content creator would love in their own realm, like to be a staple and a household name within that, right? New World just never had that element to it, and New World from a gameplay loop was always just like, man, what could be? What could be? And it was never like what was. So I really think for Ashes, it does have a chance to become, you know, what it could be. I think that it's got a chance, and in my opinion, one of the better chances out of current in development MMO projects, especially with how we've seen a lot of them going right now, to actually execute on its vision. Now, of course, there will be complications along the way. There's going to be a whole lot of hoopla and hullabaloo from point A to point B, but I still believe. I do. Played Ultima Online. Nothing too close to that itch for me so far. Hoofsy. Hoofsy. Was Hoofsy a UO person? Hoofsy, you were the UO guy, right? Yup. God damn it, there he is. I didn't even have to yell to him. As soon as UO was mentioned in the chat, Hoofsy was bricked. He was typing before I even said anything. Hoofsy loves himself some Ultima Online, dog. Is enemy HP bar never refreshing? It only looks like whole bars are disappearing. Yo, Paco, what up, dude? So, in PvP, you are basing it off of, like, quarter divisions of the health bar. It was one of the most goddamn I hate this shit levels of things when I first came into the game, because I was like, man, how do I tell if someone's 37.4% HP or 1% HP? I don't, because then they're 25% HP. So it took a lot of getting used to. But you kind of adjust over time. There will be ways in the long term that they've discussed being able to divide it into 6th or 8th divisions through like earned rewards. But the base is always going to be that like that 4th along the way, just because it adds, I guess, an element of like not having all of the information about a class before you fight them, keeps the combat feeling a certain way. I don't mind it personally now that I've got used to it, but let me tell you, it gets some time to get used to, man. I do feel like it helps on the defensive side a little bit too, which is nice. Gives me a little bit of mystery around it. What do you see? The update's way better. Oh, the Harbinger update? Oh yeah, yeah. The Harbinger update's fucking phenomenal. I was definitely shielding you before. Wait, did you get it sorted? Yeah, of course, dude. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm more than happy to yap about Ashes. We have the next 5 days over on the live servers before it's back to not being able to show my screen because of the visual NDA on the PTR. So, like, ask all the questions that you can possibly think of while you're here, because I can just show you in-game, like, menus, systems, pretty much whatever, man. It's a little hard going back. Oh, God, yeah. It is very, 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 very hard going back. Thought as a placeholder due to server instability, etc. I haven't heard anything about that. Everything that I have read about the divisions of health bars is that it's intended to be a long-term mechanic. They even mention it in potential like PvP season rewards as like a, you know, that far out down the road level thing. Where they're like, yeah, as, you know, reward for PvP seasons, you can potentially earn gear enhancements, currency like purchasing power, and then one of the reward potentials that's listed is more granular player health bars. And then they go in a little bit more about how 6th or 8th divisions are the divisions that they're looking at making possible through the granularity adjustments. So that's going to be an interesting change to it, because if that is rewarded through a certain gameplay loop, then that's 1000% going to be a gameplay loop that everybody is going to want to take part in. And if you don't, you missing out on some goddamn information, brother. Health bar tech does seem strange to me. Yeah, I don't necessarily know if it is like on the back end related to, you know, to server instability or anything like that. I've just read wikis on it. I haven't talked to the man himself about it, but it's something that I've got used to over time. I will say, like, I would probably prefer a traditional health bar just a smidge more, but it's not the end of the world for me, if I'm being honest. What up? I got one stun, and then I got a couple cleaves. Chop, chop. I gotta try to keep this little bit of wound up, and of course I can't. We're down horrendous. We're gonna go on the offensive in 3, 2, 1, and another big combo being pushed out. 1 slam, 2 slam. We got the tomahawk in the back. Tomahawk doesn't go through. I got 3 vengeance coming up here, so what I'm gonna do is try to get a combo off so I can get full courage, and then I'll work up another stun combo on him once I get the courage for this. And we're good to go. So I'll gap close. We'll trip intro. Slam, slam into the pole. Tomahawk in the back. Rush of courage. Slam, slam. And then chase that with a triple vengeance. And then we'll try to get the courage back. And then we'll get a ground pound as soon as I'm out of this with the stagger coming up. Oh, that should have been a trip. I got scammed. All right, cool, GG. I like tanking. I like tanking much. What did EQ? A mage fell sleeping on PvP'd over and over, lost 5 levels. Wait, you like de-leveled from that shit in EQ? Oh god. Wait, that would be fucking awful. Wait, that would be horrendous. Oh my fucking god. Wait, so what, like, was he respawning in his body? Or what was happening there? Couldn't you spell, bro? Nah, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. You could butcher the bodies into parts, cook the arms and legs, and then mount the head on the deck of your house. Imagine displaying the head of DustyWhy on your porch. Wait, so what would I do once you took my head? Like, was it permadeath? Or like, did I just drop a head every time I died? Because I would just give you a head for the aesthetic. I'd give you a bunch of dusty heads for your house, hosts. I'd let you decorate with it. Today combat looks like it's missing something. Missing some movement or something. Black Desert baby though. So I'm coming from that combat. Keep in mind, this is going to be the least movementiest combat that there is. Blotto's a tank and I'm a tank, and we're just kind of smacking the absolute dick off each other, trying to get any damage out. So this is essentially like 2 big chunguses just punching each other super close range. When I'm fighting something like Cleric, for example, if I were to fight Lanny here, that would be a little bit more like fast-paced movement of a fight. I'd be hitting graps out of divine flares. I would be playing like charges and movement gaps and stuff like that. So there's a good amount of movement in certain matchups. Keep in mind, every class has a melee and a ranged equipped. Sith, thank you for the follow. Much love. Every class has a melee and a ranged equipped at all times. So, down to lose a PvP. Okay. Let me know when you're good. I don't know what the cure looks like, but I hit very hard. So just don't judge off of this. This was a power scaling set. This is essentially my fighter 2.0. Give me a treming strike. I want to see shield diff in live. There you go. Oh wait, I can't until you flag up. You have to flag up first. Hit me real quick. And then I can tremoring you because you're going to resist it. Okay. I mean, it's the same amount. Like, the block is still there. So, you got hit by my Siphon proc, by the way. Thank you, asshole. So I can't use that in the duel against Cleric. But, like, the Fizz block defense scaling is still the exact same in PTR as it is on live. You just need the Thistleborn necklace and then 2 glittering Spall rings. If you can get your hands on either of those, then you're still going to scale the Fizz block defense up just as much. It's the same exact thing. Alt F don't work. You can't permaflag anymore, but check your PvP settings. It'll stop you from having to like hold down your force flag. So do these settings. Uncheck under options, gameplay, combat. Uncheck the first one and then check the bottom 2. And then that should make it so you can like hit me when I'm flagged up and use all your abilities and actually do damage and stuff like that. So you drop a head every time you died and they decayed. So I would need to keep giving you my head so you could display it. Nin, I don't know what language you're swearing in, but please settle the fuck down. And yo, you could lock down furniture first. A GM would have to bless your house. Eventually, you could lock things yourself. Before you could, everything in a shelf life and would decay. That's fucking insane. Keep giving head. And listen, I've heard that's the way through life. Sometimes, you just need to make it in whatever way you can. So here, when Divine Flare goes down, I try to get out of the Divine Flare and then pull them out, so that way they cannot sit in the healing of Divine Flare, and then I try to burst as much as I can. But right now, I'm playing debuffs as well. So I've got to keep these wound stacks up. It's this little, like, arrowy, debuffy thing here. I've got to keep those wound stacks up as much as I can, and 10 stacks is the ideal place because that's going to be a 50% anti-heal. So when things like chains come out, I can essentially just sit here and wait for the chains to go down. I can get some trade in, and then once those go down, I can get bursts. And once that burst comes in, I have 14 seconds on my wound still. So now I can play my melee a little bit because my melee can put wound up, but the wound is not going to be as effective as the wound that I'm putting up on my range. So with that wound, I'm looking at 16 seconds of wound. Melee comes out, and then when I switch to my melee, what I'm doing there is building up these buffs on finishers. So I have basically 15% phys attack speed and 15% base damage, and then my last hits do more damage and then also apply Shaken, which is 15% reduced Physmit. Should I stay in a circle? He couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't stay in the circle. I pulled him out. I have grapple. So when he drops the circle, I move out of the circle and then I grapple and then I turn them out of the circle so that way they can't stay in the circle. Yeah. So with grapple, they also changed it recently to where if I grapple you facing this way, I can turn while you're on your way. Jack, thank you for following much love. If I grapple you this way, I can turn facing this way and then you will land here like a Roadhog hook. So over the course of it, like when I'm 1v1ing, like if I do this with Blotto, it's like a circle. Yes. Many good circles. They're doing anything about the optimization with the Steam launch? Still haven't been able to play since phase 3 launch because something changed. Now I can't maintain anything higher than 20-25 FPS. Did you reach out on the Discord about that? By chance? Because I would recommend that. Yes. Of course. That's how I beat clerics. That's, in my opinion, that's like the easiest way to beat clerics. So, what if they ran opposite from the circle? It's honestly more on how I grapple them. Because, like, if they cast the circle in any direction, I have just enough time to move with a dodge out of the circle and then pull, because my pull cast time is a 1.2 second cast, and the circle has like a time until completion, basically. So essentially what I'm looking for is when the circle goes out, I try to say, where am I relative to the circle? Fuck where they are, because grapple moves them. So when I see the circle, I put myself in the furthest point. So with that circle, I would position myself here, I'd pull, and then I would grapple this way. And then if I need to, I can set a wall like that. And then they can't get back into the Divine Flare if I really need to hold them out. But like their best bet is as soon as my grapple is actually going out, there's an audio cue. So I'll pause my music so you can hear it real quick. But what you want to be doing is essentially dodging on the audio cue. So when I throw the grapple, you'll hear there's a little charge up before the actual whoomp whoomp goes out. It's almost like this little like whoomp whoomp. And so when that charge up starts, you can iframe, and then if that doesn't get you through it, you iframe once you get there and you're probably fine. So there's that little like preamble to the actual grapple noise that if you hone in on that, you can actually dodge through. You can iframe the grapple itself so it doesn't pull you in the first place. You can get, out of the pull once you're actually there. So I would recommend just trying to hone in on certain things like that, which I really enjoy. It's such a fun little difference. Reach out when you recommended it to me last time and changed some settings. I was told about, but didn't help much. Yeah, they may have you send over logs and stuff. If I had to guess. There's a cleric's done. Could hit you with after the circle. Wouldn't that be chains if chains went to completion? Because they have an in cap, but I also have a CC break. So like in the event that they circle and then in cap, I can still shake it off a 0.5 second cast. So there's another interesting. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a way they could get it. What's skill tree for 1v1s? This is what I run for 1vs. I change it slightly. Flare does silence. Yeah, flare does silence. Chains does a stun if you stay in the chains the entirety of it. And then they have an in cap. What else do they have? I don't remember what else I have. Any good fighters out there? I mean, I'm sure one exists somewhere. They're probably just not playing Ashes yet. Sorry, guys. I haven't been proven wrong on that so far. Do we know if a tank rework is coming rather soon? I hope not, if I'm being honest. I don't really think tank is missing anything. I think the tank kit is fucking phenomenal, if I'm being completely honest. I have tried to ask a lot of people who are like, tank needs a rework, genuinely like what they think is fucked up with it, or like what it's missing, or what it would need a rework for. And I have never like actually heard anything from people. Blotto, we go. I think Nell from Fed was a good fighter. No, there unironically are good fighters. There are good fighter players. I just like to make fun of the fighter players. It's like saying you're a professional athlete and then being like, yeah, man, rank 1 water polo player. Like, who the fuck cares? Who cares? Go to an MMO and you play a fighter. I don't... Come on. I'm not too worried about that. Guys, thank you for the follow. I don't know where the noti is. It's shy, but I see it in chat. But yeah, there are good fighters. I'm not going to condone them doing fighter stuff, if I'm being honest. I simply can't for their own welfare. Oh, that's bad for Blotto. So what just happened there for Blotto and why his health dropped so fast? I actually didn't do a lot of damage to him there, but he went to pop his Indomitable Spirit. And when he popped his Indomitable Spirit, I tripped him during the shift 5, during the 0.5 second cast window on it. So what happened was it increased his health pool by 20%, but did not give him any of the healing that's associated with Indomitable Spirit, which is typically about 2k. So he ended up not really gaining much health off of that because it's supposed to increase your max HP by 20%. It does, only heals, however, if you don't get CC'd during it, and then it gives you 20% increased healing received for the duration. So Blotto got tripped during his Indom and then just lost all of that bonus HP there. Lost a really big cooldown. That's our largest cooldown as a tank. But yeah. Tank's getting access to tank is probably the closest thing to a rework soon. Yeah, I mean, I hope. There it is, Kaiser. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I love the tank kit. I know I might be like a tank sympathizer, but like I've played Salos. Oh my god. Coming in with the 5 and my noties are lagging on my end. You guys have been blowing me up today. Thank you guys so much. I genuinely am so thankful for all the support, guys. We have a very exciting time coming with the 11th. And I'm happy that we got a whole lot of excited people coming in. We got a lot of good questions going out, man. It's giving me a lot to yap about. So please, if you're new, keep all the questions coming. I can yap your ears off about systems, classes, balance. You name it, I got you, dog. I'm here way too much. Can we clip Dusty saying they're good fighters? No. And there's a reason why I'm not naming any. It's not gonna happen. But yeah, I think like the tank kit's great. I think secondaries will be a lot of fun with it. Now, with that being said, I also think instead of like a full tank rework, so to say, yeah, Block, go on, Laney. Instead of a full rework, I actually think like tanks getting access to ranks for our ability trees, like our our archetype abilities, will bring a lot of variance in how we're playing. I think that it'll enable multiple builds being way more viable. I already changed my build up based on like the size of PvP that I'm in, but being able to specialize that further with ranks is absolutely phenomenal. So I'm much less an advocate of like a tank rework, much more an advocate of like give us the depth that's associated with it between being able to specialize our our tankly kits within certain things, and then have fewer specializations if we want to go with a more broad blanket type build with access to more abilities, and then secondaries to augment what flavor of tank we want to play. I mean, that's gonna be so deep. I'm gonna love that. So right now, I mean, I already like tank. I think classes should lack something right now, and honestly, tank lacks just full AoE all the way around me DPS. And if we had that, we'd probably be way too good as DPS. Yo, Prozac for kids. Jesus fucking Christ. What up, dog? The wife and I get to about level 10 and get stuck and eventually lose interest. What POIs do you recommend from level 10 up? If you are playing a little bit later on than the initial launch, You can always go the route of Oakenbane around 10, but Oakenbane is a predicate of Mirrorleth being leveled. Before Mirrorleth levels, Oakenbane will not be the best. POI is around level 10, however. You can do Church until, I'd say about level 12, if you want to stay at Church just, you know, to capacity. And then from there, Darrigal Estates has some really solid mob ranges if you're looking to stay immediately in the Riverlands. Let's see. Halls is right around level 10, but Halls is going to be contested as hell. Highwaymen can be very good for that level 10 plus range. So it starts to open up a little bit more. You're out leveling Coralock, you're under leveling Ursine a little bit. And then once you get into the level 15-ish range, you're at like the bottom end of Steel Bloom. You could maybe go to Ursine. You have some trash spawns that you could farm around the area as well. You could do Ceph, but I don't think Ceph is like the best XP per hour. It's okay, but not the greatest. And I mean, as it opens up too, you also have all of these other areas too. So the Tropics is great for certain areas. You've got Crabs, you've got Epstein Island, which has all the goblins out here. So these are both solid areas at different levels. Brig is good, Lighthouse is good. I mean, Volcano Island over here is good. There are an ungodly amount of grind spots that actually exist. Some of them are a little more under the radar than others. Just in the sense that they come with a little bit more associated risk. Or maybe, you know, some of them are more populated, some are less populated with you know, quantity of mobs. But I would say check out any of those in the Riverlands that I went through. And you can't really go wrong, especially if you're trying to find a group. So, Eden says couldn't go on the cleric with a short bow. Wait, are you guys fighting? Who won? Did you win? Forgot how bad performance was on live. My FPS is taking a dump right now. My performance on live is better simply because of the fact that my live doesn't stutter as much. Like, my average FPS is higher on PTR than it is on live. But also, my stutter, bro. It's like, I'm on a nice jog, and then every quarter mile, somebody just kicks me in the nuts. That's genuinely how the stutter feels. It's like this nice, leisurely pace, just going along, and then, bam. Just sweet chin music to the donger. I swear to God. What class is the hardest to take out, pin down, / kill in PvP? Tank. For obvious reasons. Rogue, Bard. Cleric can be hard. But you can also do a lot to absolutely murder clerics. Especially in group combat. I would say the three that are probably the most difficult to kill. Like, tanks, I think just overall the hardest to kill because tank is so fucking tanky. I think rogue is probably more annoying than a bard because a rogue can just stealth and hard reset. Bard still exists in the world and is like grappleable and you can play around their songs and their dances. And so like if you see a nimble dance come out, then the nimble dance ends, then I know that I can go into pulls and CC combos. So like every class has its differences, but like I will be honest, I would say those big three between tank, rogue, and bard. Y'all just hate on bard so Steven nerfs it. We're not that strong. I mean, did you hear what they did to your nimble dance? Because nimble's already getting hit with the nerf bat, my brother. I won't lie. Too many nimble dances have gone out. What are your graphic settings right now? Low and medium, primarily. I was on cinematic a little bit earlier, but I wanted to go back, so. I see smirking. I mean, hear me out. As a hard CC enjoyer and a trip enthusiast. My headset just fell. As a hard CC enjoyer and a trip enthusiast, I personally believe that me putting a motherfucker on the ground should result in them actually being on the motherfucking ground. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That is all I've got to say. That's it. I have one-liners prepared. Have a nice trip. See you next fall. Many other in the catalog as well. So, it's honestly too strong. It needs nerf. Trips or nimble? Because yes. But yeah, they've been fun policing Bard for a while now with movement and role changes. Oh, bro, let me tell you, I was dueling a Bard earlier that was just playing like I am healing Bard and running away forever, and dude, it had me fucking mauling. I was so annoyed. It was just that element of like, I understand you can play this way and not die, but it's so unfun. And I remembered how nice as a melee player the new role changes are. I love those shits. I love it so much. Meanwhile, they buff Rogue. Rogue grapple should get absolutely taken out back and shot. The only option that I have is that I can tomahawk somebody in the back as soon as they actually grab, and then it trips them anyways. But even then, like, grapple moves so fucking fast. No, I am in the creator program. Yeah, no. There was an oopsies with the initial emails that went out where some people got put like in the wrong batch of emails, and they let me know that it was an oopsies, and they got it all squared away. Yeah, no, they reached out same day, because there were a few people that were very concerned. I got my email because they have two different programs. It's a content creator program and the Bardic College. The Bardic College is meant to basically take content creators who are like not quite meeting where like Intrepid wants them to be, but also, you know, they're on the right path, right? So from there, initially, like a lot of people got their emails earlier in the day. I didn't get an email earlier in the day at all. I had to wait till nighttime for mine. So a lot of people were like, oh, Dusty, we got our emails, like we're in the content creator program, blah, 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 blah. And then my email came at like fucking 8 p.m. and mine was for the Bardic College. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. I swear a lot. I talk about weed and stuff. Like, it is what it is. I'm not the most marketable. And like, chat was like pitchforks out. Chat was pitchforks out, dog. So I was still happy. But they let me know that it was an oopsies. Yeah, they let me know it was an oopsies. I kind of understood. It's okay. Everything got sorted out very quickly though. Yeah, they let me know. I don't know exactly what happened, but I think it was an error with the email list because there were a few people who did get the Bardic College email and then they went back and they were like, hey, my bad, dog. So it happens. As someone who's worked with a lot of emails in previous jobs, I have fucked up email lists many times when I thought everything was perfect because one wrong template got put in the wrong place. And it's the worst when it goes out for something important. So I'm more empathetic than everything. Can we still play on the test server? The test server is down until the 2nd of December. I don't know what they're doing. I would assume cooking up some big patches and implementing some big patches and getting shit more functional over there. And then in between now and then, we're back on the live servers, SHOL and Lotharia. They will have boost NPCs active at some point. They said December 1st. I'd like them to get them in beforehand though, if possible. I think that'd be cool. Hold on, let's see if this works. This has worked before. Steven! I don't know if he's here. He's probably in a meeting or something. But if he's here, we can maybe ask Steven to put in boost NPCs because there are probably a lot of people who took time off this phase and maybe would really like to come in and check out how everything's feeling even on the live build and maybe be able to get some gear sets and maybe some weapons and maybe a level 25 character. So, I mean, I'd enjoy it and I have good gear. So, you know, maybe we riot about that. Is PTR looking good? PTR is looking very good in my opinion. The time to kill stuff is always going to be, I think it's like the hottest contention right now. Systems wise, I think everybody's actually really happy about how the PTR is looking. I don't think there have been any complaints about that, if I'm being honest. I think the complaints about the PTR have unironically been the stutter is really, 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 really bad. And the TTK is not hitting for everybody. And the TTK needs more changes. But like the consensus, drop rates are better, gathering is better, sport fishing is fun, like the harbingers are fun, the new bosses are fun, the event spread is fun, how you go about clearing the events is fun. The like new quest, the new questing, quest is super kind of super broken for now too. Yeah, I mean, quests are good. Some of them are chopped right now as they get the first time user experiences like in, but it feels like questing is also coming along well. It's a bit more efficient. What's TTK like? Beefy. They inflated HP and they did some scaling changes to power and stuff, but like the power scaling was not enough to basically like, you know, even out the HP changes, of course, because they wanted to slow down the TTK a little bit. The only issue is HP went up and everybody immediately goes, HP is bad, HP is bad, HP is bad, HP is bad. But everybody forgets that mitigation scaling is fucking disgusting. So I have spoiler alerts for people. I saw people with 35k HP. Oh yeah, I had a 40k HP build. So originally they inflated HP values by like 4x, and that includes Constitution as a waterfall. Right now it's 1 max HP per con. It was 4 for a while. Then they shrunk HP values by 25%, including con, 3 max HP per con. So now like my high end build is like 28k HP. But basically like I sit in my PTR dual build, or like my PTR build, around 21k with buffs. The only thing is I effectively have 95% mitigation on everything. It's disgusting. So the thing about it is passive block chance is the restrictor, but I also can active block whenever. What the fuck? Hold on, I'll pull up the stats and show you. I don't have them screenshotted. Somebody probably has them screenshotted. I'll find it in the VOD real quick. Video producer. And then let's see. Ash's 1v1 tourney today. Towards the end of the VOD. Oh, and right to my character sheet. Alright, so this is PTR footage. Don't tell anybody. I'm a bad man and I'm sneaking this out. Just kidding. They lifted the visual NDA for a day. This is the day that they lifted the visual NDA. So keep in mind, this is Lego plus 20 gear, right? This is really good gear. And this is also going to be like, you know, pretty ideal circumstances. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through my mitigation combo, right? So just grit, pop a rush of courage, and then pop fortify. So that way I have all of my scaling. So 23k HP, you see that there. And then with scaling up, 77.2% fizz defense, 72.1% fizz block defense, just keep in mind. And this level of block mitigation is acquirable by every class in the game, just for perspective. And then 63% magic defense and 62.6% magic block defense. So fizz block defense and magic block defense are facilitated by having a shield on, but also having a Thistleborn necklace, which is... Where's my codex tab? Where's my super suit? We get out of this. Yes, I have 2 different Chrome browsers open. And yes, they're all just stream stuff. So Thistleborn neck is con, max HP. Keep in mind this max HP is up tremendous. Block defense and disable defense. Keep in mind this block defense is neither fizz nor magic. It is just raw block defense. For perspective, a shield I have in my inventory on live right now, a blue forge scale. This is 641 fizz block defense. So if you scale this up, keep in mind this is an item level 23 necklace. It's rubies and zinc ingots. That is it. It is ungodly cheap. You scale this up to epic, you now have roughly a shield on your neck, except instead of just being fizz block defense, it's fizz and magic block. So then, as we look into the late scaling, you're going to be looking at glittering spall rings. Glittering spall rings, strength, con, disable power, yet again, that block defense. So providing you can scale these up, keep in mind zinc ingots, 1 glittering steel ingot, 8 emeralds, 27 rubies, and then you need your forge crafts. But scale these up because really these crafts aren't actually that hard. And then you're also looking at another shield plus. So keep in mind, this is the like scaliest of the scaling. That surely is just too much defense and no attack. Tell me you do 0 damage. I do okay damage, but for perspective, like this build is sword and board and a Dreadwake longbow. So I could be more HP if I was using a long sight instead of a Dreadwake. But Dreadwake is giving the additional power and the additional fizz speed. So in terms of the fizz kit, like the offense, I am with consumes 411.1 fizz power, 104.5 fizz speed, 52.6 fizz crit chance. Everybody's fizz crit chance and magic crit chance is through the roof. 210 fizz crit power, and that's with the mitigations. So DPS are going on the higher end of things. I was seeing like 500, 550 for a lot of people. Thing about this is that, keep in mind, this, and this are acquirable by every class and can be equipped with or without a shield and still give the block defense value. So what I would do against DPS classes, switch to my two-hander, and that would put me up to 470 plus fizz power. And then if I ever needed to, I could block with my two-hander with the guard. It's 100% frontal cone block. And then I would still have 50%, 45% block mitigation on top of my raw mitigation. So, block is out of hand. Disgusting, I love it. It's gross. It's gross. So that's really facilitated by this and these bad boys. You can have a shield on if you want to. Now keep in mind, for those that are saying, what if I want to be caster heavy? There is, on the horizon, a type of shield called Sigil. Oh wait, Lens doesn't actually pop up on Codex. There's a type of shield called a Sigil. This is, instead of having Fizz defense like Fizz shields will, these will have magic defense while still being in like the shield subcategory. So instead of being Fizz skewed like this and having more of a Fizz defense, I'd be looking at the, 73% on the magic and then the 63% on Fizz. So it's kind of gross. On top of that, right? You are, yo, Parch, what up? Hope you're having a good night, dude. You are on top of that seeing mana values inflated like crazy too. So do consider, if you will, the fact that when I showed my stats, I have 9,000 fucking mana because they brought mana values up as well. So part of that, you'll notice, Dusty, where's your Steel Bloom gear? I don't use it. Salvage Slag Earring. Salvage Slag Earrings on live are... Where are my slag earrings? Oh, I gave them away. Salvage Slag Earrings on live are... Hold on. We have 2.5k. I have 2.7k because I'm a bit of a resource whore. We'll go back over to Codex. Do. Why my Codex search no work? Please work. Slag Earring. Okay, cool. We're good. So, Salvage Slag Earring is on live. 200 max HP and max mana, and then crit power and crit chance. On PTR, this is 5x'd. I don't know why, but it's 5x'd. It used to be like 6x'd. So this is a 1k item in and of itself. Then, on the PTR build, I was running 3-piece Reef Guard pants. 3-piece Reef Guard set, I should say. With... No, take your time. I guess I only get one search per refresh. I guess something's fucked here. It is Reef Guard Greaves. These are max HP, max mana as well. So these are now 1,000 plus max HP. These are 800 plus max mana. Woo! We're up. I like 2.5 TTK, but this kind of much. Oh, keep in mind, I am manipulating the scaling of mitigation to the peak, and also this is legendary plus 20 gear, just for perspective. Not the numbers that I'm giving you right now. The 1,000 on slag is green, but there are definitely larger numbers in place right now. Part of the problem as well is that there's no pen in the game. There's no pen in the game, and there's also no variance in the scaling between how base classes are feeling. So essentially, what we're looking at right now is if a DPS is gearing as a DPS, they outpower a tank by about 20% on the PTR, which is shown between the blue and the red. Blue is tank, red is DPS. Health and mana are actually within about 10%ish, 20%ish as well. And then mitigation, if a tank's using a sword and board versus a DPS using a two-hander, this is regardless of abilities. This is just, I put the gear on, right? Tank mitigation is through the roof. Average DPS build, still really good mitigation. Now, the thing about it is when tanks and DPSs are using the same sets right now, shields, rings, necklace, all that shit, there is essentially no delta between the two, where they are 98% the same, because they've reduced how much of your attribute gain is like at 25 percentage based from your character scaling, and increased how much of your power gain was from your gear scaling. So they took a little bit of a like a gear based route with it, so to say. So as a result, I can gear a tank as a fighter and essentially have the same stats and then the tank kit on top of it. What we're seeing right now is no delta between the builds, and then also crit chance is juiced to shit. Penetration is absent right now. So I think crit chance going into some pen to deal with the mitigation stacking could be good, but also MIT numbers are going to have to be hard. Sounds super ready for early access when basic stats aren't accounted for. Dead Alpha December 12th. I mean, it's alive enough to have you watching right now, dog. Also, it's December 11th. So, personally, you also have to keep in mind, any live service MMO has done many attribute adjustments along the way. Many balance changes along the way. And this is just natural. Like, this is part of it. I'm gonna be honest. Time to kill will get faster at certain points, slower at certain points. New attributes will be added. Attributes will be taken away. If you think that it's dead game because attributes weren't figured out, brother, how did you react when WoW added resilience? Seemed to be pretty okay for WoW at the time. So, I don't know. If you're super worried about it, though, in terms of, like, the game needing changes and stuff, I would not recommend hopping in on December 11th. I'd definitely recommend hopping in after the fact, probably waiting a good amount of time before you do hop in as the game approaches a more finished state. So, that's the big thing. Resilience was always bad IMO. We don't need to get down that discussion. We don't need to get down that, but it's a good start. TVH better than live. They'll figure it out by early access. Also, like you said, it's level 29 plus 20 gear. Oh, yeah. It's level 29 legendary plus 20 gear. And again, they have already said they have another pass to the time to kill coming this week. And then even if they hit this, if this is the best TTK that they have ever established in Ashes of Creation, then it's still going to change 1,000 times in between now and the full launch of the game, you know? We've got so much scaling left to come in. We've got different forms of power scaling that'll be in. We've got secondaries. We've got level 26 to 50. We've got ranks. We've got more items. We've got more endgame sets, more endgame set bonuses. God did. We've got a lot. Why do I have 16 FPS right now? Stupid fucking rogue player, get nerfed. I have no empathy. If only we had arenas or group dueling to test this. They did say the group dueling would be the next step of the dueling interface, which will be nice. They said it would go from solos to groups to then having raid duels, and then they would also be adding some like open world arena-y areas for us to duel in. So that'll be nice. I'll look forward to that. Something to also think about is that Ashes skills over time. You won't be touching your high-end stats for at least a month for the average person. Oh, longer than a month. Oh, server progression is still going to take a long time, especially for item level 29 stuff. Just for perspective, this server does not have access to all item level 29 crafting. Like, that's a big thing. That's a big thing. Steven said the prior arenas and dueling from last stream. Yup. If we get arenas and dueling as like further implemented systems for repeatable PvP content, I will absolutely start shooting off rockets, and those rockets will be coming out of my pants. Yeah. I will just straight up be unfiltered. I will be that excited. I will sit here for 10 hours a day just queuing up for arenas with the boys, pumping arenas constantly. Constantly. I hope they just give a basic plus minus elo system too. I don't want that at start, personally, because like, people are gonna smurf, dog. We've already seen that shit. People are hitting goddamn crafters in towns. Like, people are gonna smurf that shit. So I would love if there was just no skill-based matchmaking, no plus minus ELO at the start. Just give us a queuable arena. The benefit of the queuable arena is that we can play arenas. The drawback is that we're not in the open world. Develop the rank systems and stuff as they go, and as they have more time for that. But baseline first iteration of arena, oh bro, you just match my 3 against another 3, first available 3, and then slap us against each other. Good old days of no skill based. You can match up against whoever, whenever, best players, worst players. You can get your ass kicked, or you can kick ass any match. Skill-based matchmaking is bad for games because it keeps people fighting within their same skill bracket. People do not experience outside of their skill bracket, and if people never see new ways to do something that are superseding what they're able to do, then they will never learn how they can play above the current level that they are playing at. So, if people have no skill-based, and people are, I'll say it, honestly, bad at the game, and they go up against a 3-stack that just whomps their shit, they're probably gonna learn something about, they're probably gonna learn something about PvP. They're probably gonna learn something about team comps, maybe gearing. A whole lot. A whole lot. Devs like this one simple trick. They hide the future content like this, making certain things inaccessible. An example of this was super large XP requirements for settlements in early phases. I mean, like, super large XP requirements for settlements are intended, though. Like, they want it to be a very long leveling process. And also, settlements are going to die in the long term. Like, that's... I don't necessarily think that's a level of, like, hiding future content and making it inaccessible. You could level a settlement in one day if the entire server was, you know, maximizing every single experience opportunity in that settlement. Like, if we coordinated every single community in NA to just level Winstead, Winstead could be T4 day 1. Like, people's progression is going to get fucked for it. But, like, Winstead could be T4. There's nothing stopping it. There is no limitation other than the total number of experience opportunities that exist within the area, which for areas in the Riverlands is real fucking high. Real fucking high. You can be doing a lot out there all the time. But I think that's the big thing. Like, it's intended to be a long term. And it's not necessarily even in their ideal pacing. Keep in mind, like, I'll pull it up on Wiki, just so I don't misspeak. I love Wiki for sources. I'll go. Oi. Settlement types. I think it's a settlement types page, if I remember correctly. See, part of being an encyclopedia is knowing exactly where to look. Wait, nope. It's not settlement types. It's settlement levels. God damn it. I did it wrong. Settlement levels. There we go. Wrong graph. There we go. So, wilderness is what it starts at. Things are supposed to hit crossroads within a few hours. And keep in mind, this is the estimated time to advance on like a fully populated server. Encampment should take many hours. Village, which is T3, should take few days. A town should take many days. And then a city should take many weeks. So in terms of what that actually means for their estimates, that's going to be dependent on like how many experience opportunities are present, how many people they project to be participating in those areas, and kind of like, you know, all of the in-betweens there. But I think it's encouraging that it is meant to be a very long grind to even level in the first place. Then on top of that, you got the settlement management aspect where you need the materials, you need the gold, you need everything to actually be able to develop that. So I do like the aspect of it being very, 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 very difficult and time consuming to level settlements. Because again, if it was just like, if it was super quick, then the vassling system would take place anyways, and it'd be like New World. Add Dusty Bald? No. Maybe sub goal. You guys wouldn't even be able to see Dusty Bald. It's such a low quality emote made by a low quality human. If you modded me, I could. I couldn't mod you because you would get mad anytime somebody said Ashes was stupid and then you'd ban them. You're very, like, territorial. Guess no death won't be activated yet. Yeah, no, settlement death is not gonna be in until 2026. Steven said a couple dev streams ago that they were re-looking into how settlement death is actually going to play out over the course of, you know, the entirety of it. Whether that stays a complete D-level, whether storages are impacted. I don't know what their goal is with it, but they have said that they want to reevaluate settlement death in some way. How many people are on right now? And where is everyone? Surely there are like... Wait, what? Do they have a website? Mr. Beast from Beast Mode is a summoner only PvX guild forming for the 11th. Join us at beastmode.army. Chat, someone go to beastmode.army for me and make sure it's not a virus. Somebody fall on the grenade for me real quick. Just out of curiosity, what are we looking at here? Do we need to get like a cat's website? Also, dude used every type of bracket possible, I think, for the most attention. I mean, shit, it worked. Mr. Beast from Beast Mode. Cat's website would be sick. I feel like it shouldn't even be like guild recruitment stuff. It should just be a bunch of cool cat videos of the day. Honestly, bro, it's just guild spams. They're not even spamming to anybody. They're just guild spamming. It's like the dead internet theory. It's just guild spamming to guild spam. There's nobody actually out there. They're trying to recruit each other at this point. Like the idea of buildings dropping stuff to caravan away on no death. I would love to see a bunch of like caravans just on the edge of the settlement when a siege is happening, just waiting there. Well, don't shit on their website. Don't shit on their website. I was just curious. You don't need to be mean to their handmade website. Goodness fucking gracious. Cat's website would be sick for game highlights and stuff. Well, that's what this is. Look at it right now, dude. I mean, I don't know. We don't need to shit on their handmade stuff on stream. That's not nice. Suspect has a cool website. Yeah, it's better than I could make a fucking website. I will be honest, at least they got a fucking website. You accidentally corrupted on that low level, trying to knife you. Help, please. You're in guild. Where are you? Is this you? Are you? Bro, you're showing on my map. I'm pretty sure. Or is this a mob? We're in the same guild. What do you want me to do? Hold on. Who's over here? Blotto! Blotto, come here. Blotto, come over into the woods. I have something for you. Oh, Lanny, you can do it. I need somebody to kill Glow. Glow fucked up. Glow fucked up. Someone come kill Glow. Cause I can't unless I kick him from the guild. Yes, perfect. Perfect. Okay, yeah, just come kill him. He's corrupted. And then I'll loot his gear. Do what you must do. I'll watch. I'll make sure nobody else comes over. You don't even have to flag up to hit him. You can just hit him. Somebody kill him. He got a oopsie scenario. He accidentally ganked a low level. We've seen it before from Nin, but we thought people were gonna be a little more cautious in the future. Unfortunately, that's not the state of affairs, boys. Check to the line, hold. Talk. Oh wait, /global. Talk to trades manager. Do sweat of your brow. Ooh, what'd you drop? Anything good? Hey yo, steel boomerangs. Oh, Pog.
Oh my god, why do you have so much bass? Glow, why do you have so much fucking fish? The fuck?
Bro, I'll be real. I'm not grabbing your fucking bats. I'm not getting involved there. Ooh. Acadira Valerion, you may say. Murdering fishermen? Where? And how? Were you corrupting on the fishermen? Are there just a bunch of AFK fishers somewhere? Where the fuck are the players? I want to go see what Lionhold's like. Come get your gear. There's always AFK fishers. So how are you murdering them? Are you corrupting on them, or are you like dragging mobs to them? Back in PT, you can just pull a fisherman underwater as a tank. Back in the good days. Back in the good days. It was beautiful. Yo, Ozzy, what up, dude? I haven't seen anyone on much since the announcement for the wipe and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, there's not going to be, in all fairness. Like, people aren't going to want to come over to live until the first. Still corrupt. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, go to the same place. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I mean, we got to put a petition in for them to actually, like, put the boost NPCs in early. I don't know why they're waiting until the first, because they'd actually be able to get people, you know, online prior to the first if the boost NPCs were in. Not that that's like a huge emphasis for them, but I'm sure they would still like to have, I don't know, some players over here. Oh shit, I got a 3-piece. Hey, yo. Man, if it was anything other than your legs, then I'd be so up, because I got my blood runner leg, so that would fuck my siphon. It's a goddamn shame. It's a goddamn shame. Would be interesting if they prevented guildies or past 2 guild players from killing corrupted. We have so many different guilds though, and like even if we don't have, you know, anyone in one of our immediate guilds, we have like, are you still corrupted? Bro, what is your blight? What the fuck? Oh, you're good. Okay. Okay, we're blessed. Nope, he's fine. Only 2 deaths were needed. All right, I got your shit. That's why they don't announce a wipe early on in a phase. I mean, I don't think a wipe is ever ideal, in all fairness. I don't necessarily think that this wipe was their intent. Maybe it was known ahead of time because of the Steam stuff, but I don't necessarily think that the wipe was ever the goal this, you know, this far in. So I'd love to see it if there wasn't as much of a, it was on the plans of what if. Yeah, of course. It's always on the table of like, what if this needs to be done to actually preserve the state of the testing environment? Like, I totally get that. I feel that 1000%, but I don't think it's ever ideal. So I don't know. I think like there's always a content cycle, right? There's always in every game, live service, anything. There's a content cycle. Content drops, people come in to play the content, people complete the content, people burn out, people get bored, whatever it may be. And then people start tapering off. Now, what we've seen is a content cycle every phase so far. Content cycles will last less time if there is less content to actually do in the game. Earlier on in development, you'll see a worse content cycle than you will see when the game fully launches. Go figure. However, what we're seeing right now is the result of a content cycle that was already leading to large player base fall off, that was also then one-upped by, hey, we're wiping this shit anyways. So now you have an element of, I mean, up until today, the past few weeks have been PTR only, and not a lot of people are going to want to get on and yap for extended periods of time when they can't show their screen or anything like that. I'm gonna be real, it's not the easiest. And as a result, we're gonna have way fewer content creators. With these 5 days here, it's cool to be back over on these servers, but also they're gonna wipe, so nobody's gonna like be going crazy on progression. So like, I don't know. I'm just expecting it to be a little quiet. I'm happy over here though. I'm just chilling. I'm hanging out with the gang. I'm answering questions for my new players, so it's cool. I consider myself lucky. They don't know a lot of testing in PTR. Some of the stuff I've seen from PTR looks great. Oh, the PTR looks phenomenal. I've played so much PTR. Dude, it's so fun. Bruce, what up, dog? Give me some big things that have been fixed since phase 2. What have wipes fixed? What does Ashes feel like is going to flop on its face due to them not being clear in their dev cycle? What's been fixed in terms of, like, between this wipe and the previous wipe? The core aspect of the econ having multiple dupes fixed. Granted, more dupes are always going to pop up, but the more they get dupes fixed, the fewer dupes exist, hopefully in the long term, and their response to dupes gets better. The gathering overhaul has been an overwhelming success. They have figured out where they want their drop rates to as of right now, being that's higher than it was last phase, so progression is going to be better. First time user experiences have been worked on. Late game progression with figuring out where they want their emphasis to be in an economy versus drop rates versus crafting versus all of that. Every single wipe is a more progressive state of that. On top of that, this wipe, we're getting the Harbinger system. We're getting, I mean, sport fishing's more an accessory, so I'm not going to be too hyped up about sport fishing during a wipe. But the Harbinger system itself represents an ongoing, I guess, like battle for the server, so to say, that actually presents some endgame repeatable content. And in my opinion as a player, every wipe has come at a state where the previous state of the servers were very, very, very fucked. I mean, just to illustrate again, I can take something and I can enchant it with an excavation kit. Just for perspective, this is an excavation kit. This is an excavation kit. This is the enchanting menu. I can enchant this thing with this excavation kit. Congratulations. This is fixed for this wipe. Do you want to know why so many people have enchanted gear this phase? Because there were a lot of dupes, both materials and gold. Because excavation kits can be used to fucking enchant stuff. There are many issues along the way right now, many of which are, at the very least, I guess in some way, alleviated by the wipes. So, I'm gonna be real. I think since P2, man, we're playing nearly a completely different game, especially with this upcoming set of changes. Not to mention all of the back-end server infrastructure that they've worked on. This could potentially be our first wipe with dynamic gridding functioning for the live environment. It's been tested on PTR extensively, successfully too. So I don't necessarily, I don't know. Everyone is, you know, right to be skeptical. You know what I mean? I think skepticism is good. I think people being critical is good, and any like echo chamber of yes men is not good for anything. You know what I mean? And I think that people being skeptical, being able to provide feedback and being able to say, hey, this doesn't seem like it's good, is actually very good for the state of, you know, Ashes in the long term. That's my take on it. I'm not necessarily in the state where I'm like, I think it's going to flop on its face. I actually think this dev cycle has been more clear to me than, granted, my previous game was New World. So it's not like everything was always clear over there, but I can damn sure say that that this is a lot more clear than New World is, and it's a lot more set up for success than New World was. So I'm happy, but it's all kind of my perspective. Yo, Az, what up? How's leveling? How long can it be done solo or do I need a group? On the fence about getting it down versus waiting 2 weeks and paying half the price. Wait 2 weeks. Everything's gonna wipe anyways in 2 weeks. If you're leveling, it is a long-term leveling process. Honestly, most of the emphasis is gonna be on the private test realm for the next, 2-week period. So that's going to be, looking at the new build, but that's also very frequently wiped. It's focus testing more than it is like concurrency testing. So I would highly recommend just waiting the 2 weeks and hopping in on December 11th as a first-time player. That's coming with a full wipe of servers, so you won't lose anything by hopping in then. It's coming with a huge update. Summoner is going to be a thing as well. So like leveling is, I'd say for a first time player, plan probably 100, 150 hours with competitive servers. And then from there, like Summoner's going to come in. Summoner's going to be great for solo leveling. Leveling solo, obviously going to be harder than leveling in groups. They have a questing experience. Questing experience falls off. I'd say around like level 12 is probably where I'd expect it to fall off pretty hard. Until they kind of like develop it more and kind of fan it out from the Riverlands. And then from there, you're going to be looking at mob grinding, commissions, which are like these town quests. But a lot of it does break down to more of the true mob grindy element of it. So I think that's the biggest thing. Are we getting cleric and tank secondaries? No cleric and tank yet. That'll be later on. We go live on Steam. The Twitch and VTube community is going to get their first impression and never come back. I mean, I'm gonna be real. I don't think that's too much of a concern. My counter to that is that Pirate Software with 15,000 average viewers was over here daily for a very long time making Ash's content. And say what you want about Pirate Software, he was literally a top 10 content creator on Twitch, maining Ashes of Creation in a worse state than this. Summit has come to Ashes and streamed it to over 10,000 average viewers in a worse state than this. Said he had fun. His community actively asks him to come back to the point where he might come back. Like, at the end of the day, there have already been some of the titans of content creation in here. Some of the largest at their respective time streamers. Like, Pirate Software obviously doesn't have 15k average now. But, like, Pirate Software had a lot of fucking viewers when he was over in Ashes for a while. Oh my god, what are all these? Jesus Christ. So in terms of, like, going live on Steam, nothing is changing. Like, I would not let that scare you. I do not have room for all this. Oh, I was supposed to make excavation kits to enchant my shit. I don't have room for all that. Give it to somebody else. I have to go make excavation kits so I can abuse enchanting. But yeah, I don't think really anything changes with the Steam side of it that we wouldn't potentially have with just the Ashes launcher. The price drop was gonna happen. The wipe was gonna happen. And everybody is still going to go through the Ashes launcher, even launching through Steam. So, like, you'll still have to make a website on the Ashes, an account on the Ashes website. Like, it's gonna be a thing that you still have to do. I don't buy into the whole, this is going to be somebody's first and only impression of Ashes, and it's going to be absolutely awful, and people would not have come across Ashes if it wasn't for this Steam launch, you know, and the Steam is shoving it in their face before it's ready. Like, brother, they do monthly dev streams. They do not stop people from streaming their game, and we've had some of the largest content creators on Twitch already come over and stream the game, with actually multiple of those content creators coming back for P3. Well, P3 for the new wipe. Like, biggest disappointment for the Steam launch is that it won't be patched through the Steam client. Oh, that's tragic. So you'll still be on Ashes Patcher. And people say that that's slower, right? Found that outside of the streams, Ashes has a serious lack of positive content creators. As always, the devs did this game ruined instead of actually having content. Alzito, it's the YouTube meta. Yes, I talk about this a lot, but some people feel as though, you know, YouTubers can push their own agenda. Some people can feel that they're doing this, that, the other. My personal thought on it, if I can be completely honest, YouTube is very much incentivized by getting a click and then having that click be omnipresent. So, look, I'm a DJ and I love the grind, and you love the game. I think the last dev stream wasn't great, and they look like they didn't want to be there. So are you saying I don't love the grind? What do you mean, brother? I have played this game probably more consistently than you have. If you're saying that I, like, don't love the grind, I acknowledge the bad as much as anything else. But, like, I've been here every single day, good, bad, indifferent, empty servers, live servers, PGR servers, every single day. I love the fucking grind. I think you love the game. I love the concept of the game, and I also love being able to provide feedback on things. If you know me, like, if you've been in here at all, which you may not have been, but I have an entire, like, fucking doctoral thesis on why the TTK and the deltas between builds are bad right now. I give as much criticism as anybody else. The only difference is I articulate my criticism in a way that doesn't come across as empty bitching. And I try to say, like, I don't like this because of this. Where I feel like a lot of content creators don't say the things that they don't like in a constructive manner. Everything has to be, this is the worst thing ever and it's the end of the world because I don't like it. And I try not to do that, so it can come off as like Dusty's a white knight. But I've literally given full write-ups on things that are borked and I think that are like not good, you know what I mean? Many, many, many times. So from my perspective, I'm here to be constructive and not here to like white knight Ashes or anything like that. I don't make like clams from selling random people copies of the game. Like, I don't care. If I wanted to farm viewers, I'd be on Where Winds Meet right now. Like, I'm here for the love of the game and the love of doing it the way that I do it, dog. So for me, it's not even a matter of like, I love the game, so I'm making up shit for the game or anything. I want Ashes to do well, but I also don't see where the element of like Steam is going to put out a lot of bad things into light that aren't already into light. I'm not saying the bad things don't exist, but what I'm saying is somebody's gonna see the bad, whether it's on Steam, Epic Launcher, or Ashes Launcher, or anything in between. I think that's the big thing. Like, that's my take on it. I think regardless of good, bad, indifferent, like if we're upset about Ashes going over to Steam, then we're upset about Ashes being publicly available in the first place. That's my take on it. I don't fault anybody for saying that Ashes has problems, because Ashes has problems. Ashes is not perfect. Ashes is not gonna be perfect. Ashes has many flaws, faults, and everything in between. But all of those faults, flaws, and everything in between are very public, you know? Just opens good and bad to more eyes before I think it's close to ready. And that's fair. That's fair. I think the more eyes thing is valid, but it could also be that, you know, in a world where we all entered Ashes at a worse state than these people will be, and we liked it enough to kind of see the long-term vision, maybe the player base can actually be a good benefit, even though there's going to be bad with it, right? People will enter at a better state than we as players did, and as a result, we may actually see an element of the good that comes with it being good enough to keep up with the bad. Like, we entered at a far worse state than every other person here. The Polars, the Auras, the Supples, the Novas, we're not gonna say the Enviouses, but all of the people who have come and gone, all of the people who are still here, the new guilds that have spun up, the guilds that have absorbed others, like, they entered at worse states and liked it enough to stay. There are a ton of people who have left along the way for various reasons, but that good and the bad is the dichotomy of open development and people being able to see something in progress. If I'm painting a picture on stream and you guys come in and you see half the picture, you might think it's good because you see the vision. You might think it's bad because you see it as what it is, or you don't like where I'm going with it, stylistic preferences. That's 1,000% valid. But also we have to look at the side of there are going to be people who like it too. At the end of the day, it's not like it's going to be a 0% reviewed game. I can promise you that. Shit, I'd be shocked if it was under 50%. I think 50 to 60% is probably reasonable. But like, I don't think it'll be that fucking awful. Especially, hear me out, for new players that want to come in and play a social MMO. It's a pretty lit world for the first few weeks if players stay and don't fall off immediately. It's a very lively world with players around. That's the big thing. It's more of a flush game than most other games. What do you mean a flush game? Oh, like full, like put together type stuff? I mean, I think there's still a lot missing. And I'm not gonna like jump and say that everything's in a great spot. Like, I think there is still a lot missing at its core. But I also think that it is a very socially driven MMO where if you have many people in an area, it feels like things are happening. It feels like it is actually alive. And I think that's one of the strongest points of it. While the systems get implemented, while the systems get improved, we already have a lot to do if people exist. If there are a bunch of caravans and people hitting caravans, then caravan protection squads. If there are people ganking crates, and then there's an crate gank group like this phase that spun up, that's going to be content for people that can be replayable, repeatable content. Now, why did crates die out? Well, because diminishing returns hit, because dupes of crates were absolutely exorbitant and drove diminishing returns. So nobody actually saw the organic rate of diminishing returns. On top of that, we only had enough population to level 1 settlement in the anvil, so there was one route and it kept getting ganked and diminishing returns were always there. It was an impossible thing. So maybe the crates just being, dispersed throughout more of the world if more players come in could be good. I feel as though the problem with Ashes, but also the strength of Ashes, is that it's very, 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 very socially driven. I think that's a big thing. I think that anything that is socially driven, like I mentioned, it feels lit when people are there. It doesn't feel as lit when people aren't there. Just very simply put, if the population falls off, the people that are holding out are gonna be like, damn, this feels way worse than it did at the start of the phase. It's a live or die method. Is a live or die method, big dog. And that's something that, you know, you live or die by the 3, you live or die by the social systems. And that's where I think the Steam launch could actually be good. People that would come in right now, right? So say you had this many people on the server and somebody made a character in Lionhold right now at this instant. They'd probably be like, ah, this isn't the greatest. But what release first, this or GTA 6? Shit, you gonna quote me on this? Oh god, GTA 6 only a year out. I'd say GTA 6 probably got us. They could always shock the world, but my predict for Ashes is mid to late 2028. Just being completely upfront, I think GTA 6 might have us. How are mages in PvP these days? Haven't played for a while. Group mage good, 1v1 mage very bad. As Emu said, yeah, AoE good, 1v1 bad, yeah. 1v1 mages and rangers are really rough. Would not recommend trying to force that as like a, you know, a solo player. Oh, I forgot I need fuel. That's so sad. That's so sad. I need 40 of you. And then I need to go grab fuel real quick. It's so tragic. But then this game will be cooked. I mean, people have been saying that since development started, big dog. It's not yet, so up to everybody's preferences. That already looks outdated. Well, you're sitting here watching it, Isaac. If you don't like it, Mr. Isaac Garcia, then I would highly encourage you to spend your time watching a game that you do like and you are excited for instead of one that you're not excited for. It may bring you a little bit more joy, big dog. I don't want to pocket watch or tell you how to live your life, but I say it for your own benefit. The world is too short to be a hating ass motherfucker in a YouTube chat. Ain't that crazy, dog? Ain't that crazy? A lot of games out there, and if you don't like Ashes, then ain't nobody gonna fault you for that, dog. I don't blame you. It's not for everybody. I just happen to enjoy it. So, if you don't like it, much love. I can't change your thoughts or anything like that, but I do wish you the best, dog. If you have any genuine questions about Ashes, by the way, I will happily answer just about anything, right? But like, I genuinely think I think life too short, Brody. Life too short. Too many games out there. Too many streams out there. You won't like everything, but if you do like it, you do like it. And if you don't, then it's too short of a life and an existence to be spending time on things you don't fuck with, you know? That's my take on it. What's some good 1v1 classes? Yeah, and then on top of that, Rogue Tank Bard. I mean, Cleric can be good for 1v1s as well. Good sustain, like, Summoner I think has the potential to be okay. Less so. But yeah. I mean, keep in mind, 1v1 is only a small percentage of what the, you know, what the PvP gameplay is going to be built up on, and is far from the most emphasized gameplay. It's tended to be around like 8v8s or higher, with balance point being 8v8s. So, what questions are you gonna ask, Steven? I have a lot of questions, but I also can't reveal all of the questions. I'm compiling a list up until like the last couple days before the interview, and then I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna make like the master list with different categories of, you know, all my questions, and just go through and feed him questions as we go. So I threw a ladybug away just now because it wouldn't leave me alone, and now I feel really bad. We'll bring it outside. It's okay. It's okay. The ladybug will live a good life. There's probably more food in the trash for the ladybug than it's ever had. It's lost in the trash. It's probably living a good life there, love. I won't lie. I won't lie. It's probably exploring, because it's not like it's gonna suffocate in the trash. Like, it can just fly out. We have a trash cabinet, so like it can just fly out of the top of the trash can, and then it gets in like the cupboards and stuff. Yeah, it's fine. It'll eat the trash and be happy. Yeah, that's probably like a buffet for that. Or get crushed? No, I won't get crushed. Should I gamble all? Cody, you must gamble all. Yeah, you got to. You absolutely have to. There's no other way around it. All right, Carla's up. Cody's up. All right, who's next? Emu? Emu? Is there a way to be a devoted healer like Cleric, but also be able to do DPS in other spec or gear? I mean, you can build more of like a power-based set, more of like an HP-based set, whatever you want to do. And then as more options come in with like secondary archetypes, you'll be able to augment your cleric, so to say, with, you know, maybe like a mage or something like that, depending on what you're looking for. So Brownie, thank you for following myself. And then from there, you'd be able to take your cleric abilities, put some special touches on them and whatnot. And, you know, if you're going cleric mage, maybe you see some elemental damage or some burns and shit like that coming up. Maybe a little bit more damage on some of your, you know, maybe Divine Flare can be cast a bit more offensively and do like a Chill Nova or something. There'll be a lot more customization with it, though, in the long term. As of right now, the primaries are a little more cut and dry. We will get ranks to our primary abilities at some point. That is a planned implementation, I think, with the next milestone update. And then the first two secondaries to come out are going to be tank and cleric for every primary. So you'll be able to augment either with like some tankiness or some healing, or, you know, maybe some different elements of the cleric and the tank. So fighter summoner for the win. Are you trying to like summon weapons and then have like an army of weapons following you around? Because that might be just lit enough. It might be just lit enough, my friend. I like that. I need to see if there's legendary oak or ash, because I need like 200. Because if I have 20 fragments and I have 200 oak and ash, then that would mean that I can make 20 kits. And if I hit on every single kit, then I can plus 20 my weapon. I need 180. All right, let's see. I think ash will probably be cheaper. Lego. Swag. Oak. All right, this is gonna be tough. It's gonna be way harder than I thought. This is gonna be way harder than I thought. All right, well, I'm gonna buy this. I'm gonna buy all of this. Chat, who has oak or ash in Lego? I'm trying to exploit before they take away my opportunities to exploit. And your contributions can help me make my weapon very glowy. I want red sword, except I don't want to work for it. And now that the servers are being wiped, we're so set. Anybody that has Lego wood, I will take your Lego wood. Is it like an actual NDA? You can't release the questions, or you just don't want to? Oh no, I'm making all the questions. I could talk about every single one. I could take questions from chat. Like, I make the questions. They have like no, I mean, I guess they could be like, hey Dusty, can you not ask anything about this? But they haven't done that. They've just been like, hey, get me like a headshot so we can make some promos and stuff. So it's been really chill, if I'm being completely honest. But yeah, I have just a full set of questions. I don't want to like have questions get out because I would like them to be organic. Like, I don't want anything getting back out to Steven because people are always fucking lurking. I don't want him to be able to prep responses. I also feel like some of the questions, like if I was to pose like a raw question, right? Then that may not have all of the context of the conversational flow of it. So like my goal for the interview is much less a like question A, question B, answer B, and much more of a like a conversational piece where it's a lot of back and forth. We might have some pop-up questions that are just like, oh, well, since you said this, you know. So I'm trying to basically sit down and like simulate this conversation in my head, if that makes sense. Like, I'm trying to feel out how it's going to go and like run through it mentally so I can feel out like what is a good question to ask. Miracle, what up, dog? How does the combat feel in this game compared to other MMOs? Which one is it most similar to? I'd say it's like an ADHD friendly WoW classic. Some people say it's kind of like Guild Wars 2-y, but like it's got a very tab target base, right? Still tab target as root. I can hit comma and go into like the action combat mode, but this isn't gonna be like a pew pew, I shoot arrow here. It's target. So with that, tab target base, ability econ like a WoW would be. Many binds, but you also have your stamina management system. So stamina management, sprinting, run faster, get CC evasion, so you can't get CC'd as much, and that drains stamina. Block, and then dodge. So, you do have some stam management in there as well for a little bit more controllability. the depth of like weapon choices and weapon not ability tree, but like weapon passive tree choices, those will all have some impacts on how your character is playing, what you're gearing for, what you're building for. Big, you know, variance in how your build will perform based on gearing options. But the combat, I would say, feels quite fluid and smooth overall in most scenarios. I play a tank, so with the new time to kill as well, over on the private test realm that's coming for the 11th, I actually can play and operate like in melee range. You'll notice every class has a ranged and a melee weapon equipped, and I can just switch between the two. So if I'm in melee range and I want to cleave, I can cleave and chop chop ching ching. And then if I want to, you know, poke one target from afar, I longbow. Longbow has the longest range out of any weapon in the game, and then also has in the ability tree, or the passive tree, wound. Wound is Ash's anti-heal. So every weapon has, you know, its normal hits and then its finisher and its extended finisher. The finisher is here, extended finisher is here. So those can put out different, you know, status debuffs, and then some buffs on you, buffs on what the bear doing. The fuck? Is that the cocaine bear? Where'd Brody just come from? Got a goddamn bear on the loose out here. The fuck? I was gonna see if he's had a chance to enjoy Ash as a player yet, and if it's capturing the feeling he's been looking for since Arc Age, or if development is limiting that for him. I have a few questions that are posed around his views as like, think of this from a player standpoint. I am going to ask him to articulate some things from a player standpoint instead of his, you know, his position at Intrepid. I feel like that's something that we very frequently don't have him just sit and like articulate thoughts about, and also give him a chance to like voice, you know, just open, you know, air for things. I'm really hoping it can be a fun interview. I want to get a lot of information out. Now, keep in mind, system information will probably be a lighter emphasis. What I'm shooting for is more like evergreen information out there. I want information that is going to hold up about the development philosophy, about Steven's philosophies, about where his thoughts with the Ash's vision are, where he sees the long term of it. Like, there's going to be a lot to it. What's more action combat, Guild Wars 2 or Ashes? I haven't played enough Guild Wars 2 to honestly be able to tell you. I played Guild Wars 2 very casually for a bit, but it was when I was much younger, so I can't really vouch too much to it. I mean, I hear it's pretty similar. I don't know if Guild Wars 2 is very skill shotty. Ashes doesn't have many skill shots. It's got like some ground targets and shit. Like I can wall, I can ground target stuff, but it's truly not too heavy in the action combat outside of the stamina management on the Ashes side. Guild Wars 2 more action combat, word, but I wouldn't pick Guild Wars 2 over Ashes. I mean, honestly, if you picked up Guild Wars 2 right now, you could be a new player, max level, gear out, and complete every endgame system before the 11th. So that could be a cool interim thing. Just food for thought. Shallow ass game. Blood, are we shooting me or someone else? I didn't even know I was shooting, honestly. If I'm being completely real. I'm not quite certain who was blasting, but that shit wasn't me. Assuming you made it to the content creator program. I did indeed. I don't know anything else that's coming from it, but I got the good email. Yes, indeed. Guild Wars 1 is getting a remaster. Interesting. I remember Guild Wars 1 being very fun. Very fun. I appreciate you, Yurt. Thank you. If Guild Wars 2 is a 10 in action and WoW is a 1, Ash is a 5. Is Guild Wars 2 a 10 in action? Is Guild Wars 2 even freeform action? I feel like New World was a 10 in action. I'll be completely honest. Before aim lock. I think New World was like freeform action combat extraordinaire in terms of the combat system. Some people didn't like it, but I really liked New World's action combat. But yeah, it's not, but for the scale between the three. Okay. No, that's fair. New World was the best action MMO. New World's combat was 1 of 1, dude. For all that we say about that dog shit ass, you know, the engine, Azoth engine, like it was something. They made something out of absolutely nothing on New World, which I think is the most impressive part of it all. I'd love to see more storyline quests and Ashes, both long and short ones. Oh, dude, one thing that I would love to see in Ashes, since you're on that, Aussie, just my personal thing about questing, even though I'm not a huge quester, bridge quests, where it's like, you've completed this questing hub, here's a big reward, a pinnacle chain, and then here is incentivization to go to the next questing hub, where it's like, let me bring you on a journey, point A to point B to point C to point D, where there will be side quests that then introduce other points of exploration where you can understand the world, and if you follow all the side quests, then you can get the lore and you can discover more things along the way. But if you just want to have that guided experience, you can have that guided narrative experience. I think that's such a big part of MMO Prog, and even though it's not my personal form of progression, I like mob grind, questing is such a core element of MMO progression, man. And I fully recognize, like, I've quested enough in games, dog. I know what it's supposed to be. I just don't prefer it. So it's like, I'm questing, and I'm like, man, I'd really love a bridge here. I'd really love to know to go to the harbor at this point, because I can get these quests and complete them here. So, never wanted to tab target an MMO again after I learned how to PvP at Duel World. Yeah, that was kind of how I felt. I didn't see myself going back to a tab. And then I played the Ashes combat system, and I was like, oh, wait, this is nice. Now, I will say, one of my favorite things, excuse me, with Ashes is that the actual, like, key press input feel is fucking S tier. Out of all of the games that I have played in my time, input registration being low input delay and very fast responsiveness, Ashes is one of the most precise input registration game feel games that I have ever played. I have played many high APM games. I played years of Fortnite where I was cranking fucking 90s on 0 pings and running edit courses for 2 hours to start my stream each day. Like, I've played a lot of shit. Ashes input feel is fucking insanity to me. It's really good. I'd only give input 8 out of 10 at best. What do you think's missing with it? 10 out of 10 might be exaggerative, but I think it is very high up for where it's at in development. I think it's very, very, very fluid compared to many game feels of fully existing games. I think that's the way I'd put it. 10 out of 10 may be exaggeratory of me, but it's genuinely, I think it is in the high A to S tier of game feel games in terms of I press thing happens. It's real fucking nice there. Miracle said, do you think the game will be released on the 11th without bugs and connection problems? I mean, the 11th is not like the full release of Ashes. The 11th is just a continuation of development. So there are new systems that'll potentially be online that'll help with, like, you know, connection problems and stuff. It's 1,000% gonna have bugs on the 11th. Get ready for that because we're still in alpha. This isn't even beta. It is early access for probably a few years. So in my opinion anyways, I think you're in for a long haul here. I think that the 11th will absolutely come with bugs, will come with connection issues. Well, yeah, as Lesh said, actually, read my mind, will probably come with DDoSs. There have been a large amount of DDoSs in gamings right now. So yeah, I think that's the big thing. I would expect it to be janky. I'd expect it to be messy, probably get disconnected, probably have some error codes. And over the course of the remainder of development, there's a non-zero chance that you will also interact. I'd say there's a near guarantee chance that you'll also interact with things. So, why they decided this suddenly? What's that? That they were gonna go over to Steam? Because the game's already fully accessible, like in its current state. It's just a continuation on, like, development. The early access tag is literally nothing other than saying this is still in dev. They just brought it over to Steam in its development state in case people wanted to play the development of it. But the game's been entirely acquirable, public, over on the Ashes website for a very long time now, in much worse states than this. And Intrepid is very forward in taking a transparent approach to MMO development, where people can be a part of it early, people can see it early, and whether it works out for them in the long term or not, they are very, very, very stuck to that, where they want everybody to be able to see it as it develops, as it comes about, and if they don't like it at one point, maybe they like it in the future. And for the people that it sours too much along the way for them to give them another chance, then, you know, it is what it is. But I don't know if it was a snap decision. I don't know if it was something that was incredibly well thought out on their end. I'm assuming well thought out. But at the end of the day, there's no real difference in terms of like what's going to happen on the 11th with Steam versus what was going to happen on the 11th if it wasn't on Steam, right? Now more people get access to it from a platform that's more popular, but price is the same, wipes the same, updates the same. Game state's the same. It's just, you know, it's a part of moving along in development. So I don't necessarily get too freaked out about it. I expect they'll increase server numbers on Steam launch at least. Not realms, but amount of server power. Oh yeah, I mean, dynamic gridding is something that could hopefully help solve a lot of queue problems, a lot of disconnects in certain areas, but also since it's a little more experimental, could force, hey, no, I have Lego mats in. I can't duel right now. But could also force more problems along the way if dynamic gridding doesn't work properly, right? That's the big trade-off. So it's like, are they not redesigning the UI? Oh yeah, they are. They're redesigning everything. Yeah, absolutely, especially the crafting UI. This shit is getting completely revamped for the 11th launch. Everything UX is subject to change. I mean, in terms of like moving the UI around, you can just move your full UX around as much as you want. You can move your bars around. You can move every element of it where you want it. So like, it's very customizable, and it'll get better as it goes. The thing with Ashes is it's important to remember that everything's going to change. Good, bad, indifferent, everything along the way. It's gonna evolve. So played a lot of New World. What crafting system do you think is better, Ashes or New World? Love New World being able to roll certain stats onto a weapon as an extra. I prefer the Ashes system personally to New World, because with New World, the type of, like, the name of the item that you were crafting didn't really mean much. It was only about the actual perks on a piece. So with New World crafting, it was a lot more, it was originally RNGing pieces. Some pieces had set stats along the way, but those were very quickly worked out in terms of, especially a matter of like multiple set stats. A lot of them were X amount. And New World was very, very RNG. They added in, you know, later forms of controllability. Bruh. What? Why? Why kill my mount? Why do that? Wasn't very nice. What the goddamn helly? Wasn't nice at all. But essentially, with Ashes, every piece of gear has specific stats because of the name, right? So essentially, Blood Runner Hood will always be a Blood Runner Hood. But this piece of gear has a quality number that's associated with it that determines how good its, you know, output actually is. So Legendary here is better than Epic. Epic is better than Heroic. Heroic is better than Blue. Blue is better than Green. Green is better than Common. So, with that being said, like, as someone who is trying to scale up, as someone who may be trying to increase your power, you'll want to lean into isolating which pieces are going to give you the best set bonuses down here. The best Force, Fortitude, Finesse, the best Armor Weight set bonus, and then determine which attributes you actually want on the piece of gear and build your set from there. Then you'll locate those items, then you'll try to get the recipes, then you'll try to craft those in a higher rarity. So, how do you feel about adding something like being able to swap a stat like strength for, say, dex on a piece of gear, because it has what you want on it, but you need to have dex instead of strength? I don't like the full customization of gear because it devalues the loot table across the world, and small stats, like small variances in stats, can be the difference in something like I farm a sword out of the Riverlands, or I go hours across the world to farm a sword out of Frostgrave Fells because it's slightly better than the sword that I have. That's something where Ashes is going to have a lot of decision making to it, where it's like, do I go across the world to get this thing that's 2% better if it would be the only thing that I need from that area, and it would take this amount of time and it would be this level of investment? Like, I think that's kind of where I look at it personally, but you know, everyone has their own preferences on it, right? Yo, Alex, what up, dog? Ready for December 11th? If Ash doesn't work, I won't play on most for about 5 years. Nah, Ash doesn't work on the 11th. It'll be fine. It'll work. I mean, I can promise that it'll work at the very least. Whether it works first time, I don't know, but, you know. What if they should hire the New World team since Amazon's kicking them out? I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of good developers that are on the market right now. Fantastic Pixel Castle has closed. Let's see. MMOs that went down recently. You had Fantastic Pixel Castle that went down. You had Jackalyptic. You had Amazon. Like, you had even more developers than that recently, even more studios than that in the MMO scene. Like, just go completely kaput. So, I'm assuming there are going to be a ton of capable MMO devs that are on the market right now. Whether they all get hired, what Intrepid's looking to hire, I can't speak to, but because I don't know. Are you satisfied with how items are mostly just stat ticks or design choice? Oh, wait, what do you mean? Are you satisfied with how items are mostly just stat sticks or design choice? Personally, I really like the set bonuses, or if items themselves do something unique as opposed to just more strength, more HP, more meta. I think more set bonuses and stuff will help diversify that in the long term. I think that's a big step to it. Different, like, as loot tables continue to expand across the world, like more, oh, what up, main quest? More grand dungeons, more high tier drops along the way. You'll have a lot more choice and a lot more customization. One thing I've thought about too that could be kind of cool is with, you know, very specific boss drops or like, you know, boss weapons, whatever it may be. It'd be a little harder on items and jewelry and stuff. But on like world boss drops, on grand dungeon final boss drops, stuff like that, having a unique property that's only available on those items could actually be really kind of cool, in my opinion. I wouldn't mind that at all. Having the Fellowshipper, but rolling in on it to put a major cleric instead of a strength-based class. Yeah, I don't necessarily know that I like being able to replace a stat. I think that's the thing. Like, I would just prefer them to have an int-based Flesh Ripper in the loot table, you know what I mean? That'd be my take on it instead of replacing stats on other things. Reforging Boo. Yeah, I personally would prefer to avoid that and then just have them have a very diverse loot table with many different options along the way. But it's all personal preference, you know what I mean? Some games, the reforging stuff can be good for it, but I don't know. I feel like with Ash's intended loot system and with how large the world is supposed to be, with how much, you know, grandiose grand dungeon shit there is, I look forward to it. We fuck. All right, yeah, you're good. You're good, Snake. All right, I'm gonna pee real quick, chat. I'll be right back in a sec, and then we yap more. I will see you momentarily. much is a green flesh ripper worth? Right now? Do you need money? I have blown most of my money. Just sold it 5 gold. Fire, what you trying to buy? To Dusty, 11 gold. Yo, Emu. Go fuck yourself. We don't need to discuss the dark times. Still missing a lot of systems for cure crafting, so I won't go too crazy yet. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yo, I'd puzzle on YouTube. Thank you for the sub, man. What browser do you use? Probably gonna fleet Opera right now. Me? I don't think I'm the expert on browser usage, dog. I use Chrome. I don't think I necessarily have the browser tech for you in the way that you want it. Drop you 50 gold right now in game if you want. Me? Oh, I don't need any. I'm chilling. I'm just trying to, honestly, the largest thing that somebody could possibly give me right now is a fat amount of legendary wood. I need unprocessed Lego wood because I want to make excavation kits so I can enchant my stuff. Yes, 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 that's the goal. That's the goal. I must... God fucking damn it. I need to go inside for Arcane NG, don't I? I hate everything about locating stupid fucking tables that I don't use. It's over on the other side. I hate everything here. Anyways, I hate it all. I like my e-reader on Edge. I just use Chrome because it's what I've always used. It's always worked for me before. And if I don't have problems with it, I try not to get too fussy about it. All right, let's get to exploiting, boys. Craft. All right, we got 1 Lego kit. And then we got 2 Lego kits. And then we got 3 Lego kits. We're so up. We're so up. And with, could probably check Grave Peak. Does Grave Peak have crazy amount of Lego? Yo, Tanner, thank you for the sub, dog. I don't want to go, like, farm it. That's the thing. Like, if I wanted to gather, I'd probably go gather. If I wanted chat to just hand me free stuff, then I'll probably just tell chat to hand me free stuff. Let's see. What do we want to actually enchant? Let's go with the Glory Bound, I feel like. Enchant. And then, oh, what? Why no? Why no kit? Where my kit? Sag. Maybe I am troll. Mayhaps am troll. Can I do my epic? Very weird. Very, very, very strange. Let's see if this works. Weird. Very strange. Very strange. Alright, I need to find out how to actually exploit it with my weapons. I can do the shit out of my artisan gear. I'm not burning my Lego on this. Can I use a common? Wait. Can I use a common for this? Maybe you need rarity kits? I have Lego kits. Hold on, let me see if there are any common kits. There are no kits. Okay, cool. Wait, do I need zinc? Zinc fragments. And then 1 silver store. Wait, fucking massive. Okay, this is huge. We'll go... He's got zinc, he's got copper, he's got it all. Alright, I'll take it. I'll take it. Much love, much love, much love. Alright, we're good. And then I need copper wood unrefined. No, copper wood, common wood unrefined. And then... a little for fuel. I don't need fuel for this, though, because we have fragments. Alright, take 2. We see what's up now. Edge is a good browser now. Edge. So, am I weird for using Chrome at this point in time? Am I on the outside end of things? Bro, I gotta be so close to it. Consume, Xkit, bup, bup, bup. Alright, let's see what the common can do. Because a common... Oh, cool. So, I mean, I can get my pickaxe flowing right now. We're up tremendous there. No! Okay, so we can just make a ton of commons? Did they fix the Lego on live? Like, being able to do weapons and stuff? Pro's quality is degraded a lot lately compared to other options. I heard it's really bad on RAM, huh? So it's probably good I don't have Chrome and Ashes running at the same time. Yo, 21, what up, dog? Might be playing Ashes soon? You should. The 11th is a really good time to play. Also, who the fuck corrupted on me? Who had this shit on and corrupted on me? What the fuck? Why? What is this? Explain yourself. I have your shit. What do you mean? Why were you... I'm gonna give it back, but if you corrupt on me again, I'm not giving it back this time. Fool me one time. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on you again. Silver wipe sickness? Listen, I still would love to petition to try to get the boost NPCs active right now. I don't know who I need to throw rocks at, but I wanna get in touch with the right person with the right rock to get boost NPCs in for the remainder of this uptime. It's too late? You're too late. I'm just saying, like, have them up because I don't think they're doing daily resets. If they just spawn them in now and they leave them the rest of the time, people will fucking play. So, play alpha right now with you. What does it cost? If you play it right now with me, it costs 100 USD. If you wait until the update and the wipe on the 11th, recommended option, it's $42.50 USD. And if you wait until the 26th of December to hop in, then it's $50 USD. It's on a 15% off sale. So, how often do you expect wipes post EA? Hard saying. Honestly, wipes can happen from anything, dog. Like, they could put in a patch that brings in an exploit that absolutely nukes the entire server infrastructure. Or they could have a dupe that they don't get to in time. It's hard. It's so hard to say, you know what I mean, man? Like, so far, the wipe cadence has been 3 to 5 months. My hope is at least 6 months. I think wipes, like, be prepared for them at any time. But, like, my optimistic hope is, like, maybe June, we're still holding relatively strong. But again, that's my optimistic take. If I'm lining up based on the average so far, I'd say probably 3 to 4 months next milestone. So I think the big thing that we haven't seen so far, and I may be wrong on this, but I feel as though we have not had a server state persist through a milestone update yet. I mean, I guess Rogue might have been a milestone, but Rogue didn't have as much associated with it, I feel like, other than the Rogue update. I feel like in terms of true, very large milestones, we haven't really sustained through any of those being deployed yet. So I think that's my big hope. Get to next milestone update, and then servers are still up. If they're good, then that's huge. Fine with wipes, but it needs more hype, not negativity. It's a chance to do better and have more fun. Play a lot of games that have a lot of wipes. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. And I understand where some people's, like, you know, negativity is rooted. But at the same time, like, people know what they're getting into with an in-development product. Like, everybody is fully aware, or at least should be, that they are playing something that is still in development and still has a lot of time left before it's actually fully done, right? I think that's the big thing that everybody has to remember. And honestly, the best way to approach Ashes right now, maybe as a seasonal title. Like, you come in, you play until you start to get bored, and then you wait until there's another update where you can come in and play a little bit more. And then eventually it transitions from a seasonal title to something that has some staying power for you. It's not a guarantee, but it could happen. It could happen. But I think the best approach for Ashes is anytime there's, you know, a big hype cycle, check it out, see if you like it, And if you don't like it, just don't be afraid to put it down. There's... No, that's fine. My game wants to kill itself right now. Maybe I should pick a more secluded area to go from fucking low to cinematic. Oh my fucking god, my game looks so much different. What the fuck? My game looks so much different. You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about? Oh my god, wait. I wish I didn't feel like the game ran worse like this. Obviously it does. It feels like there's input delay with everything on cinematic. I might be just making it up in my own head. But I still don't trust it, dog. I don't. He's so happy. Look at him, he's smiling for the picture. Is your PC about to take off? This? No, I mean, this is a dual PC, so like, this is the only thing that is active on this PC right now. Like, it's just Ashes. Do the flourish? My flourishes haven't been working. So yeah, I don't have a single thing other than Ashes running on this PC right now. No background, anything. I got Task Manager. I might have Steam up actually, just idling in the back. I should probably close that. But yeah, no, PC's kind of holding up. I feel a slight rattling in the floor, but I'm not sure if that's late night construction or if that's something coming loose. But I have duct taped my GPU in ever since the PTR and that stuttering. I put a little bit of duct tape on the GPU just as additional support to make sure the connections don't fuck up. It's holding up well. It's holding up well. Waiting for the guy who's going to come in and say it looks like shit on cinematic. What if it's me? What if I say it looks like shit on cinematic? What if I say it looks better? Everything still looks too clean. What do you mean it looks too clean? Like, personal preferences are everything. What do you mean it looks too clean? I'm not like an artisty person. So I mean that just like, genuinely, I'm not like an artistic style preference. Because I just like art in general. Like, I think Minecraft looks cool. I think Ashes looks cool. I think, like, New World had spots that looked cool and spots that looked bad. Generic and bland is probably what he means. Oh, like lacking the identity type thing. Like you want to look at it and just be like, oh, this is most definitely Ashes. Oh, wait. For example, the road, edge of the road is just a hard line, no texture blending. Just a little texture blending. Just a little fade. It's like a little baby fade. It's like you go to a salon instead of a barber shop. No, that's valid. That's valid. Doesn't scream Ashes yet to me. I mean, that's also valid. No, that's fair. No, I mean, I think that's valid. Like, art stuff, I mean, look here, too. Like, this just goes up and over this rock. I mean, there is definitely validity to that. Like, the roads level up as the settlements level up, too. So, the roads leveling to this level is kind of a newer feature, which, you know, visually, I would expect everything to improve a lot as Ashes continues. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely valid. Like, it is going to get more polish as it goes. And I don't think anybody's wrong for saying, like, this is my preference artistically. Again, maybe I think that because I'm not, like, an artistic kind of guy very much. But I don't mind when people say they don't like the look of Ashes, because there are games that I see and I don't like the look of that other people are like, oh my god, this is so sick, right? I think a lot of it is the reflectivity of... Did you just make up that word? Conquer, did you just make up the word reflectivity? The reflectitudinalness. That's a word? Is it? Someone exclamation AI that bitch. I need an exclamation AI on that right now. There's no shot that reflectivity is an actual word. No, shut him out to Google. All right, yeah, report back, soldier. Off to the front lines. Jesus fucking Christ. Reflectivity is not a goddamn word. I'm not buying into that. If it is, I'm sorry. Yo, Wrath, what up, my dude? Did streak end? Wait, my streak end? No, it should be in the title. Unless Carla changed it. It's at, 881 days in a row. Yeah, we're up tremendous, dog. Also, Cheetos and milk round 2? Fucking never. If I'm being completely real. That shit's awful. Absolute ass. I do have, however, why are we checking Intrepid email? Me? Hoofsy is reminding me to check my email and respond to Intrepid for the content creator program because it's like an action required thing where I think I have to like send them back a video of me hitting my best dab or something. Like no smoking, like a dab. So I gotta figure that out, but yeah, we'll be good. On my phone, I guess. Oh yeah, it probably got cut off. The titles be getting lengthy up in this bitch. Hunter, thank you for that, Drake. Reflectivity. Physics, the property of reflecting the light or radiation, especially reflectance, as measured independently of the thickness of a material. Reflectivity and reflectance? So, is the formula for reflection reflectivity x reflectance equals reflection power? Huh? It's a physics thing. I don't like physics, if I'm being completely honest. Did you ever fix it? I'm not saying it, Cody. I'm not saying it. I'm not doing it. The leveling path is still more fucked than Bonnie Blue trying to get viral again. They are switching in and out some of the quests that are available. For instance, Jaren, the dude that gave a... Is there a fucking naked man running around? Who the fuck is this? What the fuck is going on? Why is there a naked man running around? Y'all see that guy? Where's he going? And whom's? Brother, it's dangerous out here. What the fuckington? Is he gone? Bro, where'd he go? He's so fast. What? He's a fucking ghost. He's in the Matrix. Chat, I don't think we're finding him. What the hell? Is he the fastest man alive? What the fuck is this? How's Rogue right now? Rogue's solid. Large scale Rogue is weaker than some classes depending on who you ask. But Rogue with the new patch is also going to be getting a buff, as I think every melee class is going to be getting a buff next patch. The movement changes really help favor Rogue. Rogue got a large buff as well with grapple, so wouldn't do large scale anything. Oh, if you're just looking to be a little rat shit, yeah, then Rogue's phenomenal. Yeah, it's really good. PvE, it's strong. Good solo potential as well. Rogue has Soothing Shadows, which is basically when you stealth, you regen HP. It's got poisons, so on mobs, you can use your mana drain poison. It drains mana from the target, transfers it to you. And then you can sap when you have 10 stacks of your poison up, and then that'll heal you based on how many stacks of poison you add up, 10 being your cap. So Rogue is very solid. I personally leveled a Rogue solo to level 20, and it was one of the easiest things that I've ever done in this game. Keep in mind, I'm a tank player all the time. So I'm used to my life being in other people's hands in group-based mob grinds and just getting my shit absolutely kicked in. So, you know, it was a nice change. Would recommend Rogue in terms of a, you know, a fun class. Would not recommend Rogue if you're looking to follow me around stealth and then poke me in the butt. Be playing mostly solo? Oh yeah, Rogue's a great one then. Rogue has a lot of sustain. And keep in mind too, like, every class, I have my fucking UI off right now. Every class has a melee and a ranged weapon equipped at all times. So on a Rogue for like solo PvE, you can run a short bow as your ranged weapon, and that's going to give you snare, which is a slow on the target. And then that's also a really quick like attack cadence, like a lot of hits. So that way you can apply your poisons really fast while you kite out the mob, and then you can just kind of, you know, kite the mob, put your poisons up, go in, get a combo off, acro strikes into backstab, practice that combo. And then you can sap, get out, build your poisons up again. It's a really fun solo class. The rogue kit is also, I think it's incredibly well designed. It's a very high skill ceiling kit where you're playing off a builder spender system called advantage. Your abilities will generate advantage. I think some other bullshit generates advantage too. I haven't played rogue in a couple of phases. But certain abilities generate advantage, and your entire concept that you're trying to capitalize on is your stab turns into backstab if you're behind the target. Go figure. Does more damage. So your goal is to acrobatic strike over the top of somebody to get your advantage, or get an initiate behind them. Find someone CC'd or CC somebody, and then go backstab and then build your advantage, because if you cast backstab with 2 stacks of advantage, then it doesn't have a cooldown. So you can go backstab, build advantage, backstab, build advantage, backstab, build advantage. And then if you ever run out of advantage during that combo, you have double strike, which casts your most recently used ability from a list of abilities. And that has, you guessed it, stab. So you basically like CC something, and then you try to go stab, 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 stab as much as you can without fucking your advantage chain. So it's actually like a really fun combo-y class, because really good rogues, they could sit there and they could just infinite build stabs behind a target and just like single target, just stabby, 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 and pump a shitload of damage out. But in PvP, it can be kind of hard. Also, the rogue abilities look cool as fuck. Acro Strike is one of the coolest looking abilities in the game. Yeah, you just flip over somebody. It's fucking sick. Yeah, I hate fighting against rogues, but I do unironically think that rogue is an incredibly fun class to play. It's really... Yeah, what a barge. Scared me. Good golly. Good golly, you scared me. But yeah, rogue is a really, really, really fun class to play. I played some rogue myself. I have played against too many fucking rogues. I somehow let rogues facilitate my guild. It's a fucking problem. Do we have any rogues in leadership right now? As long as we don't have any rogues in leadership, I don't even want a rogue like class lead, bro. I don't want any rogues having any power. They're all fucking snakes. No rogues allowed. You think all rogues are dirty and should die? Yeah, I do think every rogue is dirty and should die. 1000%. Run a van or something. I think we're the only 6 people on. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know that there are many people on at all. I kind of wanted to explore some areas. I'm gonna go over to Lionhold and see if anybody's over there. Cause like global is moving slower than my chat is. I'm gonna be honest, we're cooking in-game global chat right now, boys. Keep it going, bump up the numbers, Dusty W booties. It's a prerequisite in order to play a rogue well, you have to be a rat. Oh yeah. My favorite rogues to fight against are the rogues that make me the angriest, because they're the ones that are playing the best. It's the same thing as like bards. It's like if I'm fighting against a rogue or a bard and I want to throw a shoe at somebody, then congratulations, you're a good player. If I'm 1v1ing you and I'm spouting off that you're annoying as fuck, then you're at least playing your class with a baseline sense of not dying to me immediately. So, congrats there. That's gonna be a bard and a rogue thing pretty exclusively. Anything else, if there's ever a scenario where I die to a different class, I'm thankful for them. I'm glad that they're getting a moment of glory. If you've been yelled at by DustyWhy 1v1ing him, you're not playing right? Yeah, no, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Or you're playing entirely wrong. There are 2 scenarios. I'm either yelling about like the general like I don't know, the general state of affairs. Like, if I'm mad at the class, I'll yell at the class and I'll talk about how boring it is. If I'm mad at the play style, then I'll tell someone they're playing like a bitch and to stop fucking running everywhere. It's the most annoying thing. I just wish there was a more fit PvP arena size for 1v1s. That wasn't just the entire goddamn world. The entire goddamn world. I would be interested to know how many people we're on right now. Chat, what do you think? More or less than 50 people online right now? genuinely curious if they were to teleport everybody. More lurkers. I just haven't seen a lot of people. There were like 10 people between like Winstead and now, and I'm gonna be real, most of them are us. Like most were us. I don't think the Anvils or the Tropics or the Desert or the Goondark will have much going on for it. I feel like the most lit area would probably be the Riverlands near new player areas. So maybe Lionhold. Mayhaps. 14 pages in Winstead Marketplace is less than the last day of Winstead in 2.5. Oh yeah, you gauge your player activity based on Marketplace, huh? Keep in mind though, depending on the end of phase 2.5, I don't remember the structure, but we did just come up from a very long downtime period where most people's citizenship expired, and presumably many marketplace listings will have also expired. So just keep that in mind too. Just quest chains in the PTR, a lot of changes. I did indeed. I still have more testing that I need to get done, but 11 people in Winstead Market right now. Okay, we might be above 50 then. I'm gonna go check Lionhold. What if we just find a fishing spot? What if we just get a big ass fishing raid? Hold on. Who trying to meet up and fish some shit? Where's the fishing raid? We need to find a place. All like 10 playtesters. Surely, I got my title. No shot, he's from chat. Yo. That's fucking massive. That's so huge. The title secure is massive, dog. Yeah, all you had to do was log in. Where's the fish raid? Do we want to fish off the bridge? North of Lionhold? Maybe we fish north of Lionhold off the bridge for a little bit. We get some cinematic fishing. Okay, yeah. So Igor, the questing has been changed pretty substantially. I would say the largest thing at this point in time would be drop rates. Yeah, you can come actually. You're coming up here, so you'll go north of where you spawn, follow the road, and then it'll take you up to the bridge. If you go to your map, you'll see us up here, but it should be pretty safe, and I think we can fish off of it. I want to say, unless I'm debating us. I wonder if we can get up there to fish. Or more to the point, does cats have like 10 active people? We are heavily set up for launch and have leveling group signups for degens wanting to pump discord.gg/cats with abs. Guys, I'm recruiting. I'm doing it. Look at me go. All right, questing changes. I gotta actually get on the questing changes. They have been heavily restructuring many parts of the first time user experience in both the Anvils and the Riverlands alike. So, with that being said, the Riverlands has had many quests deleted, many quests moved around, but also a few new quests introduced. Big difference in the Riverlands first time user experience, just for those that are very familiar with it. You spawn in, and when you spawn in, you're at the Divine Gate looking out of the castle. Same thing. But there are 2 NPCs as you're going out the front door of the castle. I could actually run over and show you guys all of the fucking changes. I will literally uh-oh. That wasn't intended. I'll shadow box my route for you guys real quick, because it has changed up relatively substantially. I would say one of the largest things to remember is that Sweat of Your Brow to get your initial set of gathering tools is being retired. So I would not invest too heavily there. I wouldn't recommend it. So essentially you're going to spawn to the castle. As you come out of the castle, there are 2 NPCs. I'm not going to run all the way over. That's way longer than I thought it would be. I'm just going fishing. There are 2 NPCs that are here. The 2 gate watchers, gatekeepers, whatever they are. Over here is the one to go to Lionhold side. Over here is the one to go to Samia's side. Talk to one. This one is the Lionhold one. That's who you'll want to talk to. And instead of being an optional to kill 3 goblins, it is now a must kill 3 goblins to guarantee the quest. So, kill 3 goblins, get your tags, and then once those 3 goblins are killed, you'll run down the path, and then right around here, there is a turn-in spot. And at that turn-in spot... The hell? I thought I was getting corrupted on again. Oh my god. At that turn-in spot, you'll talk to an NPC. The NPC will give you a necklace as well as a follow-up quest to go down into Lionhold. So upon talking to the NPC on the path, you'll go down into Lionhold. Best route is going to be dropping down over these cliffs. Be careful of fall damage. Make sure you go high cliff to medium cliff to low cliff. And then you'll run down through here. And right around here, there's a new NPC at a tent. Talk to that NPC. That NPC gives you your first mount. And then another quest to go south of Lionhold and talk to these guys. Now, before you do that, you'll swing up to the north. You'll talk to Darlotta, because you'll have her mount up. Come talk to Darlotta. She'll have safe, fast, sure for you. Come down here, grab the commissions from the commission guy. Hope the commission quest is fixed. There is Jaren. Jaren, unfortunately, does not have a working quest anymore. He's supposed to give us... Oh, whoops. He's supposed to give us a storage quest. That one's not working. And then this is a trades manager. Trades manager no longer gives sweat of your brow, so you don't need to worry about that. Once you've got your commissions, come down to the trades manager, grab your artisan commissions. Excuse me. And then you're going to roll down to the south. Exit south, turn here, and then you'll interact with a new NPC here. He gives you a quest to go down into this field and find remains. You find the remains, you bring them back. He gives you a weapon crate where you can open it to get a weapon, and then gives you more XP. Upon that, there does need to be a bridge quest that comes in, hopefully, to Second Sword Outpost. That would be a really good bridge to go here to Second Sword off of that as a follow-up. Then I go to Second Sword. I do the Second Sword quest. And then once the Second Sword quests are done, I work my way down to the harbor. I do the harbor quest. None of this is contestable. And along the way, there's a new destiny system. The destiny system brings in a lot of different, like, paths that you can go down. So you have, like, a first steps path, which is, like, some introductory goals. Then you have a combat path, gathering, refining, crafting. So all of those different paths give different rewards for the completion of the objectives within it and some light guidance for some objectives. Then from there, when you complete 2, 4, 6, or 8, you get different reward crates as well. So with that being said, you can now get yourself squared away with weapons. An item level 9 weapon from the first steps. Your initial weapon coming from that crate from the NPC turn-in. And then you can also get yourself a few pieces of armor way easier. So, do you have your quest rotation in text format? I will guide it out for people, especially people in guild. But have you ever gotten the lantern tree there to work? There's a quest with the lantern tree? No, I never tried it. Wow, what quest is it? But yeah, I'll be guiding it out a little bit once all of the changes are actually in. They are going to be continuously changing the first time user experience a wee bit leading up to the 11th and through the 11th. So it's kind of hard. I don't want to like get people super set on a guide right now and then just have them get super comfortable and then be like, oh, this got deleted. I'm so sorry. That's kind of the hard thing about YouTube content with Ashes as well. The Ashes scene moves really fast in terms of content deployment sometimes. So, why you play Nakua? Nakua has cool flip on Booba character, so I like being very short with huge titties. Basically, character slider is height all the way down, everything else all the way down, titties all the way up. So I'm basically all tits. And then on top of that, I find it quite hilarious to be just this little piss missile going into backlines, just this like super tiny ball of doom. So on the PTR, they have the Renkai in, and the difference between me and a Renkai, I can sit like inside of a Renkai's character model and not make it up to their waist and not be wider than their legs are. I am legitimately less than half the size of a Renkai. So there will inevitably be the chance that somebody tries to find me and can't find where I'm at as easily because I don't know why, but not everybody plays off of nameplates for some reason. And I like the aesthetic. It's very, very funny to me to just be this little terror that's delivering like grapples and walls and like these super punishing trip combos and then just be super tiny. Now, the alternative for me is Renkai. It's either as tiny as possible or as chonky as possible. The big predicate is how dope are the skins that are going to come out? Do I feel the need to be super chonky Renkai to show off my skin in the most meaningful way? Or does the skin look good on my Nakuin? That's the biggest thing. They're changing quests daily on PTR? Yeah. They are evolving the state of quests very, 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 very ungodly quickly. It is nearly impossible for us to keep up, if I'm being completely real. People, oh my God, excuse me. People one day will feel like they have the best questing experience all sorted out. And then the next day, you miss out on, yo, Pacini, thank you for the follow, much love. You miss out on 2 of your quests. I mean, for instance, my questing route, I was trying to figure out how I could push it up to level 7 because one of our caravan quests that we can do is bugged right now. And it's, it's 14, 15k XP that we're leaving on the table. Lo and behold, instead of the shot's cool. Yes, I got the whip behind me. We got the gang on the lean. Yep. No Aiden Ross. This is a really cool shot. I don't know, man. I feel like Ashes is already a pretty ass game. I feel like Ashes, like, obviously is gonna get better looking. There's gonna be way more recognizability to it. But at the end of the day, this is a pretty ass shot, bro. I'm on cinematic for this too. It's only going to get better. I think we have a pretty cool world already. And then you got like the very relaxing moon behind us. The god rays coming off the moon. Like, look at how the body actually gets in the way of the lighting. It's so fucking crazy. And then Malola's body stops the lighting as well. It's so wild to me how this shit's possible. I'm not a game dev. I am an enjoyer of video games. And the fact that we have gone to me thinking that the next year of Madden in the early 2000s was so crazy because of like improved grass textures and stuff like that, to having lighting that looks like this and like the capabilities that games do have nowadays, like the bounce off the water, the reflections of it all, the water texture. This is unreal, dog. This is unreal. I understand why people cozy game. Genuinely, this might be where we get our Leon Bridges character. I mean, listen, this is relaxing as hell. Unreal 5? Yes. Unreal Engine 5.6 was a recent... 5.6, right? Yeah, we were 5.4. I think we were 5.4 and then skipped... No, we're 5.3 and then skipped 5.4, 5.5 and went to 5.6. I think. 5.6. Yeah, and I think they skipped 5.4 and 5.5, if I remember correctly. So it's 5.6 right now. And let me tell you, when they went up to 5.6, it was noticeable. It was very, very, very noticeable. Like, the lighting has improved. I mean, honestly, the game looks even better on PTR. Like, I ran around with cinematic settings on a little bit for the PTR as well. And, like, it's nice. Something I always thought was crazy in Ashes, the different speeds of flowing water, super realistic with different currents throughout a stream. I know, and you have those little areas that are towards the shore that'll actually have, like, a different bump up of the current. Like, right here, for instance, you have this part of the water that's flowing faster. And then you can literally see the holdup on the shore where the water's trying to go through and it gets pushed around the shore here. Pockets here? The fuck is he doing here? Wait a minute. Requesting a trade? What a dooski. I have this for you. Aw, shit. Aw, shit, Pock. I appreciate you, my goat. Thank you, sir. You're an absolute gentleman and a scholar. I wonder what video games will look like in 100 years. Is it just gonna be like... Is this going to be where we dive deep into the whole, like, are we a simulation? Is me fishing in Ashes of Creation going to have us go down the are we a simulation video game rabbit hole? I swear to God, I'm never gonna fish again if we're going down this rabbit hole. God fucking damn it, Ranger. We're not going down this. So, like, low-key, though, what's the difference between being my character right now and just... Yo, Ron, what up, my boy? Thank you for the 10 months. Much love, much love. Ron's roasted chicken coming in force here on December 11th. Brother, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. But, like, what's the difference between going fishing with the boys and going fishing with the boys right here? Like, genuinely, what is the difference? It's just sport fishing. I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Like, we could be doing the same shit IRL. We could all just, it's more fun IRL and beer. I don't know. I get to yap with a lot more people doing it this way. And also, I don't like beer. I don't like beer at all, dog. It's not good. It's not good. Hit the tab again, you'll get it. I don't like the extracts. I'm a flower guy. Also, I'm trying to smoke less. It's bad for you. It's very bad for you. We got the root beer? I'll fuck with root beer. Does race matter in Ashes? No, Ashes is an inclusive game and anybody can play it from anywhere. And also, you can be a part of our community. Also, character race doesn't matter either. There are no racials right now. There will be some benefits from, like, race and background decisions in the character creator in the long term. What exactly those will be, we do not know, but they have iterated that they don't want to force, like, race class combinations for people. And they want to keep it very, like, very open to the sandboxy nature of what Ashes was supposed to be built around. It's like a car meetup out here. We got the Terror Bird, we got, yo, the Mad Dabbler. Yo, what up? Thank you for the follow. Much love, much love. I appreciate you coming through. We got, like, we got the double foil runner. We got the fox skin. Dusty, there's a huge problem. Is it a plushie being in stock? Or is it actually, the broccoli salad is so good. Is the problem that I'm not gonna have any broccoli salad by the time I'm off stream? We need more. We need to invest in the broccoli salad futures. You could run to the store and see if they have any more on clearance in the deli area. Because they just clear out the deli each night and they put it in that display case, the end cap. So anything that gets rotated out, you can find on clearance. Like, a lot of their salads and stuff from the deli are really good. It's just not worth the deli price. But the deli price takes care of it. Listen, no more we have huge problems. Gotta settle down with that for a little bit. Cities will be influenced by race also, looks of it anyways. Yes. So the buildings as they go up, I do believe it's meant to be, I don't know if it's reflective of the race of the, like, controlling race, or if it's meant to be the race that contributes the most. I want to say the last that I have heard is a race that contributes the most to the actual building progression. So if it's like, you know, you put up a lumber mill and Dunier contribute the most to that, then that would probably take on, like, the Dunier architecture with it. So that's gonna be pretty fucking sick. It's gonna be really, 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 really cool. Right now we also only have a few town layouts. Excuse me. Who is the goddamn whore? I swear to fucking God. What in tarnation? Who is paying Salo to do this? Who is this goddamn op disturbing my peace? I swear to God, I'll fucking drown you. I will hold your goddamn head underwater until you stop kicking. Core reporting for duty. Now all we need is a cock. And then we got a shatter combo ready to go. It's gonna be optimal building shapes. Hey, yo, wait, what you mean? Mr. Blotto, what you mean by optimal building shapes? What if I go to the store and it's not on sale? What if you go to the store and better things are on sale? No, don't get it full price. We don't buy things full price in this house. No, no, no. We can't afford full price anything. And nobody's donated today. So we have no spending money. You're not allowed to eat until people actually donate, Carly. You know the rules. If Miss Kiff had to go through it, then we have to go through it. Exchange it with receipt only when it goes on sale in 2 days. Wait, but wouldn't we, like, lose money at that point? I swear to Christ. I'm going to commit murder.
Here comes the money.
All right, well, there goes my YouTube VOD.
Here comes the money.
There goes the YouTube VOD. All right, Carla.
Black blood bro.
Carla, go.
15.
Carla, you got it. You got it covered. You got it covered. Am I the fatty? God damn. Full price broccoli salad. Here I go. I mean, shit. I wouldn't go too crazy on the full price broccoli. Shall I kill the cleric? Yes. Defend it. All right. YouTube is really gonna be mad about this. YouTube does not like this, Noti. Jesus Christ. Black blood, Yerd.
Year 229, $.
You guys are insane. You guys are insane.
Now Carla can get her salad.
You guys
Now
are
Carla
absolutely
can get her
nuts.
salad.
Oh my god, more salad for Carla. All of the salad for Carla. Yerd, thank you for the 420. Black blood, thank you for the 15. You guys are insane. How are your party frames like WoW? Oh, I got you. I got you. So game options. You will want to explore this menu as a new player like crazy. There is a search, so if you're ever curious, like you can do this stuff. But I like to just understand where it's all at. I'll take Dusty's card. She is closer to my wallet than I am. Yeah, I mean, shit. Have fun. So basically under gameplay, party, and raid, I have when in a party, show allies in raid frame checked. So that changes it to the, to the stacked raid frames. This is good for pretty much everything except for cleric and maybe bard that need to see debuffs. But this will be a raid frame anyways. I also have enable hover target for party members because I have some, some abilities that I can put on party members. He drowned himself. As he fucking should. As he should. Salo with the 5 gifties. Oh my god. Oh my god. Salo, thank you. Is this all for the Carla salad? We're gonna be drowning in salad. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yerd, Black Blood. Thank you guys for the donos. Salo, thank you for the 5 gifties for the salad for Carla. We are truly up tremendous. It'll be a side with the copious amount of meat that we still have to eat tonight. We're truly up tremendous. We need to clear out room in the fridge before Thanksgiving. Oh my god. It's fucking raining. It's raining. Hoopsie, is this for salad in Spanish?
Hoofsy, $10, a kiwi en la ensalada. A kiwi en la ensalada.
Is that for salad in Spanish? Are you trying to basically say, like, take the dog for a W-A-L-K and act like I cannot understand what's going on? Because I know what's going on. I understand what's fucking happening. I can make the connections. Ensalada is definitely salad. That's like mayonnaise. That is most definitely a determinable one. Well, Jose, thank you for the 10 as well. Sailor, thank you for the 5 gifties. Yurt, thank you for the 420. Black Blood, thank you for the 15. Ask for salad more often. I mean, shit. I asked for some salad and I got a whole lot of cheddar with it too. Ain't that crazy? Welcome. I appreciate you guys. Carla also appreciates you guys. We have to get gas in the car soon because she takes it to work. We're currently sharing my car. Yo, Loki, hold on. Hold on. Since we're on the topic of me asking for cool things, store near me has, hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up right now. This could be our community goal while I'm sitting here fishing. Let me close out of my menus real quick. I gotta look up what it was. Oh, fuck. Hold on, I have it in my history. Not the Jenko jeans. Not the species of pigeons. What was it actually called? Oh, goodness golly gosh and gadzooks. Hold on. Dusty missed my stupido joke? I can't read it. Carla, what was the name of that whip? Not literally a whip, by the way. Not like that. We're shopping. And there was oh wait. It's a Rydell GTX 500 watt foldable electric scooter. There's a store near me that has these. They're normally $700 and they're out of stock right now. But we can get the GTX 500W for, I want to say it's like $275 or something. And then Carla would whip that to work, or I would whip it around if Carla had my car. Hold on, I'll pull it up on stream. It's fucking sick. Rydell GTX 500W. Images. Hold on. Open image in new tab. This thing. Dude, this is fucking drip personified. This is so fire. I was imagining a GTX 500W was a GPU. No, it's an electric scooter. Even better. Would a bike not be better? I have a bike. But this would be fucking sick. To get a basket? Well, I could get a basket for this, or I could just bring like a reusable bag and then put the reusable bag on my bike. Oh, e-bike. Well, so the thing about this is like we have a store near us in Maine. There are multiple throughout, but it's like surplus and salvage basically, where it's not like secondhand stuff, but it's inventories that were bought out from different stores. That's like new in-box stuff, but they get it less than wholesale price, basically auction price. And then they buy out auction inventories and then resell it for cheap. So this is a $600 scooter that's on sale for like $275, like new in box, everything perfect with them. So how are the sidewalks and bike lanes around you? Very, very, very friendly to bike users. Yeah. Very, very nice. Very good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This bitch can whip up to like 20 miles an hour as well. So, like, you could just drive this on the road, and it's got a range of, like, I want to say it has a range of, like, 27 miles. Yeah, up to 20 miles an hour and a range of approximately 20 to 37 miles, depending on rider weight and speed mode. So you can just, like, putz around on that thing like crazy. It'd be so fucking lit. E-Heelys? Heelys go hard, but also Heelys are banned from a lot of areas near me because they tried to check the swag down a little bit. They didn't want to make the old people feel too alienated with the new metas coming in, so they try to stop us. Around where I live, I think scooters are nice for being able to be on the sidewalk when bikes get banished onto the road itself. Yeah, the sidewalks near me are good, and like I live in Maine, so there's not a lot of traffic anywhere in Maine. So like you could always just scoot on like the shoulder and stuff too. You need a helmet, arm pads, and knee pads, and leathers. What's the leathers for? Like full chaps? Because, hear me out. Assless chaps. I just gotta fall forward. I need some, like, Intrepid branded, like, a leather biker jacket that has a phoenix with, like, the tassels coming off of the wings on the bottom. And then, like, some assless chaps with, like, you know, my referral link across my ass cheeks with some juicy shorts. So that way people can see the advertisement. And then they'll be like, wow, that guy's swaggy as fuck on an electric scooter. And also, I should definitely use his Ashes referral link by doing exclamation Ashes in the chat to support the stream. Leather jacket and pants to keep from getting skin ripped off when crash. I won't crash. I'll have you know, these scooters, AOC branded electric scooter, we get a little horn and it's like a phoenix screech. That'd be so fire. I would love that so much. I would take an electric scooter. I don't know what the content creator program benefits are, but like if they're doing stuff like that, I'd like to throw in the idea for electric scooters for every Ashes content creator. That would be cool, and it would be a way to promote Ashes content creators getting outside in a meaningful way where they don't tire themselves out too much to be able to not make content, and they're still able to photosynthesize a little bit and get some vitamin D and some fresh air. It would be such a perfect balance. Steven needs one of those jackets, but instead of the Phoenix, it's a photo of his emotional support plushie. The emotional support plushie will always live on. Where can they get like an emotional support plushie trinket in the game at some point? I guarantee it. Anyone else want some class flavor skills like lock picking for Rogue, etc.? Rogue will get a pretty cool ability in the, I would say more in like the mid to long term. I don't think it's like near the end of development, but it's definitely like not here yet. In the open world dungeon areas in different parts of the world, rogues will be able to detect rogues will be able to detect these like hidden door areas that once your group finds one and goes into one, it is going to seal off behind you, and that door will only be available to your group. And then that'll move to a new random place throughout the dungeon later on. But once you find this, is kind of like a pseudo instanced part of content for you because you have a rogue. So Steven has said in his ideal, his ideal world, a PvE group should have one of everything in it because every class would bring unique benefits that would kind of like put all of the pieces to the puzzle together. So it's a nice place to catch the fresh fish. Oh my God, all of the fish, all of the fish. And Fupo, you'd be proud. I'm running on cinematic settings. I'm running on all the purdy settings for you. Yes, I'm making it look good. Why is there a Dusty Who character next to you? And Dusty Where? That's awesome. I love that. That is so fucking good. I need a Dusty How? Yeah, we need more of the gang. We need everyone. Absolutely, yeah. Make the fishing alts pull up. This is how we spend our evening, boys. This is how men spend time. Fuck all that. I'm going to eat your asshole. And I'm gonna do it cinematically. So anyways, I see a Fubo. Fubo's always around. Fubo's always here. Fubo is friend. And Fubo knew there were, oh shit. I forgot gravity was a thing there. My arc was not quite high enough. Fubo hears fish, and Fubo comes for the fish. Fubo will always be here for fish. I'm being accosted. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse you. All right, back to my fishing spot. Back to my mission. If, in the event, I can level my fishing a little bit more. Of course I get a blue fucking bass. Wait, did I? Oh, wait, Parch got one. What these? Did you already go to the store? Oh, not yet? Oh. Wait, this was a mango? Weird, right? It's like not very mango-y. You think it is mango-y? It's like mango-y aftertaste. It's like firm styrofoam. Very firm styrofoam. Yeah, very weird. Which class would you recommend for a solo player? Probably Bard. If I'm being honest, like Bard, really, really, really good. Rogue is really, 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 really solid as well for solos. Cleric. Probably be my top 3 if I had to put them out there. Like, they're just really solid sustain-based classes. Can do a lot in terms of like self-sustain. Can have a lot of solo life play. So I'll show you Firm Foam. I don't think you will. I don't think you got it in you. I don't think you're man enough. I think you're gonna sit right there and not show a goddamn thing. Not a goddamn thing, Stomps. What you up to, dog? Are you excited for December 11th? You're coming back for the 11th, right? I'm pretty sure. Yo, Black, what up, dog? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Because the 11th is going to be fucking phenomenal. Wait, Snake, which one are you? Can I get a guild invite? Which, whomst? The Dusty where? Yeah, I got you. And then we gotta get Dusty Who in there as well. We gotta get everybody here. All of the alter egos. All right, we're up. It is settled. It is settled. We'll see. Bro, it's gonna be a really good update, if I'm being honest. It's going to be so nice. Can we get rank? Rank for what? Cloudsel. For what? You gotta prove that one through Tom. You're on the same level as him at that point. They bring my rocks back. You know rocks are better now, Stoms, right? I've been trying to tell you this. Rocks now are better than when it was granite to grinding stones because Gamba make absurd amount of money, and if you don't want to Gamba, you just sell it to the people that are Gambaing, and then you make an absurd amount of money. Rocks are such good clams now. Are there not quest markers on the map? The quest markers are really rough right now. Like, the questing has been a big point of emphasis from this build to the December 11th build, which is why I've been trying to tell a lot of people with the first time user experience, do not invest right now in terms of like getting too into the first time user experience. The PTR build is already better than this one is for like new players coming in and having an idea of where they're going. The quests are better. They're more well laid out. I swear to fucking God. So, can I let the mobs get him? I can. Nice. Nice. Oh, wait, it was the mobs and Blotto. Oh, word. Okay. Well, that wall was fucking demonic. That was great. That was a nice hold. Just killing him says you, bro, I have told people, unironically, I have played too much of my class at this point. I'm a big feel tester. Like, I'm a big muscle memory person. I'm very timing oriented. Like, I enjoy that aspect of it, right? So, basically, there's a clip that exists somewhere out there of me during a PvP thing that we were having. Like, I put my shirt over my head and blindfolded myself for an entire fight and still somehow made somewhat proper plays along the way. Just because I knew, like, relatively where I put my cursor as a baseline and where I am, like, you know, where I'm putting abilities out. I'm playing off audio and I'm melee cleaving, and then I'm using abilities that are in an AoE. Like, it's kind of crazy. But I have played tank near exclusively, literally nearly every single day. I've been on stream every single day. Some days travel days, some days Ashes was down. But nearly every single day since I came in, I love tank. I probably have too much of a muscle memory feel for a lot of tank shit at this point. It's probably not good. Oh, God. When second class comes in, you gotta have more DPS class if you need more damage. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Secondaries will be great. Then you'll also have ability ranks coming in. Ability ranks gonna be fat as well. Phil Sambo, Rogue, can't play anything else. Every class plays a bit unique, I will say. The feel for pretty much every class is very, very, very unique. When you say tank, is that the class name or do you mean the role? Yes. Both. Tank is tank. Tank does tank. Tank is the primary archetype name. So with like the full classes, so to say, in the long term, you'll have your primary archetype and then a secondary archetype. So it'll be like, you know, a tank cleric will be a paladin. Can we start calling second class by their name like Templar? Fuck no. Oh God, no. I am not going to be able to remember 64 different fucking classes. I don't know if you guys think I'm some kind of wizard, but like, it's primary, secondary in this house, dog. I don't know, like, you can do it? E. I'm not too convinced on that one, man. I'm not sure if I'm too bought into that. What'll be your secondary class? Rogue or fighter? A new Dusty Clan member needs an invite? Wait, where Dusty How has arrived? We're so up. Where's Steven? Steven could probably use some chill fishing with the boys' time. He's been busy lately. Probably appreciate a good fish or two. But yeah, I will basically be playing tank and whatever makes me more annoying for other people, especially casters. I like to play very anti-squishy, very anti-caster, very like frontline, but also fuck up your backline type beat, which I like that. I like that. I'm assuming there's more than one class that's a tank. In the long term, yeah, there will be a lot. But tank is like your primary tank class. In the long term, there's like the 64 class structure, and you'll have tank and then 8 tank secondaries. So it'll be like tank, fighter, tank rogue, tank ranger, tank mage, tank cleric, tank bard, tank summoner. And those will all be able to tank. And then summoner, tank, guardian, I think. And then summoner as a base archetype, which is coming in on the 11th, also has like the trinity of summon types. It has a supporty type summon, it has a DPSy type summon, and then it has a tank type summon as well. So there are a few different options. And then you can always kind of like pseudo tank on other primary archetypes. The thing that's missing is not the sustainability, more so the threat generation. Tank as a primary archetype or the tank summon are the two things in the game, to my knowledge, that have increased threat generation on abilities. Other than that, everything is just the basic threat modifier, and that'll probably change as well with tank secondaries coming in too. So you would have your tank primaries and then your 8 secondaries, and then you would have your, whatever with a tank secondary that would then be able to maybe complement their, their kit with some threat generation and some PvE tanking. So all classes seem to be tank from here on out. Everything is tank. Start as fighter, then go cleric as high sword. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, fighter cleric could actually be really good for the self-sustain. Could actually be really solid, because fighter is kind of like a get in and stay in class. It needs a little bit of room and a little bit of space to operate. So I 1000% could see that being facilitated a little bit more by the cleric side of things. I forget, is there a dev stream soon, or will it be near the 11th? Bro, I've been trying to find out the same motherfucking thing. They won't even tell me. I got a goddamn interview coming up soon, and they wouldn't even tell me. Because they were like, when do you want to do the interview? And I was like, well, when's the dev stream? And they were like, when do you want to do the interview? I couldn't even get them to tell my ass, bro, and I'm trying to plan around it. I got no fucking idea. They haven't made an announcement yet, I don't think. It's usually the last Friday of the month, but that would be the day after Thanksgiving. So I would assume maybe like the first Friday of December, which could make sense as well, because the second Friday of December would be the 12th, which would be the day after the launch. Rogue Bard equals a mistake. Oh, it's an absolute fucking mistake. They did confirm 2 December streams. 2 Christmases! All right, we're up. All right, that's cool. Need DustyWhy now? Is that all we're missing? Like, what do we actually have? This is a lot of Dusties. We have Dusty Who, Dusty Where, DustyWhy, Dusty How. We need Dusty What and Dusty When. And then we're set. That's the goal. Gunshot behind the head. Yeah. Rogue Bard and Bard Rogue should have been thrown off a cliff as babies. They should have been birthed underwater and then held there. If I'm being completely fucking honest, those should not exist. Those are abominations, antichrists, pretty much everything in between. That's how I feel about that class comp. It shouldn't be together. It should be grayed out in the character select. Now I will say Ranger Rogue is Predator. So don't be Ranger Rogue. I don't even think it'll be that good, but don't go around and introduce yourself like that. Just for your own sake, if I'm being honest. When can we download on Steam? Next week? I have no fucking idea on that, honestly. I'm hoping they give us a pre-download, but I'm assuming in terms of a pre-download, they'll probably be implementing right up until the end of it. Like right up until the 11th. Maybe like bug fix patches, implementations, all that stuff. Bard then Rogue equals Trickster. Diddy-ter. But somewhere out there, there's going to be a Ranger Rogue that snipes the name Diddy. It's gonna happen. Is there ever a reason to use padded tool belt over expanded tool belt? Like maybe if you're trying to make your build bad? Like maybe if you're just trying to actively be a detriment to everybody around you that you're playing with? But yeah, other than that, no, I can't really think much of a baby oil bandit. Yo, wait. Who in the 1v1 tournament made a baby oil joke, by the way? One of the CMs made a baby oil joke during the tournament. Bro, they were talking about, like, I think somebody died and they were like, he would have got out of that one if he brought his baby oil. Oh, shit. It was back. Bro, that shit was so out of pocket. That was so out of pocket. It was on the naked tank fight. Fuck me. 2 naked tanks needing some baby oil, bro. Don't let that man near the patch notes anymore. Oh, God. As in transporting 1 ton of baby oil to anvils via caravan isn't worth it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Everyone knows you gotta transport the baby oil on your ships, man. It's night and day. It's completely different. Oh, fuck me. You'd be Predator by rolling Rogue then Ranger? Is it Rogue then Ranger or is it Ranger then Rogue? I thought Predator was Ranger Rogue. What the hell is Ranger Rogue? It's gonna be an oil item? Oh, God. Oh, God. I mean, Planendorf has experience with body oil in games. He previously worked on like a WWE title that shipped with absolutely terrible FPS because it was like a console title. And the choices were either ship with 30 FPS without body oil on the characters or ship with body oil and like 10 FPS on the characters. And they chose to ship with 10 FPS on the character and like body oil on the characters. And he told me his nightmares about it one day at TwitchCon when he pulled up. Can't wait to oil people up. Before we go into a guild war, we have somebody that's just oiling everybody up. Yeah, it's just like the hand oil into like the bicep oil and everything like that. We're getting all nice and slippery for it. We bring back the old movement tech. We get down a hill and we just hit a roll and then we just keep rolling. Jesus fucking Christ. Ranger then Rogue is Scout. Oh, Ranger Rogue is Scout. Rogue Ranger is Predator. Okay, Diddy. That makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense as well, though, because, like, Rogue Ranger is probably going to be facilitated primarily around Diddy darts, if I had to guess. Because, like, Diddy darts are probably going to come in from afar at that point. Ranger then Fighter is Strider. Okay, Ranger also has a Strider buff. That's intriguing. Yeah, I'm intrigued, actually. Part of me is very intrigued by, despite playing neither of these classes, Bard Summoner or Summoner Bard. Because Bard right now is very strong because it can be in the middle of a group putting out dances and shit. What if the Bard could summon those dances just in the middle of wherever they needed to be summoned? What if it was just a standalone dance, a standalone music note? What if you're a Summoner Bard and then you have summons out that you're then putting buffs on to send into your group of allies and give them a nimble dance off of a summon? That's going to be fucking sick. And I'm going to keep playing tank. So, I hope the meta doesn't become cleric, cleric, tank, tank, fighter, fighter, etc. I don't think it will. I absolutely think which Dusty alt is not taken. I think it's DustyWhy and DustyWhy that aren't taken right now. I think, unless they've been taken in that time. But yeah, no, I mean, there's gonna be like the class purist meta, like Zop wants people to go mage. But I do feel like the primary, secondary difference is it's an opportunity for people to see where they're at with their own personal play style. And it's also gonna play into how the archetype ranks come in, right? So when they give us rank options in all of our abilities, some people, who the fuck's got a caravan here? The goddamn help? The fuck's just pulling through? It's Pockets! What the fuck is Pock doing right now? What does Pock have going on? That's so fucking funny. Okay. Okay, wait. Is this a Hoofsy Bardal? This seems like it's a Hoofsy Bardal with horns. I don't know what the indicators are, but I got a feeling. Tank with a support class is gonna be too good to pass up, I believe. See, I don't know, because like it depends on the role that you want to play. It depends on how you're distributing your ranks and your abilities. Like tank with support in mass scale is absolutely huge, right? But what if you go tank fighter and then you become a valid backline staple because you can just sit on top of clerics and bards and make them hate their lives without getting forced out while also being a threat to get kills? That may mean you don't need the support. Now, from that other standpoint, what if you're tank cleric and what if you're tank bard? Being able to put out buffs and healing for your group as a tank on the front line is also probably quite fucking important. There is the element with Ashes in many things where it's like, there are multiple good options. This is the option I prefer because of this reason. And you could ask many different players, many different questions about their preferences, and it could always be different across tank players, across anything. Tank cleric will probably be great. I feel like it'll be annoying to deal with. I feel like it's just going to be one of those classes that gets ignored, though. Because that's the thing, like, with tank right now, we're walking a line between, like, tankiness and damage scaling, right? And it's either, like, get ignored, right? Where we don't do anything, or do too much damage and then get CC comboed to shit and like in-cap spammed and kited out and everything like that. So we want to basically be right in the middle of that where we're like doing enough damage for them to be like, hey, Dusty's on me. And then they try to hit me and they're like, Dusty's too tanky to actually hit. So if you go too far into the tankiness side, you're going to find yourself being very easy to ignore. And if you find yourself going too far into the DPS side, then you're going to find yourself getting insta CC comboed like mad. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Ozzy, thank you for the 2 months, man. Much love. I appreciate that. I greatly appreciate all the support lately, boys. I'm greatly excited for the 11th. I am happy that you guys are also excited for the 11th. Grateful for all the questions y'all have been bringing in. Hunter, you're gonna have to make me get more water, dog. All right. Well, Hunter's nuking my water supply like I'm fucking California during a wildfire, so I'll be right back. 1 sec. Hold on. So, what I miss? Did Steven break my game? Who did this? Chat. What did Chair do? Chair did it. Chair, what the fuck? Bro, I trust this guy with my goddamn content when I am trying to provide. You were smote. Like, I wish I could say that I haven't been smote lately, but Steven literally smited me at the 1v1 tourney a few days ago. I got. Not the Hello Kitty Island Adventure? What if I told you that I was a Hello Kitty Island Adventure Collector's Edition holder? I still stand on, like, fuck Claire Obscura, fuck Megabonk, fuck Arc Raiders. Hakaya, if it had a combat system, would be Game of the Year. Every single year since it was dropped. No doubt in my mind. Hakaya goes absolutely crazy. If Hakaya had a combat system in a multiplayer PvP arena, I might not be on Ashes right now. We might be in a completely different state of circumstances. T-Pain might be your Ashes content creator of choice. Who the fuck knows? Like, you guys are lucky, and I am lucky, that Hakaya is limited in scope to only being what it is by 18 governments across the world. If it were allowed to get out of hand, gaming would change forever. Don't play Hakaya. It will ruin your perspective of everything. I'm saying this for your own fucking safety. Just don't. Just don't. It's too good. It's a 12 out of 10. There's not a single fucking thing wrong with it. It's perfect. Kaya's shocked. Jesus fucking Christ. So Knight or Guardian? For me, excuse me. For me, I would go Knight over Guardian. I think Guardian would leave too much. Just a nice view of fishing. I feel like Guardian would leave too much to be scaled on like the defensive side of things. And not necessarily enough of that, like, that aggression, right? Yo, Fresh over on YouTube, what up, go? Is it worth getting into the game right now or wait for December? I would wait for December personally. As you can see, like, we have a group of people that are just chilling fishing right now, but we're honestly like half of the server that's on right now. Up until December, it's really just playtesting and getting ready for the wipe that is, you know, prepping for the 11th. So it's mostly going to be on the private test realm as well. And it's just testing that wipe. Now, there is a little bit of a caveat to it. In terms of, is the content worth? The content in between now and the 11th is not going to be worth it for the price. You'd be paying for 2 weeks of content for like $50. Now, there is, again, the additional element. There's going to be a wipe. Yes, exactly. Which is why I'm saying, like, I wouldn't spend the extra 50 unless you want to get a sick title that's only going to be available before the wipe. Title man says title, yes. So, basically with the wipe, I can take you through. This is their like Ashes coming to Steam announcement. So on December 1st, there's a community event with vendors to get to max level, special mounts, and corruption starts to take over. Between the 2nd and the 10th, it's PTR testing. Then on the 11th, it's the full wipe with the 2 new realms, you know, coming up from scratch, basically. From there will probably be wipes as it continues to go.
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
You're the idiot ranger player. Press roots. Anyways, when Steam comes out, you have a price of $42.49 on both the Steam store and the Ashes website for the 11th to the 25th. After the 25th, it goes back up to $50 USD.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
I'm smart enough to know this is a good deal, though. Anyways, $50 USD will be the ongoing price after the 25th. From there, that includes access to the remainder of development until the game launches, and then when the game launches, there will be a sub. No sub before the game actually launches, and when the game does launch, it is no box cost, no DLC cost, monthly sub only to play. There will be an in-game store that is cosmetics only. No pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for power, no pay for anything like that, just drip. So 1 month of game time included with your pack, that's $15. That'll be your first month of sub time when the game does launch down the road. I think that won't be for a couple of years. Access to the PTR if you do want to be on that, and a cosmetic cloak. All Alpha 2 testers will automatically receive the early access cloak. And then on top of that, all current testers get that cloak. If users play from December 11th, Donger, what up, my boy? How are you? Hope you're having a beautiful day. I haven't got flashbanged yet. Although, funny enough, my game's been running smooth as shit for literally months. And then I'm sitting here fishing, and then my game crashes. I have a UE crash, and then you show up. I'm just saying. Also, what would your thoughts be on body oil for characters? Like pre-war body oil. I feel as though we could probably figure it out at not a huge compromise to the frames. Chat, I told you the body oil. No, funny enough, I don't know if somebody told you I was talking about you, but I was talking about you before you came in. We were literally, I don't even know how it got brought up. Oh, we were talking about how Vacnar made a fucking baby oil joke during the 1v1 tourney. And then we thought about what body oil buffs would actually do over the course of PvP with like evasion rating and movement buffs and stuff like that. And then like, you know, body oil could like, you know, fall off of you as you're running around. And then people could slip on your baby oil and stuff. And then we're saying like, I know a guy that could probably bring in some pretty solid body oil effects at reasonable detriment to performance. So Naked Duel is funny as fuck. Fupo, what if I told you the naked tank duel is the only way we can duel? Which bridge y'all fishing? Ron, go north of Lionhold. It's the one that's right up there. Also, Donger, I'm in cinematic. Look at your work. Look at this. It's absolutely beautiful. Why is there a rogue near me? This seems like rat behavior. Yeah, we don't. Oh, wait, you can't see. I'm not in game. Fuck. I was explaining stuff. Sorry. Whoops. I'm in cinematic. We have a squad here fishing north of Lionhold. Pull up. And we're also answering so many new player questions, I'm forgetting which fucking screen I'm on. And I forget that I can actually show my screen. The cinematic does go crazy, by the way. I've had multiple people come in, and they're like, because, you know, my normal settings, dog shit, I push more frames. I've had people come in, and they're like, Dusty, are you playing on low settings? And I'm like, yeah, hold on, let me turn them up. And as soon as I turn them up, people are just like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. What's the best skin for the duels? What was there? Some of the death rolls were fun as well. Oh yeah, some of the death rolls were fun as well. But like, no, I mean it in every genuine sense of the word. Like, not just for this TTK or anything snarky. Like, we as tanks have been naked dueling for a while because tank versus tank with gear differences is just, it comes down to gear. You should keep them on cinematic. If Intrepid wants to send me a fucking spaceship PC that can actually run it on cinematic at the frames that I run, low to medium, then sure. But, nope. Nope. I don't have prod right now, but hopefully it's actually playable with all the improvements we're doing for the Steam release. Oh wait, y'all are doing shit to prod? Yeah, no, prod feels smooth as fuck, I'm not even gonna lie. Prod also doesn't have the disgusting stutter that PTR has. So whatever's the difference maker there, like if they're running like debuggers and stuff and that's causing the stutter, just tell them to stop. Just genuine, like tell them not to from Dusty. Hopefully cinematic will be playable. Oh. Is cinematic all fucks? Stutter should be fixed tomorrow. Wait. Oh, stutter should be fixed tomorrow? Wait, are you guys pushing a patch on Thanksgiving? TM, or is that like tomorrow? TM or tomorrow? Like trademark or tomorrow? Trademark. Okay. God damn it. It's the Zoomers. Not your fault. It's the Zoomers. It's the Zoomers. I gotta stop chatting. No, the Zoomers have corrupted. It's because you're a man willing to type things out in a meaningful way. And Zoomers say TM, meaning tomorrow, because they're lazy as shit. Yep, no. It's not your fault. It's modern America's fault, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, I'd personally love if the stutter was fixed. Now, I think overall reception to the PTR build, I'm gonna say it's positive as shit. I am going to say the two things that people have not been happy with so far. TTK, which Steven was in chat and confirmed that they're going to be pushing a TTK change when PTR comes back up. They've got one in the works. They'll be doing another implementation based on, you know, some of the data that they got. And the stutter. Providing those two things are fixed, and then I have a surprise, you know, third. We missing some goddamn bridge quests. Basically, like, you know, you're here in questing and then you need to know to go here. Other than that, I think the PTR build's actually really good. My frames, my performance is great over there. It's just the stutter is frame independent, right? It's just the same thing regardless. So, do you know if they're still doing the archetype rebalance before December 11th? I don't believe so. At this point in time. Steven was asked about it in Discord one day and said archetype reworks would be coming in next milestone update. So here's hoping the gathering changes are good. The gathering changes, Royce, we've tested those over on the PTR. Those have been functioning, I would say, about as well as they possibly could at this point in time from what we have seen. The static fixes are working as intended as far as I know. I haven't gone too sicko mode on the gathering side of it, but I've received very good feedback from people. I don't think there are visual indicators anymore. I don't think there are statics anymore. I think they have more or less fixed the gathering bugs. Or not the gathering bugs, but just like the gathering woes. Whoa. And then from there, the pylon system on the PTR also has more functionality. So pylons basically scan an area and then will tell you how many active and inactive of each gatherable node type there are, and then will tell you the rarity of each node. So that's kind of cool. Hunting needs salvation. What do you mean? You don't like petting animals to death? Be encouraged though. Sport fishing coming in is encouraging for the active hunting as well. Once one minigame is in, the minigame seems easier to design from that standpoint. Now, I don't necessarily know how the hunting minigame is gonna go, but we'll be sad when you can no longer pet animals to death. Yeah, but what if they just keep that as a base hunting? What if they let us give gentle pets of doom? And then also maybe do sport hunting. I like gentle pats of doom, Foop. Doom pats. Hear me out with hunting. Your character goes into first person when shooting bow. Hear me out. When you're hunting, all of us have to get the full like Marty and VR setup. Y'all watch Marty's stream. If you haven't, you should. He plays Ashes and a bunch of other games in VR with like a full like the Omni or whatever it's called, the treadmill that's in every direction, and he has to like actually fucking run, and then he has a fucking bow. Dude, he has a bow. Like, if y'all aren't hunting like that, y'all are bitch made. I swear to God, the Ashes VR was so sick. Dude, I fuck with Marty so heavy. Went viral in the Intrepid Slack. Yo, can you imagine how in shape he would be if he could physically stream as much as I do without dying? It's gotta be an extreme workout. I think he said one stream he lost like 10 pounds or some shit like that because it's just so much sweat. I don't know, like, how bad it is, but I would assume, bro, when he tries to talk sometimes on stream, because like he's got to lock in, he narrates his stuff and he's yapping given the circumstances, but like you gotta actually backflip to hit the rogue abilities is crazy. That's fucking wild. I got like what would Tank's big thing be? Would I just have to earthbend a fucking wall? How's that gonna go? I gotta do like a fucking haka dance to summon a wall? Where are we going with this? Tank has nothing cool. I can maybe have like a grapple, but that's not feasible. Man, I have no dunks or anything. Charge would be awful. Can't say what tank abilities need. Oh no. Oh, not like this. Just gotta do actual backflips. I'm fine with the cooldown being ignored. Yo, if he's hitting every single acro strike, fuck it. Fuck it. We're up. Charlatan? What the fuck is a charlatan? You're a charlatan for saying the actual class name. Primary, secondary, or get the hell out. Bro, I'm gonna be so intolerant of class name users. I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm gonna name and shame. Yo! Oh, I should go through and I should add banned terms for every one of the 64 classes so people have to say primary, secondary. Oh, fuck. Oh, I can push such an agenda here. We're so up. I'm like a political streamer, but I'm using my platform for good. Holy shit. Rogue supremacy, fear the assassin. The coolest thing about assassin is that it has ass in the name twice. Honestly. Gotta get going sooner than I thought, but it should be around a fair bit this weekend. Ayo, Donger. Hope you have a beautiful day, dog. He literally crashed my game and then wanted to come see how I was reacting to the fucking game crashing. Don't let him fool you. This man. This man. Oh, also, hey. Before you go, if I can have 15 seconds of your time. Yo, Chris, thank you for the 8 months. 15 seconds of your time. In the internal Slack, maybe ask if they can put in boost NPCs before the actual first, so people that want to shake off Rust that didn't play this phase that might not have leveled can come in and we can maybe get some like PvP or some events going perchance. Because they don't have them planned in until the first, but like 6, 7, I mean, mayhaps boost NPCs beforehand. Would be awesome. I'll ask. Oh, thank you so much. A lot of people have been like, yo, Dusty, can I hop in and boost up a character? Nope. Nope. Got a level. So I've been subtle with it. I was gonna ask Steven, but he left too early. He was in here earlier, but he probably had to go do Steven things. Go figure, the man who has an entire fucking game company to run can't just sit and lurk in Twitch streams all day and has to do business stuff. What a goddamn crazy world we're living in. He's got a lot. I'm shocked that I've seen him in streams as frequently as I have. I'm convinced he has somebody on his Twitch that's watching for him. Bye, Donger. We appreciate you. Love you. We'll let you know if we see any flashbangs. I'll be sure to let you know. I always do. Someday Donger's gonna actually think I hate him. I've established, though, that Planendorf is an op and he has kill on sight everywhere that he goes. When I was mayor of Shorefoot, he was banned from Shorefoot. I had like a Dusty as mayor dance party, and I said if Planendorf showed up, we're all gonna kill him and take his fucking shoes. So, you know, it's just gotta be, there's a pecking order that's established. If you don't check into the hood checks in with you. So. Chat bubbles should still show even if you have the UI off. Are you guys slurring again? What's going on? Wait, who's getting ganked? Oh, mobs. What are you guys doing? We've been muted. What? We want boosts? Are you guys petitioning for boosts? Everybody wants boosts. Everybody wants boosts. Yes, we must make our push. We must riot. Absolutely. Can we have a list of our questions we want to ask for Steven? Like 3 to 5 questions only. What do you mean? Like some questions that I want to ask Steven? I don't want to leak any. Like any more than I have to, because they're gonna get back to him. He's a powerful man. He has enough money to spend $110 million on developing an MMO. He has enough money to watch my VOD for free and then have a pre-prepared response to the questions. And I don't want to give him the initiative role. I feel like pre-canned responses are phooey. I want the Steven Yaps, where like I'm sitting there and I'm like, right. And I'm basically like a 12-minute Asmund Gold React video where Steven's just taking us on a fucking journey. Can we list our own questions we want to ask Steven? Oh, yeah. I'll have Carla. Carla might be editing right now. I'll have one of my Discord mods put up a question channel in my Discord. 6 Dusties there now. Wait. All right. Dusty, huh? No, that's crazy. That's actually insanity. I love this. I love this so very much. This is so good. Okay, Sorcerer, Magician, Alicia is gonna be Loki OP. What are the differences? Why are you... Why are you just spewing this propaganda and this hatred? Wait, what is this? I didn't even know I had an exclamation interview link. What is this? What the hell? Oh, that was me talking about an interview like 10 months ago. Oh my god. Wow. Huh. What female streamer would you like to stream or join Ashes? I don't know, whoever wants to make good content. I don't really care. Lucy's timing of saying pirate LOL is crazy. They may or may not be connected, but that's diabolical timing. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. No, so anyways, I don't really like, I don't care who joins, as long as they're making like good content is my, like, I don't, honestly, I'm not gonna stop anyone from joining. It doesn't fucking matter. There are gonna be slop tubers that come through and make slop. There'll be slop streamers that come through and like make slop. Oh, Carla, can you make a channel in the Discord for people to post questions that they want me to consider for the Steven question list? So people can like post things that pop up and then I'll go through them. I feel like that would be cool for people to be able to post in. Also, chat, if you guys have Discord Nitro and you have boosties, my custom link on my Discord's cooked, and we have all used our boosties on the Cat's Discord. So if you guys have extra boosties, I'll have Carla drop a link here in a sec, and then you guys can hop over and help out if they're not going anywhere, and I would greatly appreciate that, so we can get discord.gg/DustyWhy. That would be so wonderful. But yeah, I don't like, my take on content creators, right? People can come in with two mentalities when they are going to a new directory. They can go into a new game with the intent to make content that will be fun and based on their actual organic feedback about things. Or they can go in and have the intent to just farm the, you know, the hype cycle and pillage and get as many clicks as they can and move on to the next thing. We will inevitably see both over the course of Ashes. We'll see people that are riding the hype cycle. We'll see people that are coming in because they actually are intrigued with what Ashes is going to be. I personally very much hope that most content creators that come in will understand that this is an MMO that is supposed to be rooted in MMO fashion. And I think that would be really cool. But naturally, the content world is a content world right now. So, cultist first night, who wins? What the fuck is a cultist? Say the primary, secondary like a normal human being. I'm not buying into your propaganda. I hope boat content is good for Summit. I do as well. I hope that, because, like, keep in mind, there's a full, like, oh, you're talking about titles? Or are you talking about classes? Are you talking about classes? Yo, Raven, what up? Summon's in the game. Summoner is in for PTR testing and will be in on live for the December 11th wipe. It's not playable right now because this build is the, like, production build. It's the Alpha 2 build. This doesn't have Summoner yet. This will for the new servers on the 11th. And it's testable over on the private test realm. Private test realm will come back up on December 2nd through December 10th. Then we'll have the new servers starting on the 11th of December. So that'll bring in Summoner, Sport Fishing, Harbinger system, ton of updates. So that'll be huge. Blotto, wait. That's absolutely fucking demonic. That's absolutely demonic. Does anybody have the untimeout for Salo? Who's got the 20k? Oh no. Wait, the class propaganda is not gonna be good. Oh god. Do you think Tank Cleric would be good? I don't think Tank Cleric would be bad. I feel like Tank Cleric is a very safe thing to play. If you know what I mean. I feel like it's something where the upside of tank cleric in terms of like a super oppressive doing a ton of damage to everybody sense is low, but I think the downside is also, all right, Salo got the 20k, we're up. I feel as though the downside is also quite low. I feel like it's like a low floor, lower ceiling build. You know what I mean? But I think it's a safe option. I think the tank kit in itself presents an incredible amount of like, you know, scaling to play off of on the defensive side. If you bring in anything in the form of cleric to complement that, then it's just is different. Yo, Red, what up, go? We're just hanging out fishing and shit, dog. Just spending some good time on the water with the boyos. We had a lot of PvP earlier today, and by a lot of PvP, I mean people were dueling for a little bit, and then we ran around and yapped a bit, and now we're fishing on cinematic settings. And it's been kind of chill to just sit through a day-night cycle here. Like, we had everything going. So, Red, the sport fishing is negative gold income. Nah, sport fishing's actually probably going to be quite solid if I had to guess, because sport fishing on the PTR, we were fishing up like small fries, or like I think it was like the fry size of fish, which is the smallest fish, and we were fishing up common, and those were selling for like 50 to 80 silver a piece, and you could also fit multiple of those in a single boat run. So it's like, if you're fishing up the smallest, most common fish, then it makes sense that you're going to be on the floor of that income level. But by that theory, like, what are we looking at for a blue medium-sized fish? Because that could be maybe a few gold in itself, and then... What do you want to me? Love you. I appreciate you. I don't know what you said, but sorry. But yeah. So like, what happens if you get like a blue medium-sized fish, and then you throw that in like an upgraded tank, and your upgraded tanks end up holding 6 fish per tank. So then you go into turn in, and you've got like 100 gold hull and fish all of a sudden. I haven't seen the top end of sport fishing, right? But I low-key am intrigued about what the scaling is going to be for the higher end of sport fishing. I feel like we're going to have the potential to earn some good clams, if you know what I mean. But it's also going to come at a cost. That was actually something I wanted to talk about too, in regard to like Summit having fun if he does come over and play with the boat content. If Summit comes over and plays, people need to make sure that Summit understands that aquatic mounts are a thing, so he can go underneath boats and then pop up and surprise the shit out of people. He will fucking love it. Clam digging? Yo, I told Carla about clamming. Because, like, she's never lived where there's water. She's lived in fucking Arizona. So it's like, I told her about the clamming way and how you go out into the flats and you look for the holes with the bubbles coming out, and then you take the pitchfork and you dig down and you get your clams and you throw them in a bucket. Kind of sounds fun, just as a casual thing. You live in Maine? She hasn't been yet? Fupo, it's fucking winter. Everything's goddamn frozen. Although, spring's probably going to be a really good time for clamming. I want to say spring is prime clamming, if I am not wrong. Now, I also don't know, like, I don't know if it's free clamming in a lot of parts of Maine. I don't know if we can just clam freely. You need to go farm some gooey ducks. Isn't that like the long type of clam that looks like a weird peen malformation? Maine is in Canada. Maine is near Canada. Maine is Superior Canada. Do you think this is going to be worth playing on December 11th when it hits Steam? Personally, I think it'll be a lot of fun for new players coming in. I have 3,000 hours in game on stream, and like, keep in mind, we're just chilling doing some AFK fishing and hanging out yapping. But even this AFK fishing is putting fish into my materials tab that can be used for different crafts. So if you have AFK time where you're like, oh, I gotta take a shit. Oh, I gotta go, I don't know, deal with my wife being a bitch and wanting me to, like, I don't know, spend time with her or something. Then you can throw up an AFK fish, and like every few minutes you can be like, oh, honey, I gotta go take shit. And then you come in and you move your character to make sure that you're still being productive, right? So everything in Ashes, you can be productive even with something that's more or less like an AFK mode, right? You can chill, fish, catch some fish, go empty them out of your bag, sell player to player, save up for craftables, whatever it may be, right? Or you can just go mob grind, level, whatever you want to do. You can PvP. It's genuinely got a lot to do for new players coming in. And I think the benefit of coming in on December 11th, it is a huge update. There will be a lot of like undiscovered, unmastered content at that point in time, a brand new class, a lot of new endgame systems, a lot of new information, a lot of improvements, if I'm being honest. So you'll have a good opportunity to kind of like pop in at a very, I guess, like opportunistic point. And on top of that, it's a very socially driven MMO. So you will have a ton of players to play with. The world is going to feel immensely alive for the December 11th launch, probably to the point of us having some queues. So how's the speed leveling run going? Oh, the starting route? Fucking tough for the time being. Tough for the time being. Because, like, the thing about the starting route is they're still working on the first-time user experience out there. So I can't necessarily lock in on, you know, exactly what I want to do. I've got a good skeleton for it. But even then, my skeleton changed. It's like I went to take a step and my goddamn left femur was missing the other day. My storage quest was gone. So now I'm not even hitting level 6 off the route. So I lost prog on the fast route. So we got to figure out a little bit more about like what the changes are going to be looking like when they come in. So how are the graphics when playing? Has it been better than a YouTube stream? Yeah, I mean, I would say in-game graphics. Also keep in mind, like, in-game graphics are going to continue to get way better. The launch that we're looking at on Steam is not the actual, like, the launch of the game. Rather, it is a continuation of development. Now, with that being said, like, my cape looks dope as fuck. Like, that's crazy that it's responding to wind, by the way. Like, that's not like character flutter. That's like actual, like, atmospheric wind that can kick up at different rates. And then you can see, like, the crinkles and the textures and the materials of my helm. Because it's like a medium helm. Like, this is actually insane. Especially when zoomed in, it kind of scares me how good it is. Like, you can see the way that it's crinkling and it doesn't represent, like, something that's super, you know, heavy armor. The materials are crazy. This is just tab target your code. What up? It's tab target based very heavily. They'll advertise it as, like, an action combat hybrid. The largest action combat sense is that we have like, our stand bar. So the stand bar allows... Fuck me. The stand bar allows you to block, which is like a frontal cone block, right? And then from there, you have a sprint, which drains your stam, makes you run faster, very naturally, as sprints do. Then you have your dodge. Your dodge is a 0.5 second 100% evasion rating bonus that is going to be after the December 11th patch for your first instance of damage that you would take. So it's got like action-y elements to it, but it's far from a like true freeform action combat where you're looking at, you know, physics-based, I shoot arrow over here, it goes over here. Now with that, there is like the action camera mode, right? But this is still at its core a tab target base. So I wouldn't say it's too like full action or anything. It is truly a hybrid in like the middle of the two, but I feel as though it's more lean to the side of Marsington, my goat. It is lean more towards the side of that like traditional tab target base. It's just got some action-y elements to it. Which I clipped Discord. Din was typing and I said, "Shut up, I'm a mage. I can hear you typing magically." Jesus fucking Christ. I hate that so much. PTR looks better than this. Oh yeah, PTR looks way better than this. You mentioned you forgot to ask Sandalord something earlier. Oh yeah. I was gonna ask Mr. Clippy Cloppy Man if they could consider putting in boost NPCs. I was just gonna keep bothering people at Intrepid until someone said, "Fuck it, give it to Dusty." Like, it's not even for me, by the way. It's for the people. I have gear. I'm fine. I'm winning my fights. However, there's a naked man swimming down here. I'm about to catch a naked man. I don't know how I feel about the Carla. What you're about to see is not anything to be concerned of. But yeah, I was gonna ask Sandals if we could have boost NPCs for all the players that don't necessarily have leveled characters this phase and may not have gear this phase, that do want to play a little bit. So I was thinking about that. What's happening? Oh, there's just a naked man in the water, and I don't want to. I don't want you to be concerned. Are there any plans with any rankings for PvP in the future? Yes, indeedly. So Ash is a creation wiki is a.
So I'm still trying to retrain myself.
Uh-oh,
I'm
okay.
actually wearing a shock collar.
Uh-oh.
But I have it wrapped around my waist.
I'm retraining myself very well.
I'm really trying to
It's very
retrain
productive.
quickly, as efficiently as I can.
Very, very
Get out of the
productive.
hole saying no.
Let me pull up a wiki tab real quick. For whatever reason. Oh, I do have a wiki tab. Okay. So they will have. Sorry, I'm pulling up a new tab for you. I'm pulling up the hot information coming in fresh for you, John. I got you. PvP seasons. Performance in various PvP systems, such as caravans, arenas, guild wars, is measured over the course of approximately 6-month-long PvP season, subject to change. At the end of each season, a player's cumulative score may unlock various rewards, from gear enhancement rewards, achievement ranks, purchasing power, and potentially more granular player health bars. So in PvP, they're like divided into fourths, and then from there, they've talked about earning 6th or 8th divisions from that. So an arena leaderboard system is planned that'll offer different rewards for performance over the course of the season. Titles can be earned from arena play. Arena points that can be used to buy gear is not in the design. Other rewards will be revealed at a later time. And then there will be a guild ladder. An inter-guild ladder will rank guilds based on their performance within competitive activities, guild wars, castle sieges, and world boss kills. Gear enhancement rewards are possible throughout progression. And it just talks about some different metrics that can be used. So number of successful siege defenses, siege assaults, number of PvP kills, PvP deaths, raid participation points, and a number of firsts. So there'll be achievements, titles, and other accolades across server realms that are tied to all of those systems as well. What would people think about buffs that also have negative effects that you can choose to have? Like some sort of negative perk system from Fallout-like games. Would it scale up like the power? So essentially we're talking like a fighter berserk where I can pop a berserk to conditionally gain a shitload of damage but also take more damage, or it's almost like an Ooga Booga mode. Because personally I like trade-off situationals like that. I have one for tank as well that would probably hit with the community too. So a similar trade-off that could work well with tank. So it's like fighter, you want to do more damage, fighter do more damage and take more damage, and then you're good. If you want to... Did I break my pole? Oh, shit. I broke my goddamn pole. So you want to do more damage, you take a little bit more damage. Well, what about the side of tank? I'm getting focused. I'm getting a lot of damage coming in. What if I had not only one shield, but 2 shields for a little bit of time? And it was like a shield wall, where I got increased block chance, increased block mitigation, and basically reflected a percentage of all damage blocked. Gabriel, thank you for following. Much love. Gabriel likes double shield idea. Ship it. So, essentially, I'm doing a percentage of damage reflected back to targets. I've got double shields up. I look sick as fuck. And then from there, I sacrifice my ability to use offensive abilities and my weapon combo attacks for the duration of that, as long as I don't cancel it. I would like trade-offs like that, Foop, especially for situationals. I don't think every ability just has to be one functionality added. I feel like there can be a dichotomy of like, you gain this but also lose this. Tank actually had that structure a little bit before with the very old grit toggle. Was it grit or was it iron aura? Fuck, what was it attached to previously? We had a damage reduction as tanks. Ah, shit. Was thinking it was grit. That's what I thought. That's what I thought, and then I thought it was iron aura after the fact. Iron aura, shut up, Blotto. Stupid. Was thinking more actual, non-tied to specific skills type. Thing more perk system that you take 5 negatives. You can stack points into one thing to make it extra powerful. Interesting. So like a different form of, I guess like a tree where you take your negatives, but the negatives give you a point to put into something to make it more powerful. That'd be interesting. Be very, very interesting. Blah yaps too much. Blah, I don't know what he's talking about. It's the only thing that changed about grit is it had stacks. Wait, Blotto, when did you start playing? Surely you played pre-grit stacking, right? Because grit used to just be a toggle. Yeah, back in my day. Search up Zomboid traits? Right, I was thinking Zomboid-esque. Yeah, I've played Zomboid. Yeah, grit used to be a toggle way back in the day. Because they changed it from a toggle to the 2-stack 10-second. And then every tank player that sucks at the game was like, it's too much mental capacity for me to have to press this button once every 10 seconds. Did it have a negative? It was minus damage done, if I remember correctly. I want to say it was increased mitigation for minus damage done. At one point, it was like a minus 20% damage. I want to say. I've not seen a negative perk system really in MMOs. Yeah, that'd be intriguing. Now, I feel like people would also just figure out what the least impactful negatives are, but I mean, I guess that's the point of it. Like minus 15% for plus 25% more threat. Yeah, it was some weird modifier. It was some really weird modifier. I'm glad they did away with it. I actually like the functionality a bit more. Just personal preference. I guess the real question is, on December 11th, can you play the game like you would a full MMO? I know it's alpha, but can you play it like a real game, if you know what I mean? In terms of having like progression and some endgame loop, I mean, yeah, like it's playing closer to an MMO than it is a completely fractured essence of things, but it's playing like a very shallow MMO. The endgame repeatable loops are just getting introduced with the Harbinger system. We have, you know, level 26 to 50 still to come in. We have ability ranks still to come in. We have secondary archetypes still to come in. We have more world area to come in. We have more implementations to the world to come in. Like, everything is still going to get deeper, but you can level, find a guild while you're leveling or before you're leveling. You can gear and progress along the way. You can PvP over open world areas and objectives. You can gather, refine, and craft. You take part in a player-to-player driven economy. You level the settlements around the world. So, like, there are a bunch of different towns. Not every town can be the highest level, and not every town can have all the stuff. So you take part in a citizen loop of electing a mayor to run the towns once they hit tier 3 or higher. Certain towns will basically place down certain buildings, which specialize in allowing people to make, like, Grandmaster weapons, like the highest tier of weapons. So, basically, with the specialization of those buildings, and that's only for item level 29 weapons right now, but those specializations have to be planned out on a multi-town basis, and there is genuinely a very good amount to do in terms of a, you know, in terms of a true MMO stance. It is very rooted in being a classic MMO, so it's not, you know, instanced. There's no fast travel. You're running around the world. You're running into other players. I mean, shit. It's me and about, I don't know, we got like 13 people out here, 12 people out here or something. We have an oddly large group of people just out here fishing right now. I would be willing to bet that there are less than 150 people on the entire server right now, because it's like going to get wiped on the 1st. The event's not today, so it's not the big hype period. And we just got a bunch of people hanging out on a goddamn bridge. Like, it is truly an MMO in every regard. And while we've been hanging out, a lot of us have been AFK fishing right here, and we're just passively pulling up fish and putting them in our bag as we chill and talk. So it is a really cool multiplayer element in every sense. It's going to continue to get deeper. It's going to continue to get better. But if you're coming in on the 11th, you will have a very MMO-like start. You'll have a lot of people taking off from one area. You'll have quests to do, albeit your quests will not take you to max level right now. They still need more quests in a more implemented spot. But questing will get better. So as it goes on, everything that you interact with will improve, from combat stuff to game fluidity and function, to questing progression, to econ stability, to crafting feel, to you name it. Everything across the board. It just gets better. So from my personal opinion, as someone that's 3,000 hours in, $42.50 is paying to get access to the remainder of development. My personal guess is that Ashes doesn't launch before mid to late 2028. I actually have a bet with someone in chat about the launch date, because for whatever reason, people think it'll be launching in 2026. If they do, then knock my socks off and slap my ass, because I'll be so happy. But my personal predict is mid to late 2028 from a conservative estimate of, like, there's still a lot to come. There's still a lot to implement. There's still a lot to bring in. And I'd rather them take their time with it than try to rush it. So I'm not hoping for a later launch, but I'm hoping for a finished launch when Ashes does come out. So in between now and then, you'll have access the entire time for that 4250. It's really solid. I thought the bet was beta in 2026. I'm pretty sure. I want to say Master Chief said like April 1st, 2026 launch of the game, or he has to gift, like he said he would gift a shitload of subs to the point where I'm like, I don't even know if I want to let him sign up for that because he's dumb enough to do it. But he's got a lot on the line. And if I lose, then I have to gift his sub for like a year or something like that. So I'm willing to stand on my side of the business. 100 subs. It was multiple. I think it was 100 T2s. I'm pretty sure because it was T2 gifties. It was, I want to say it was 100 or 200 T2s. And then the other day, he offered to up it to $3,000 worth of gifties. He was so confident. Because he says he has an internal leak at Intrepid that is giving him information on potential launch times. Do we have more people coming across right now? Wait. Who's pulling up now? Oh, it's mobs. Beta 2026 means launch 2027. Depending on when in 2026, but I mean, even if they hit it, yo, Kraylith, thank you for the follow. Much love. I got a leak too then. Bro, I got to take a fucking leak. I'll be completely a buck. I got to take a leak. I got to get food, and then I got to get ready for Thanksgiving tomorrow. Boys, I hope you have plans for Turkey Day tomorrow. If you're not an American or you don't have plans, take some time and get yourself some good food tomorrow. Please, for me. Treat yourself to a little meal because I'm going to be pigging the fuck out. No plans here? Treat yourself to a little meal. Take some time. Do something you enjoy for a little bit. Get outside if you want to get outside. It's a beautiful day to have a beautiful day, even if you ain't got plans. I got family meal. And then once I get back from that, I'll be here hanging out with y'all. So even if you guys don't have plans, you got plans now. Later in the day, I'll be here as I always am. Stream streak's not dying unless I'm dying. So I got my family meal like early midday. And then from there, I'll be back. We'll be kicking around, balling out, having some fun. Go feed some birds outside to make up for eating their fat cousin. Yo, low-key, I did not realize how large turkeys for Thanksgiving were. Like, we're talking, they're selling 20-pound birds at Walmart. Like, that's absurd. I don't know how large y'all are cooking birds up at, but like, dude, that is an insane amount of birds. So I'm gonna try to cook as much as I physically can in terms of getting that down. I do a 22-pound plus every year. That is fucking absurd. That is genuine insanity, if you ask me. But I'll be putting down what I can for food. Make sure you guys pig out for me early morning, vibe out. I will be back tomorrow. Early day. Actually, it probably won't be that early. We're eating at like, what time are we eating at? I want to say we're eating at like noonish. Right around there. So, pumpkin or pecan pie? Neither are my favorite. Probably pumpkin between the two, but I don't think I've had like a good pecan pie. Don't forget to answer your Intrepid email. Like, I like pumpkin pie, but I don't think I've had good pecan pie in terms of like a homemade pecan pie is what I mean. Not like it's bad pecan pie, but like I don't think I've ever had like a homemade pecan pie before. Now that I think about it, I actually don't. It's very weird. Don't forget to answer your Intrepid email. Yes, let me do that real quick. Let me do that. Hold on. I got this. You're confirmed. Raid encounter. RSVP. Okay, cool. I am confirmed for RSVP encounter. I don't know. Do I have to reach out different to get the guild scheduling in? Or nah? Let's see. Action required. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, okay. I have to do a couple of things. Connect your Discord account to your Intrepid account. Make sure that you have a forum account. Provide the following information. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. I must do that. Isn't PTR news? What's in PTR news? The signups? Oh, I have to sneeze. Oh, God. Fubo! Oh, the allergens. Oh, the demons. Oh, they're coming for me. Oh, God. I guess the room is dusty. I actually, like, vacuumed and cleaned the stream room today. Oh, fuck. Oh, dude, I'm actually crying. Hairball? Dude, I think, like, a fly carrying a piece of pepper just flew directly in my nose. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Orgasmic, isn't it? No, I have to piss. No, dude, I'm trying my hardest to not pee myself. Holy fuck. No, it's much better when you're not trying to actively hold in pee. Also, my neck hurts still. I gotta schedule a massage before the 11th for myself because I don't know what I did. I think it's just overuse. I got a long ass neck already, but like my chat monitor is still left. And so when I turn my head now like this, the right side of my neck is like strained a little. Cause I've been yabbing to chat too much. I've been sitting like this too much because of PTR and I haven't been able to do any gameplay, so I haven't been looking at my monitor at all. So I need to maybe reconsider some things with the setup. Maybe get like a different monitor mount and stuff. There'll be oh god, people are asking for UI on. There were some crimes. What happened? Who died? Who got got? What the hell? Wait a minute. What the Hellington? Paint chip. What are you doing? I didn't get got. I never get got. Elder! Oh my goodness gracious. Brother, thank you for the 5 gifties. Happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy and be safe. Elder, thank you for the 5. The Thanksgiving 5, and I am thankful for my chat on this fine day. I may have killed some Dusties for being PvP'd. Blotto just executing the fucking low levels is crazy. Absolutely fucking despicable. Scaper, low key. I do need some stretches. Bro, I do. Let's see. Will be GM assisting to place mayors back into their positions. Once that's done, citizens will be able to repledge and restore access to their node storage. NDA PTR news. Oh, word. Okay, cool. Oh my god. I'm so stuffy. The Amex Alliance. What the fuck is the Amex Alliance? Who is that? I've never heard that alliance name before. This is like some Survivor shit. People are just making names up now. Watch that be my new alliance. What? Chat, who the fuck is the Amex Alliance? American Express, LOL, they're swipers. Well, I know what Amex means, but like, I don't know that they're swipers, but who is it? What guilds are they? That's what I'm curious about. Like, what guilds comprise this new Amex Alliance? Oh, also, before I call her quits for the day, I want to check something. Because we've been keeping an eye on this page here. The Steam wishlist activity. As we look, Ashes is 22nd right now. Competing with Chill With You, Lo-Fi Story, and Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. I can't say that, Tsushima. And then we've got a long road ahead. But we're 22nd in terms of recent activity. and the 7-day gain for Ashes of Creation has dropped off a little bit since the announcement. So it does seem like the immediate wish listing will probably, I don't know, probably before the 11th, depending on the kick up, maybe get up to like 25, 30K, right around there. So that could be pretty exciting, depending on what, you know, wish list numbers are. Now, granted, that is going to be a non-zero amount of existing players. Source, I already have it wish listed. So, not everybody on Steam wish list is going to be a brand new player. Not every Steam wish list is going to lead to a brand new player, especially on the 11th. It could be something where somebody wants to follow it in the very long term, and somebody wants to just kind of keep tabs on it. It could be something where somebody already owns the game and they then want to wish list to show support. So, 25 to 30K wish list total. Wait, what are we already far past that? What are the numbers that we're looking at? Oh, this is the follows, not the wish lists, huh? How many total wish lists are there? Because this is only showing me the follows in the plus minus. Lot more than that. Do we know wish lists from anywhere? Because this is just showing follows and not wish lists. Which is sad. Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't give a total number of wish lists at all. That's sad. That's very sad. Steven posted on the 19th. Was already at 119,000? Oh. Well, that's way more than the 15,000 that are following the page. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, wait, 110,000. Okay. Oh, it's, sorry, 9,000. God damn. God damn. That's not too shabby, huh? I wonder what they expected it to be at. Like, if there was... Did he say if there was an expected number? You can check on SteamDB. That was 8 days ago? Yeah, that was 8 days ago. SteamDB isn't giving me any actual, like, wish list numbers, though. Because if we go down to Ashes... I'm not seeing, like, total wish lists. Charts? Wait. All-time peak, 217,000 AO. Top wish list activity, followers, Twitch stats, 140 viewers right now. Let's go. Oh, wait. When did the Ashes Twitch directory have 217,000 viewers? That must have been when Asmongold was here, huh? That seems very Asmongold-esque viewership. If I had to guess. Something tells me 4.3 years ago Asmongold played Ashes of Creation. Don't think there's an accurate way to see wish lists. Word. Okay, cool. Cool. That wasn't 4 years ago. What happened 4.3 years ago? Maybe yet? Interesting. Okay, yeah, so probably Asmongold. He was there for 5 minutes last year. I wonder if he'll come back on stream at any point. What does metadata mean?
Yes, indeed. Yes, hacker man incoming. Yes, I will read your metadata. Right. This is where we see it. Indeed.
Chat, what are we looking for here? What am I... Does this tell us anything? I don't think this tells us anything. Can I hack Ashes now, though, since we have the metadata? Because metadata is like a really hackery word. That was Asmon's 2 stream days. Word. Okay, so it was like Asmongold's interview with Steven or something? That would make sense. Someone find the date of Asmongold's interview. Because that would absolutely make sense. Now, I will say, shout out to that 24-hour peak in the Steam directory, or the Twitch directory. 480 viewers today. That was huge. I saw a lot of new faces coming over to check it out earlier in the day. So That was great. That was super fucking encouraging. I hope we see many more content creators getting very active. Content creators that have not been the most active. Content creators that maybe have taken breaks. Content creators that haven't checked out Ashes yet. I mean, shit. I'd like that a lot. I think our little corner of the internet here, boys, may be getting some more friends here very soon. And I'm very, 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 very grateful for that. If I'm being completely real. Who am I dumping a raid on today? How do you follow? I don't know. If I'm being completely real. I have no idea. How do you follow it on Steam? Number of wishlists is unknown as Steam does not publicize it. Number of followers is separate. So maybe Steam just takes like the overall activity or something? Mayhaps? I don't know. July 19th, 2020. So that'd be 5 years? And change? So what happened a year after that? I feel like a year and some change after that. What the fuck happened? Has to be a wish list because who knows how to follow a game? I have no idea. What indeed? Yo, Locke, what up? What was it? No, genuinely, don't fucking bait me like that. You clearly know. You know something. And I know you know something. And I know you're going to tell me what you know. It's right beside the wishlist button. Word. Just ask the Sandal Lord. Maybe we'll say. Oh, dear Sandal Lord. When did our directory peak it? A fucking absurd amount of viewers. Shroud?
Does Shroud have motion like that? Maybe I could check like Twitch tracker. Twitch tracker. Ashes of Creation.
I bet Twitch tracker would have it. Oh, was talking about the wish list? Oh.
Ashes of Creation. Peak viewers.
Oh no. Twitch tracker has peak viewers at 219,396 on July 8th of 2021.
What was July 8th of 2021?
Weird. Drop out hydrate. Hey, yo, Luck. Thank you, brother. I hope you have a good Thanksgiving.
Alpha 1? Maybe because it was like... It was dead? And then July 3rd to July 9th. It went sicko mode. Somebody get view botted over here, maybe? Like, that looks like it got view botted. Or maybe, like, Asmon or somebody came into stream. This is pirate software, if I remember correctly. Like, this was the pirate software. No. This is pre-pirate software, because this is 2024. This is last year. This is pirate software era. Although, was pirate playing back here as well? What was this little chunk? Because you have... Can we go monthly? Oh shit, we're up tremendous. That had to have been pirate. Does anyone else stream? We can raid them when Dust leaves. Yeah. I'll send a raid over Poxway. There are a few people over. Only 24 hours of an Ashes streamer I've seen though. Dude, I know there are a lot of people that would love to stream Ashes full time. I'm the, one of the few that are able to do it full time because I'm very fortunate to be in the spot. You know, there are a lot of people that, given the right circumstances, would put in just as much content as I do. So I just try to take the position that I'm given, like, from chat and try to make the most out of it as much as humanly possible. So I'm just thankful, man, genuinely. It's something where, I'm always very communicative. I've streamed 8 years now, 8 years plus, going on 9 years. I was not full-time for, like, 2+ years of that shit. So, hoofs. Thank you for the T1, brother. I appreciate that. So, yeah, it's genuinely, like, I just get to hang out and chill all day, man. And at the end of the day, I consider myself so lucky to have a community that shows up on the daily. I know there are going to be many, 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 many more people that come in and make a whole shitload of content along the way and probably push me way further down the directory. So I'm thankful for everybody that comes in. I'm thankful for everybody that shows up on the daily. It genuinely means the world. Jolly! Jolly, are you joining us on the 11th for the December patch? Please say yes. $42.50 to hop in if you don't have your pack yet. Way cheaper. Huge updates. Replayable endgame content. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's going to be really fucking fun. Really fun. Dusty lives in Maine with mooses on a lobster farm and lives off eating bark. I do. Basically, yes. I cringed because I had to buy Hamburg to make smash burgers last night at $3 a pound. Oh my god. I bought the alpha just 2 days before the EA announcement. Oh, well, if you bought it before the announcement, then you were still grandfathered in with the 90-day refund period. So in the event that you end up wanting to keep it, then you're good. Worst case scenario, you can refund it under the 90-day and then buy it the cheaper one. But you will lose out on the titles that you get for logging in before early access. So keep that in mind too. But wait, what? Ground beef will be going up to what the fuck? Is lowest stock since like 1950. You think? Like, you think it's going up? I mean, shit, I guess I got it at a delicate $3 a pound then, because it was on sale. I only buy my shit on sale, so. If he logs and refunds, if he logs and refunds it, would he lose that stuff? I don't know if he'd lose that stuff or not on a refund. I can't confirm, but I don't know. Not gonna return just for cheaper. Yeah, some people would, and I wouldn't blame them, but you will get your, your ability to PTR test, all that stuff on the way, so that's great. I've had my pack for far too long to do that, though. Absolutely. Surely be a new account? Maybe. What game has the highest viewer peak? The highest viewer peak of, like, any game? La Velada? I don't know what La Velada is. Special events, League of Legends, Just Chatting, Fortnite, Minecraft, CS, Arcane Premiere, Valorant, Totkatuski. And that's millions of viewers. Bongo Cat? Bongo Cat's the op. I don't want to talk about Bongo Cat. Bongo Cat for a while was our closest competitor on the 7-day competition. And like, I don't know how Bongo Cat is holding so steady, but Bongo Cat is going fucking crazy still on the 7-day gain charts. Now down to 902 on the overall wish list activity. But still going up like crazy on the 7-day gain for the followers. And we're dropping down. So we got to do something. We got to take out Bongo Cat. We got to take out, what the fuck is it? It's like a lo-fi story. Yeah, Chill With You lo-fi story. Chill With You lo-fi story is also an op. I would like that. I'd like that on record. Complete ops. Bongo Cat's amazing. That's why I have Bongo Cat avatar for streaming. Use mouse and keyboard. I know. I like your little C-tuber. Is cute. How do we get Ashes to the front page of Steam? I don't know. Don't ask me. I got fucking denied from the Twitch front page. I don't fucking know shit about front page, apparently. I'm not allowed on the goddamn front page, dog. It's a goddamn shame. Goddamn shame, if you ask me. All right, my lads. I'm going to go get some food for the evening, and then I'm going to go get a lot more food tomorrow. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hoeing out. Thank you guys for hoeing out for me today. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Thank you guys for showing out as you do every single day. All the love has been absolutely insane lately. We are working our way closer and closer and closer to that sub goal for the 24-hour early access stream. And we still have time to accomplish it. 35% off all gifted sub bundles of 5 or more until December 1st. So I'm very confident that we'll make a big push, boys.
I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate all the company, all the yaps, all the questions. New players, make sure you do exclamation guild. Pop into the guild Discord, exclamation ashes if you have not made your account yet. Make your account using that link to help support the stream.
Cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
One more friendly ni hao to Fupo. Boys, I will be back after my family Thanksgiving tomorrow. I'll have some good food. I'll bring back lots of leftovers and then tell you all about it and probably have some leftovers on stream too. And we'll all be hanging out. Same place that we always are. I am greatly, greatly, greatly appreciative that y'all are here. Pictures, I got you. I got you. I'll make Carla take a bunch. I'm greatly appreciative y'all are here today and every day. Genuinely means the world, man. I'm here 7 days a week, 8+ hours a day, and y'all haven't got tired of me yet. So I'm gonna keep showing up as long as y'all keep having me, boys. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Go say hi to Pac for me. I'm gonna get some